Hello, my heroes and villains. It is me, the illustrious sausage grand, tomato bomb, tomato slime extraordinaire, Barrel. Yeah, we're back in HI 3. When we last left off, May went through some shit, and Owl really went through some shit, and we saw the Hersher of Ice. She's really cool. We saw the Cocolia weekly boss inspiration on her. Yeah, and everyone was super not at all happy. It was a really, really good chapter. I know I said it at the time, but I was genuinely like kind of blown away by how good it was, because it didn't start out like nearly as interesting. But we also got a preview of what we're going through this week, which is Fuhua's going through some shit. So I'm excited to see where that ends up going. My thought is because of Fenhuang Down, what we've seen with that, and like she's been in Kiana and Bronya's mind, I feel like she's gonna be something like the Hersher of the Mind. I feel like I've heard Hersher of Sentience thrown around over time. That sounds right. That's why I have, at least in the live title, Who Gave You the Mind Stone? But I don't know what that's going to pertain for powers. Because, like, Fuhua already has the ability to, like, manipulate memories and lock you into memories. So, if she does have, like, mind-related powers, what is the extent of it? Is what I'm wondering. I'm definitely really excited for this one. The preview looked really good on this. I see I'll have to hold back about talking about my favorite characters so that as not to spoil too much. I have a feeling you won't have to worry about that for too long, Hope Boy. That is a big rat Pensy. It's not big in the chat log. I'll tell you that. It is on the live chat, but not on the stream chat. In this seemingly unending darkness, the once dead Empiria slowly regained her consciousness. Hey, wake up! You've been asleep for too long. What are you? I'm not going to do this again. Unlike last time, your brain has escaped largely unscathed. Go through your memories and figure out who you are. We have plenty of work to do. I also, I think, like, Fuhua being a Hersher would be really interesting, purely because she's from the previous era. And presumably there was an equivalent Hersher in the previous era. So why, if she's, because it could be, you know, oh, she got a gem and whatever, but like if she's just awakening to it, why would she awaken to it now and not before? That's where my mind's going. That's why Fuhua specifically being a Hersher is going to be interesting. Those following ones might be the HI3 streams, where I watch a bit better since I never made it this far to actually witness the introduction of your favorite. I see. Know that I'm your id. I'm the primal and truest form of you. And I'm the super ego. Don't worry, this isn't a case of schizophrenia. We're part of you. I mean, this is true. But I think that id and super ego talking to you is probably a sign of not good things. Ego will appear once you recall your identity. Figure it out. You're only complete with all three of us. Who am I? Try and remember. You are. Yeah, I was gonna say, I imagine it's Fuhua. I don't know her voice enough to tell if that was it from the other two. Memories poured into your mind as though they'd been waiting for your command. You saw a lonely girl standing in the cold, an armored warrior, a remorseless assassin, a forgotten Imperia. You were every one of them. Every one of them was you. They're still a part of you. We don't have much time. Sensor that picked up your brain signals. He'll be here soon. I'm gonna assume he's either Otto or Kevin. Okay. Otto Apocalypse. Fish through your memories. He's further back in there somewhere. That was actually what I thought of more. That was my initial thought. But I was like, oh, but it could be Kevin. Kevin has the past connections with her. He's the overseer of Shixel, your old friend, and the only person who knows you're still alive. He's also a liar and a murderer. We'll talk about this later. Take a look and see where you are right now. You opened your eyes. You found yourself immersed in a clammy fluid with a life support pod as bubbles floated to the surface. This pod kept you alive. It actually treated your wounds, including that one. So, the last I kind of am forgetting the state of Fuhua right now. Because I remember bodily. Because obviously, she had remnants of Fenhuang down in Bronya and Kiana. But that wasn't her actual... That wasn't actually her, right? Because I remember in the Chapter 9 stuff I did before I started streaming, she fought with Rita and then left. And then I believe was helping Himiko to be able to connect to Kiana. I mean, we're probably going to get filled in. I probably should have done a look back. Because the Fuhua that was talking to Kiana in the chapters we had wasn't like her body, it was parts of Fenhuang down. Perhaps he's trying to make up for something. More like trying to imprison you. What are your plans? Check outside the pod. You see bright lights, instruments, winding cables, more life support pods, and monitors showing various data. What are those coffins hiding? Nothing. You shook your head. More bubbles floated to the surface like translucent pears. I can't believe this is actually all going on inside of Luocha's coffin. I can't actually make that joke because Marshall Hua is a character that we know exists. What are your plans? Let's check the life support pod. You skimmed through your memories. You're inside an NX-189 unit, the latest treatment pod of Shixel. The most advanced model of its kind, even according to previous era standards. What are your plans? I'm gonna check the mirror. There's definitely a mirror. This life support pod can only be opened by someone at the terminal. I don't think anyone can stop your fist. What's next? You decide. Smash. Oh, I don't think Fuhua would go to right to smash. Can't do that. You can't work the terminal from inside the pod. But there's a simple solution. Okay. Because we couldn't unlock it, now we smash. You clenched your hands into hard, reliable fists and felt a surge of power. Your body has recovered well. Remember the last time you felt this way? 500 years ago? Perhaps it's been far too long. This is what you should be. Do it! You felt light and relaxed as the containment fluid gushed through the smashed opening. You gently stepped out of the pod and felt the floor with your feet. My old friend, you're finally awake. A familiar voice. This is interesting music. You turned towards the door and saw a blonde, smiling man. He's Otto Apocalypse. You can go on for ages about your old relationship with him. He calls himself a friend of yours, but he is a liar. Not even a hello. Fine, you just woke up and need additional observation and treatment. The exam results indicate full physical recovery, but you failed to wake. I thought something bad had happened. You won't blame me, right, old friend? Are you
大丈夫かい
alright?
僕のことは
Do you
わかるか
recognize me?
死んでも忘れないとそう言
Tell
ってや
him
り
that
ま
you
しょ
can
う。
recognize him anywhere.
まずはその出方を伺
You
い
should
ましょ
try
う。
to find out what he's up to.
丸腰の
We
相
can't
手を
just
攻
attack
撃
an
してはな
unarmed
りません。
person. I feel like we can attack Otto. I feel like we can just punch him in the dick.
はい。この
What?
人
Hold
はいつ
on.
でも
This
武器を
man
出
can
せる
create
でし
weapons
ょ
out of thin air! Right, because he has Void Archives.
あなたがなぜここにい
Ask
る
him
か
why you're here.
彼に聞いてみましょう。
I can recognize you anywhere.
僕のことが憎
Do
い
you
のかい
hate me? You broke my heart for the second time, old friend.
君にそうするしかなかった
You should know I was forced to do so. My plan must be exact and
君に僕
perfect.
の計
I
画
can't
を
let
阻
you
止させ
foil
るわ
it.
けには
Hello, Apocalypse gave a self-deprecating smile.
結果的に
But
全
all
て
is
うまくいっ
well.
た
Give me some time and I'll tell you everything and give you a satisfying
この
answer.
人は自分の
Listen to
過
how
ち
he
を
covers
隠
his
すの
evil
が
deeds
得意
with
で
pretty
す。
words.
彼は毒を
He's
持
a
ってい
wretched
る
viper,
し
but...
かしも何もありません。
But what? He killed you, created a Honkai eruption, hurt the Saint Freya girls, and he's not even sorry.
さあ
Alright,
ここは会話に
friend,
向いている
let's
場
not
所では
talk
ない
here.
まだ彼を信じま
Are
す。
you going to trust this man again? He'll betray you again without a thought.
よく思い出してく
Think
ださい。
about what he did to
あの
you.
時の彼があなたに何をしたか。
Remember the event. I need a flashback. You calmly recall the moment where he pointed the golden gun at your head. I remember now. That was all I needed. Boiling rage filled your
精
chest.
鋭仙人
I did not lie, Master Jingwei.
嘘を
Bam! The shot ended your life. Though you felt nothing in the past, the memory now inflicted severe pain in your
そう
heart.
この痛みです。
Exactly! This is the pain he caused, and it's time to feed him his own medicine.
彼は地球で最
Oh.
も危険な人物です。
The
彼は陰謀を阻止しないといけません。
the three of these talking to her is just a manifestation of like the mind hershering or whatever's going on. I guess it could also be a side effect of Fen Huang down, or both could be the answer, like relatedly. He's the most dangerous man on earth. You must stop his evil
今
schemes.
が最高のチャン
Don't you
ス。
think this is your best chance?
そうでしょう。
Yes.
彼を止めないと。
More people will die, more tragedies will follow if you don't stop him here.
より彼はキアナ。
He destroyed your friend Kiana. He turned her into a monster.
彼は姫子
If he
少
was, if it
佐を
wasn't for him, Squad Leader Himiko wouldn't have to give up her own life. He killed her.
なることもありませんでした。
There's a through line to that. I mean, he directly led to one. He cloned Siren, leading to current Kiana, then caused her to erupt, then gave Himiko the armor. I mean, I don't know that I'd necessarily put that directly on him, that Himiko died, but it's definitely at least tangentially his fault.
そして彼は
Although I guess
そう奪いました。
he gave her the means,
そうでしょう。
he gave her the reason.
あなたは忘れていると思っているようですが、
He even took blah 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 from you. He thought you forgot about her, except you didn't. Colin, maybe? Or someone we don't know. The name appeared in your mind, but faded away before you could make out a single letter. Nothing was left except for faint traces of her passing. There was sorrow.
今なら全部を
Your memories returned. Nothing can stop you. You can make yourself whole again.
まずは
But there's something you must do
彼
first.
を殺すんで
Kill
す。
him! Punch him in the dick so hard he explodes. You walk towards Auto
待っ
Apocalypse.
てくれとも
Hold on, old friend.
僕は
Your hand moved fast, jamming his words back into his mouth and twisting his smile into a confused grimace. Otto tried to say something, but your iron grip only allowed senseless whispers to leave his face.
嘆かわしい
How
です。
pathetic.
受けるべき
He deserves it. La la la. You took a careful, studied aim at his comely face.
それでいいのです。
I'm right. Your fist rained down again and again and again. So, like, I know that Otto dies eventually, but is this how he dies? I can't imagine so. I know, Void Archives is gonna be taking his place relatively soon. But... is Otto fucking dead? Yeah, well, that is a broken-ass neck, but I don't know that that's enough to kill him. And this is all the intel I could gather. It's unbelievable. HQ's in a mess, the air terminal in ruins, Grandpa, Otto, MIA. The worst disaster Shixel ever faced. The overseer Otto is missing and unaccounted for. Yes, Pteranodon took over and deployed 3 S-Anchors. They didn't even do that in the Battle of Shixel. Something terrible must have happened 10 days ago. It is having fun. I don't know, I'm getting very Slay the Princess vibes from those conversations. I need to play more Slay the Princess, especially with the upcoming definitive edition with all the expanded content. Please play Slay the Princess. Please buy Slay the Princess. It's an incredible game. It's one of the most mind-boggling things I've ever played. Bronya suspects some form of conspiracy. Yeah, he's not easy to kill. An Otto acting from the shadows is far more terrifying than the Overseer. Is the World Serpent behind this attack? It's definitely a mind stone. That's hard to say, but we received a piece of intel that we have yet to verify. The World Serpent was ambushed at almost the same time. The enemy even fought their sire before escaping. So this is happening at, like, the same time as last chapter, right? So is the World Serpent was ambushed... Is that, Is that talking about Owl? But did anybody I don't remember Kevin really fighting anybody in the last chapter. This could be talking about the chapter before. Like, this could be Kiana escaping. Because Kiana engaged with Kevin. That might actually be it. This situation looks bad. Do be careful out there. Nope, never mind. Kiana's already here. Is Kiana doing alright? Is she oh, right. They didn't actually, like, we didn't really see them, but they got to Kiana and May at the end of that segment when May left. I don't remember Kevin, like, doing anything in last chapter. This might just be something that will be explained in this chapter then. But Kiana is probably meditating. So this is the class monitor Fuhua taught her. The Idiotka has changed. Bronya has yet to determine the exact nature of said transformation. The principal shall be rest assured. Bronya will take care of the Idiotka. Okay. The professors and I will give you our full support. Do update Kiana with the news that I've just told you. And give her my best wishes. I heard Aunt Terry talking on the comm channel. The principal sent us the latest intel about the Shixel and the World Serpent, but no news about May. I see. Don't tell me anything. We shouldn't care about what happens to Shixel or the World Serpent. Kiana. I'm too tired to think about stuff. I just want to know what I can do. How far are we from Mount Taekwon, Bronya? Based on our current cruising velocity, we will arrive tomorrow morning. Are you certain we can find Classmonger's belongings from the mountain? Yes, we can. Fuhua told me she lived there for a while. We'll find her school and treasures in the mountains. The edge of Taiwan must be there. It will let us control Hership powers. Our Hership powers, excuse me. This is a very pretty background. I mean, obviously it's inspired by the same things, but it reminds me of Shen Yubel in Genshin. The water wheel, I actually forget if the water wheel's in Shen Yubel or if it's in Fontaine, but it's just like right next to it. But still. But again, yeah, definitely they're pulling from the same inspiration sources, so that's not that surprising. You've arrived. This is where the cosmology lived a while ago. A long time ago, actually. The people of Shenzhou called it Jingwei, Phoenix Celestial, or Imperia back then. Fuha showed me those places in her dreams, but they're very old. They don't look the same anymore. Yeah, this is just a base cast Kiana. And a base cast Bronya. Yay! Please, like, give me different versions of them quickly. Also, let me move faster. This is pretty. Is Kiana going to find the quest items at this location? Locating a manual of specific combat techniques and fighting stances sounds like an RPG quest. Last monitor left this place many years ago. Any of her treasure is very likely to have been looted. Maybe you're right, but not everyone can find Fuha's treasure. Kiana's eyes sparkled with excitement. The treasure is... been hung down! Where's Sela? Sorry, I've been playing a lot of Genshin with my friends lately. Seli's on the brain. Yeah, I didn't know the Honkai levels could be so high at Mount Taiwan. Perhaps the edge of Taiwan needs high levels of Honkai. I'm not sure. It's definitely not what she taught me. Especially after how much VZZ I've been playing. This fucking sucks. Also, like, why would you give me such good Mei suits last time and give me this now? This feels like a cruel joke. This mountain is more dangerous than we expected. It's just Honkai beasts. I can take down any number of them. Despite her brave words, Kiana looked around vigilantly. Something seized her attention. Got it. I sensed something weak, but pretty close to the vibe that I got from Fuha's feathers. Fen Huang down. Is the Kiana certain? Yeah, I'm totally sure of this. Follow me. Let me sprint. Am I just like going the wrong ass way? Yeah. I know that she's not faster, but dear lord, does she feel faster. Oh, I'm so dumb. I thought it wanted me to go around to go this way. Because it is the same path. Oh yeah, that's Fen Huang down feather. Got it! There was nothing at first, but the feather appeared when we got closer. Does the Kiana know the means to use this item? Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Kiana closed her eyes, recited the mantra that Fuhua taught her, and allowed the feather to enter her mind.
あれ
Uh-oh.
どうしました
What are the results?
ダメ
No, I can't.
失敗した
I couldn't get it to work.
封印か何
It's
かがかかって
probably
るみ
sealed
た
or
い
something. Their feather repelled me upon touching my mind.
まさか
Maybe only Fuhua can unlock this thing.
キアナ
But Kiana should think about it later.
さっきの力のせいで
The sudden power surge attracted a number of Honkai beasts. We should eliminate them first. Wait! Oh, hello. Who are you? I genuinely don't think I've ever seen this character. Oh, unless actually I might have seen her in one of the Divine Key manga briefly? That's not Sushang. Is it? No. Hey, two are right. Yeah. Unless she, like, looks really different in this first appearance. 'Cause I know what Sushang looks like in this. And this doesn't look like her. I also am realizing I don't know what color Sushang's eyes are. Kiana was at a loss for words. The mysterious girl's fighting stance surprised her. Though her swings and slashes looked simple, they were an exact copy of Fuhua's fighting
あんた
style.
は
Who are you?
私は
Okay,
リ
you
ン・
know.
チョウこの
Lin
大巨山
Zhou,
の守護
at
者
your
です
service. You may regard me as the guardian of Mount Taiwan.
この地は神気
The
が充
essence
満
is
している
strong in
た
this
め
place and
妖獣
attracts
が
many
よく
beasts.
現れます
So the immortal erected a field to
外
keep
の
people
者
out.
が入ってこない二人はなぜ
Is there a
ここに
reason
来た
why
ん
you
です
two
か
came to this place?
と
Hi, Shimsha.
私たちは
Oh,
仙
we
人
know
の
this
知り合いだよ
immortal.
あら
Oh.
仙人
The immortal you referred to
Say
as
no,
Phoenix or
Kodayo.
Kingway, right?
知り合いだ
We
よ
know her.
彼女の友達
In
なんだ
fact, we're her friends. Lin Zhaoyu was shocked at Kiana's
友
response.
達
Friends.
ですか
She mulled over the words before giving a faint smile.
それなら私につ
She's like,
い
ah,
てきてください
Fuhua made friends. Good for her.
あんたの剣術
You swing your sword like Fuhua. I mean,
聖
Master
仙人
Phoenix.
とかなり似てるそれが
Yes,
彼女の
I
剣法
used her
です
blade form opening stance named
彼女
Ocean
が作っ
Breaker.
た大巨剣形の段階です
Fuhua time
仙
indeed.
人の友人なのに
Are you not friends of the
彼女
immortal
は
Phoenix?
大巨剣
She
派
is the
の創
master
始者
of the
だと
Taiwan
知ら
school.
ないんですか
Yeah, I mostly see her using her fist.
あ
And
確かに
yeah,
委
Fuhua
員
did
長が
mention
言っ
that
てたけ
before,
ど
but I
数
thought that was
百年
hundreds
も
of
前
years
のことだ
ago.
と思ってた大巨剣派は
School of
500年
Taiwan
の歴史
has a
があり
fabled history and is
今
still
でも
alive.
続いています
However, martial arts
ただ
became less popular
伝
as we
統武
chose
道
and
が
we chose
衰
to
え
lay
てしま
low.
い大巨派も時代に
Well,
逆
that
らう大
looked
巨門下
baller.
の者は妖魔退治を自らの
The
責
disciples
務
of
とし
Taiwan also prefer
Yo,
purging
you
monsters
was.
instead of glorious pursuit.
この時代
You'll not hear much about us.
お姉さんも
Is Master Lin a
大巨派です
disciple of the
か
Taiwan school?
そうです
Indeed.
私と大
The
巨の
ties
話は
between me and the school go
か
back
なり
for
長いですよ
quite a few years.
じゃあ
Can
教
you
えて
teach
くれ
me?
る教える
Teach you?
ですか聖英は
Yeah, the immortal tried
教えて
teaching
く
me
れ
the
た
art
け
of
ど
Taiwan, but
すぐに
she
いなくなっ
quickly
ちゃっ
left.
て
The lessons were
そ
quite
の
messy
内容
too.
も今回大巨山
I
に
came
来
to
た
Mount
のは
Taiwan to learn the
ちゃんと
complete
勉
version
強
and
して
control the power within me.
力
Lin Zhao thought for a
こう
while.
しましょう
Perhaps
私
if
を
you
信
trust
用
me
して
enough
くれるのな
and
ら
share your stories with
ま
me.
ずあなたたちの話なるほど
Interesting.
師匠にそん
I
なこ
didn't
とがあっ
expect
たと
Master
は
Phoenix to have
思い
such
も
a
しま
past,
せんでしたそれに
and I didn't
まさ
expect
か
you
あ
to
な
be a
たが
hausher.
律教えてもいいです
I'm
が
afraid my lessons
そ
won't
の
do
目
much.
的は果たせ
Master
ない
could
と
have
思
told you
い
the
ます
five essences: mantra,
師匠にも
form,
言われたと思い
sanction,
ますが
ascension, and
大巨
eminence.
剣気には
彼女が献
You
身を教
learn
えたのは
eminence because you're perfect
あな
for
た
it.
の体質が
Function and
献身
ascension
の
will
条
do
件に
little,
合うからでし
but
ょ
I can teach you the form.
う。もしくは
Perhaps the
大巨
tenets of
派の
Type
大
1
挙神
might
血でも
work,
教えられます
but it
が
only improves your
それ
fighting
は
skills
あなた
and
の
won't
実
cure
践能
your
力を上
condition.
げるだけであなたが本当に必要なの
What you
は
need,
献身です
what you need is the blade mantra.
あんたはその剣
Have you
心が
learned
で
the
きる
blade
の？
mantra before? Lin Xiaoyu finally gave a sigh after a moment of silence. I
で
did,
も
but we all
私た
gave
ち
an
は
oath
誓いました
that we'd never teach the mantra to anyone
献
else.
身をすみません
Apologies.
誓いを
I
破る
cannot
ことはで
violate
き
my
ませ
oath.
ん他に方法はないの
Is there
で
an
すか
alternative solution?
あなたたちなら
Maybe
あ
there
るかも
is
しれません
for you two.
あなたたちに会っ
I
た時
noticed
から
that
気
you
づ
have a
いてい
feather
ました
during
が
that fight. Is it yours?
あなたの
違う。大
Now,
巨山で
we
見つけた
found it
ん
at
だ。
Mount Taekwon.
ブローニャたちは
We
羽を
used to
持っ
own
てました
feathers,
が
but lost them.
なく
Lin Xiaoyu extended her hand. Kiana hesitated for a while, but finally decided to hand over the
あ
feather.
なたたちはその
Then you
心境
entered the
に
realm.
入れますか
Kiana and Bronya looked at each other before shaking their heads.
羽の中の意識
I was
に
expelled
触れ
once
て
I
す
made
ぐ
contact with the
弾かれ
feather's
ちゃっ
mind.
た。
なるほど
I see.
この羽
This feather
状態
seems
はとて
largely
も良
intact.
好です
Master placed a spell on it.
師匠が
Perhaps
呪力を
only the
込めた
mantra
た
can
め
unlock this.
いいでしょうか
Can I really do this? Lin Xiaoyu murmured as she closed her eyes. Kiana was surprised to see the feather giving off a brilliant glow.
おいで
Come. Lin Xiaoyu pushed the feather into Kiana's embrace. The glow became a blinding flash. Lin's voice grew faint as Kiana found herself engulfed by the light. The girl opened her eyes while it was still dark. She always woke around this time. The blanket kept her warm. She laid silently in bed and stared at the ceiling as though she was expecting something to materialize in the darkness. I might have to go make wake-up juice at some point. But nothing happened. She gave up fantasizing. Oh, we're back here, yay! The girl changed into her new uniform. She only wore it once during the fitting and had not tried it on
できれ
again.
ば入学の時
Maybe I
に
should
着
be
替えたかった
maybe
で
I
す
should be
ね
wearing this on my first day of school.
いず
Whatever.
れ慣れるこ
I'll
と
get
です
used
し
to it eventually.
いいです今日の鍛錬をしましょう
Time for my daily
ま
training.
ずは
Let's start with a 1000 meter run.
おはよう。
Morning,
今日は
Qua.
新しい服
New
だな。
clothes? What happened to your
道場に
dojo
はどうし
outfit?
たんだ？
Chat to them to extend jogging time.
おはようございますおじさん
Morning, Akaji. I'm going to the hospital after training at the airport afterwards. I've no time to challenge, to change.
随分と
Sounds like a
詰め込んだ
busy
スケジュー
schedule.
ルだ
Go
な
on, girl. Don't let
早
me
く行き
keep
な。
you.
遅れたら大変だ。
Run, 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 run.
まだ行ってなかったんだ。
Man,
Sono-
wow, what are you
Aoi
still
Mishitera
here?
ni
Are you going to Sapphire or something? Wow, want some darling and soy milk? I missed a guy back there, actually.
今日は病院に行った
Well,
後
thanks, I'm heading to the
そのま
hospital
ま
after
学
this.
校に行き
I
ます
won't be back.
そう
All
もう
right.
会えなくなるの
You
ね
definitely do well in your classes.
学校で
I'm
うま
just
くいく
worried
と
you
いい
might
ね
get bullied when you're all
成
alone
績は
out
心
there.
配してないけど誰かにいじめられるんじゃないかと思うと心配だよ
I'm gonna keep
そんな
going.
ことはありま
Surely,
せんよ
surely that one,
まあ
not talking to that
武
one
道
guy
場
won't
の娘
matter.
だし喧嘩なら
I
負け
guess
ない
no
でしょ
one.
うね
Cambodia Dojo Master's daughter. Hello.
おい、ばあちゃん、まだ走ってたの
Why
か
are you still jogging? Isn't today your first day at school? People will like it if you're absent on the first day. Yeah.
お父さんが心配か
Worried about you, old man? No
大
worries.
丈
Your
夫
dad watched out for
俺
us
た
for
ちが
many
ちゃん
years.
と
You
見と
can
くから
count
それ
on
に
us.
お前んちの
Anyway,
道場を
rich dude came by to buy your
食堂を
family
開きたい
dojo and build a
という
restaurant.
旦那も
It's
言って
big money.
かん
What? I
それは知
didn't
りませ
know
んでし
about
た
this.
その話は
Your
白
dad
紙
didn't
になったか
mention
ら
it.
お父さんも
Maybe
言
it
わ
didn't
なか
work
ったんだろ
out. No one does kung fu
まあこ
anyway.
のご時
Did you
世
get a
そ
degree?
れとも将来道
Do you
場
really
を
want that
どんな
dojo?
芝
Are
居
you
に
sure
な
you
る
want to be a
つもりか
martial arts master? College is a scam, and probably, actually, yes, her owning that dojo would do more for her.
それでも構わ
I
ないと
don't
思い
think
ま
that's a
すが
bad idea. Ah, you're being too nice to your old
お
man.
前
You should
は
really think
親
about
はこれからお
yourself.
父さんの面会
Visiting
か
your dad after this?
はい
Yeah.
そうか
Great, your dad only has a scratch. We'll take care of
お前は
We'll
学業
take
に
care
集
of
中し
it.
とけ
Just go to school and earn that
あり
degree.
がとうございます
Thank you, person.
もう少しスピードを上げま
I
しょ
should
う
hurry up.
ギ
There's
リギ
not
リな
much
のは
time
嫌で
left.
すし私簡単に練
I'll
習し
just
ておき
perform
ま
a
しょ
few
う
simple training
時
routines.
間も十
There
分
isn't
では
much
ない
time
ですし
left.
ダメですやり続けることが大事です適当に済ませる
Why
こと
am
は
I
でき
doing
ま
a
せん
tutorial? Oh. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
今回は
I
ま
should
あ
have
まあ
done
でした
better.
ね
Yeah, no, it's my fault. Not yours, Fuhua.
そろそろ病院に行かないと
The girl entered the ward quietly and was not surprised to see her father awake. He had been an early waker for nearly his entire life. A few weeks in the ward would not break this habit. Don't you have
今日から
school?
学校
Yeah,
なん
you
だから
shouldn't be visiting me
来なくて
today.
もよかったのに
First day of training, of course, you need a tutorial. I've played this Fuhua before. It's been a while. But despite those words, her father's face
昨
was
日
beaming.
出発したと思っ
I
ていた
thought you
が
left yesterday. Can you still make it?
間に合いますよ
Yes, I can.
ああ
Good. Come, let me have a better look
父
at
さん
you.
に顔をよく
Only
見
see
せて
you
くれ
again after six months. He pushed himself up and smiled as he studied his
ちゃん
daughter.
と体に気をつける
Take
ん
care
だ
of
ぞ
yourself out there. Your old man can still pay for your tuition, so just focus on school. I had
心
a
配するな勉強
I
だけに
for
集中してくれ
a bit was thinking, oh, this is I guess they have someone like pretending to be her dad, blah, blah, blah. And it didn't occur to me until just now that this is probably the previous era, not that area wasn't the area that it actually is. It was representing a stage.
それと
And avoid training.
武術の練習は
Don't
や
scare
め
your
ておけ
classmate. Times have
変わった
changed,
やつだ
Hua.
と思われ
I
て
don't
しま
even
う
want to tell people that I run a dojo.
将来のお前は会
Get
社
a
員
real
でも
job,
起
start a
業家でも
business, or enter
政治家
politics.
でも何で
Forget
もいい
about
ん
the
だ
dojo. There's no future in that.
それ以外は心配してない
I'm
よ
not worried about you, Hua. You're a good girl. Do take
お前
care
は
of
それから
yourself. And
友
try
達
to
も
make
たくさ
some
ん作れ
friends. I'm always worried about
一人ば
that.
分かっている
あ
Good. Father raised his head and looked at the clock as the sun shone through the
あそろそ
window.
ろ時間だ
It's getting late.
早く
You should be
空港
heading
に
to
行く
the
といい
airport. Did you bring your documents?
Information
How about your
on the-
things?
大丈夫です荷
I
物も
brought
事
them
前に
along.
送りま
I
した
already mailed my personal belongings over.
あならいい
Good, good. Just go and take good care of yourself. Yeah,
行ってき
I'm
ます
leaving, Dad.
父さんのことは心配ない
Don't worry, I'll be
あと
discharged
数
soon
日
enough.
で
He's
退院
gonna
できる
die.
ぞ
Have fun with your friends and don't visit
わ
unless you
かりま
must.
した
All right. She left the hospital
私は一人で
and going to a foreign
知らない
city on my
街
own.
に
While sunlight shone weakly through the concrete jungle, she felt she would not be making any friends at all.
これ
As these
委員
Fuha's
長の
memories,
記憶ブローニャの知る
it
委
was
員
all
長で
very
はありませ
unfamiliar
ん
to
でした
Bronya.
迷い
Being immersed in
こ
this
の
memory
記憶
felt
に
so
入った
confusing
時
and
窒
frightful,
息するよう
and
な
it was like
まるで
like
嵐に
being a
巻き込ま
butterfly
れ
in
た
a
蝶
storm,
々
not knowing what would happen next.
次の瞬
Was
間
that girl really
自分は
Fuha?
委員長は
Fuha was always
いつもしっかりして
so
て
strong and reliable.
揺るぎのない
She makes people feel safe.
周りを
But
安
that
心させ
girl,
てくれる
I
存在
mean,
だった
that girl was from
でもさっきの女の子は
50,000 years ago. Also, just want to highlight how well the voice actress does concerning what these chapters are. I can't get a fix on how to do a Fuhua voice because her voice actor, like, is doing a good job. It changes depending on the stage of Fuhua.
もしかしたら
Perhaps
委
the
員長
class
が
monitor
セ
was
ーフレ
like
イヤー
that
に来
before
る直
enrolling
前
in
の
St.
姿
Freya.
でしょうか
Yeah, no,
委員
like,
長はセーフレイヤーに入る
I
前
was
から
thinking, like,
長
I
いこと生き
don't
てるし
remember her voice being this high
なん
pitched.
だか時
I
代が
almost
一致し
commented
て
on
な
it,
い
but I
気
was
が
like,
す
no,
る
I'm good. I was correct. Now, Fuha lived a long time before coming to St. Freya, but the time doesn't match.
わからない
Ugh, this is so confusing. She looks just like Fuha, but I've never seen her behave like this.
あん
I
な委員長
mean,
見たことがない
yeah, when you live a really long time, you're gonna change and develop as a
あれが
person.
精鋭ですよ
That is indeed the immortal phoenix. Huh?
今あなたたちが
We've
見た
just
のは
witnessed a Shinyan,
唯一
mind
神
seal of the
聖
immortal
精
phoenix,
鋭
and one of the only true
彼女が
celestial
残した
imperia.
真因です
Shinyan. Mind seal.
師匠は不老
Being
不死ですか
immortal.
ら
Master Phoenix's
その記
memories are
憶は
vast
氾濫
oceans
する
that
海のよう
constantly
に
erode her
意
sentient
識と
mind.
いう記憶の増
The
加を
immortal
抑え
had to filter her memories
意識の
to stem the
面積を保つために
ever-rising tide and maintain a
彼女
clean
は
slate of
記
mind.
憶分割された
And
部
the
分こ
memories
そ
she
が
excised were kept in
今
these
あなたたちの
Shinyan
見た
mind seals.
真因です
Oh, so she literally has to like purge her memories every once in a while. Huh.
どうですか
What was it?
目当てのも
Did you
の
find
は
what
あ
you
りまし
want?
たか
No wonder the parts of her mind are being like, who are you? Remember who you are.
ううん
Now,
まあ
don't
そ
be
う落ち込ま
disappointed.
ないでください
She has to purge memories, so the reason she sounds different is because she's a different person. Yeah, well, because I'm a firm believer in, like, we are the sum of our memories. So, like, if you change someone's memories or get rid of memories of stuff, they're not necessarily the same person, depending on how much of them is gone. And if she had to do it, like, constantly, she's constantly losing the person she used to be. It's such a tragic life, and she's been doing this for 50,000 years. Yeah, no, it's crazy to think on that scale. Like, fuck, what was 50,000 years ago? What was 50,000 BC? God, it was a fucking Paleolithic era. Alright, yeah, wow. Okay. Man, Fuhua, in terms of in terms of reality, not necessarily the history of the game, is older than agriculture. Don't be
仙
disappointed.
人は
The
大
immortal
巨山
lived
に
in this
長くい
mountain
まし
for
た
many years. You'll find
ここ
thousands
に
of
残
mind
した
seals.
真因をあなたたちが
I'm
探
sure
す
they
答
hold the
えは
answers you seek.
そうだといいですね
Let us hope so.
私はここにい
I
ます
shall rest here. Talk to me if
封
you
印
find
さ
any
れた
more
羽を
sealed
見つけ
feathers,
たら
and I'll
持っ
unlock
て
them
きて
for
こ
you.
の山には様々な
Since
こ
so
と
many
があり
years
ま
have
した
passed, a few seals may be faded
一部
or
の
broken
真
apart.
因の呪力
You'll
は
be
衰
able to read
弱
those
し
directly.
どうして私
Why
た
are
ち
you
に
helping
協力
us?
し
あら
Do you
協
feel
力するのが
uncomfortable
そんなにおかし
receiving
な
help?
ことです
Then Zhao Yu smiled sadly.
では協
Then
力
don't
で
treat
は
it
な
as help.
く
Treat it as
大巨
a
門派の
duty
弟
of a
子としての
disciple of the
責
Taiwan
任だと
school.
思ってくだ
And with that, Lin closed her eyes and said nothing more. I still don't think 50,000 years is enough to justify the, like, how advanced the previous era is and how much was lost. But, like, 50,000 years is a long-ass time. And, like, Kevin also has been around that long, but I think he hasn't been, like, awake necessarily the whole time, I don't think. He's also fueled by rage, which does a
彼
lot for
女の
you.
こと信用できると思う
Do you believe her?
わかりません
Bronya is
で
uncertain,
も
but
あの
Bronya
羽
felt the
から
presence of the
ブローニャは
cosmonger in
確
that
かに
feather.
委員長の存在あの羽は
Bronya
生
feels
き
that
て
the
い
feather is
る
alive and is attempting
そ
to
し
tell
て
us
ブローニ
something.
ャたちに
そうだね
Yeah.
昔みたい
I
に
thought Fuhua
委
would
員
talk
長
to
が
us in the
羽
feather
の
like she
中で
always did
話し
before.
かけてくると思ったのに
Yeah, I figure we're gonna start getting more previous era stuff, especially since we're focusing more now on Fuhua herself. And the more Kevin comes into play, the more we're gonna see previous era stuff because of how intrinsically tied to, like, his motivations for everything it is.
ブローニャもそう思いました
Oh, Elysian Realm is about the previous era. Okay. That's why it's so long. That's why it's not the regular chapters. That's why Haru was in it forever. Okay. Got it. That'll be interesting, then. Bronya thought the
結
same.
局
Instead,
思
we
い出
got
を見
nothing
た
but a
だけ
piece
だ
of
ったね
memory.
落ち込まないでくださいキア
The
ナ
Kiona should not be
彼女も言
disappointed.
ったでしょ
The lady said the
この山に
Cosmonger
は
left multiple
委員
feathers
長が
in this
残した
mountain.
羽が
Yeah,
それは委員
Fuha
長
told
に
me
も
the
聞い
same
た
thing as well. Also, I'm not gonna talk about it directly because they're major story spoilers, but hey Shinsha, have you seen the recent Star Rail leak? Yeah, Fuha told me the same thing as
他
well.
の羽を探しましょう
We should locate and gather more feathers. I haven't. I should look though. I've been shooting. These so much fun. God, I'm enjoying it a ton. But yeah, there's some like major potential story leak that came out yesterday. No, not yesterday. Yeah, yesterday because it was Sunday. There's a lot to it. Oh my god, I'm excited for things. I'm excited for a lot of things in Star Rail. As much as I am like really liking ZZZ, it's definitely Star Rail is still my favorite Hoyo thing. By and large. I had fun with ZZZ so far. Piper spin to win, Salt versus carry me. I don't have a Piper yet. I want her. She's cute. I do like my current squad is Gurren Lagann Power Go, in that I use Rena to apply debuffs and then have Anby stun a unit so Anton can come out and absolutely obliterate. But I'm trying out Nekomata stuff with Anby and Corrin, and then hopefully soon I get Ellen. I'm almost at pity for that, so I would definitely like to play her. But yeah, no, ZZZ is really fun so far. I said it in ZZZ, but I can also make the comparison here. ZZZ feels like a modern HI3. Just like wholly full out. It feels like if they remade HI3, this is what they would have done. Which is why playing as fucking early Kiana and early Bronya sucks shit right now. Honkai will always be my favorite world, but there's impactful Star Rail, such an interesting world. Yeah, the Honkai-verse it's had so long to build up. And even, well, I mean, I would say I like Genshin more than HI3 right now, but especially playing HI3, the implications that you can have and think about for Genshin, yeah, technically it goes back to 2013, which is a much longer time than ZZZ, which started a week ago. I don't know why they gave me these two characters. They suck shit to play as. I only have one character properly appearing to me as a character so far, and she's unreleased, but Piper's my favorite game for gameplay. I have a bunch of characters I want. I want, like, every Bellabog character. I've said it a few times. I want Coleda, Coleda. Yeah, I want the redhead leader of Bellabog, because she is very, very similar design-wise to Tiny One from Alchemy Stars. Unless they deleted it like recently, it should be from like yesterday or the day before. But yeah, it was some stuff about Sunday, and there were models for unreleased characters. But yeah, I'm enjoying ZZZ a lot. Just like the zaniness of it is so fun. I love the protagonists, and the Bang Boos are incredible. I got the Shark Bang Boo, by the way, and I was very, very happy about that. The animations are great in ZZZ. There's so much energy in it. There's so much more dynamic than the relatively stiffness of the Honkai games plus Genshin. I really hope ZZZ, if it does well, like, has them move characters more in Star Rail and especially Genshin. I picked Butler, but I made a misplay realizing I had to hit a 5-star for the Victorian bonus, and I didn't. I'll go for Butler eventually. I have a different one that I'm going for right now.
やはり目が覚めてしまいました。
One week into school, and the girl still could not change her early waking habit. As a resident of the school dorms, a morning jog was no longer possible. Yes, it is. Just go back to sleep. I want the gun bang boost since my main team is already centered with Piper and Corin for physical. I do just love it. It's literally just, it's got a gun on its head. The bang boosts are great. Shinsho want furry man. You'll get him one day. I believe in you. 7:30 a.m. God, why is it so fucking loud? Tired, yawning students. Stop dinging. Tired, yawning students walked out of the dorms. Fucking stop! It keeps going. Time to wake up. Leave me alone. They walked along the cobblestone road to the school gates in pairs of small groups. Yet Hua was still alone, a misfit in the huge crowd of students heading to class. Kira-chan, my news! The zombies of Sapphire have struck again! Ka, I don't want to listen to this! Ka! I heard that the victim this time came from our school. Hey, Shinda.
Zombie? 人を襲う?
Zombie attack?
うちのゾンビのような生き物。
Zombies. That was attacked by a strange
確か
person
父
looking
さん
like
もそれ
one.
に襲われて少し気になりますね。
I'm curious
今のは
about what
誰が
about
話して
that.
いたの
Who
です
said it? Barrel! Hope is first. Congratulations on being first, Hope. Man, every time I see Hoi, I have to think of fucking Don from Inescapable.
どうしたの
Yeah.
元気出しなよ。今日
What's
は
wrong
あん
with
た
you?
の大好
I
き
thought
何軒目だっけ
I this one's for Hope. I have just constantly been thinking of my or no, I've constantly been thinking of Justice. I'm gonna what was it? What was it? I had it perfectly. It's the title of your video. I'm gonna justice my pedal till I force. It's just been in my head for like the last 3 days and I can't get it out. I miss Justice Pedal Force. That game's bad, don't play it. But we had such a good time with it. Isn't it
な
exciting?
いないホラー映
Exciting.
画の見過ぎだ
Jeez.
よ。
Stop watching
キラ
horror
がビビっ
movies.
て泣いちゃっ
It'll
た
be
ら
your
あ
fault
な
if
た
you
のせい
scare
だからね
Kira too badly.
そんなん大したことあらへん
Scare her? That's the least of my concerns. Don't you understand? The thing is... We had a long time with it too. You're absolutely right.
先
この
That
コ
must
ン
be
ク
the
リー
girl.
トジャングルに
The concrete jungle is actually home to many demonic entities. Game's long anyway, we really took our time. I mean, that happens whenever I especially do stuff with people. Because we go on long side rants. That was half the appeal of whenever I did stuff with Soleil.
吸血鬼ゾンビみんな
Vampires,
実在し
zombies,
た
and
んで
monsters, they're all real.
今回は
We even
ニュー
heard
スに
about them
も
on
な
the
ってる
news.
し
そんなのメディアが話題
They
性を
probably
作
came
る
up
た
with
めに
that
書いた
garbage
デ
to
マで
boost
し
their
ょ
viewership.
ゾンビなんているわけない
Zombies simply don't exist.
行こうもうす
Come
ぐ
on,
授
we
業
should
が
be
始ま
heading
る
to
よ
class.
そうや
Oh,
放
wait.
課後
Well, join me
うち
for
と
an
一緒
after-school
に探検
adventure?
せえへん
ね
Hey, that girl in the
あ
uniform
の
has been
子
staring at
ず
you.
っとあな
Do
た
you
を見
know
てる
her?
けど
What?
知ら
No,
ない
not really.
あの子
She has no
ダサい
sense
な
of fashion. She's wearing a school uniform. The fuck do you mean?
聞こ
Hey,
えちゃうで
quiet.
しょ
She can probably hear us.
教室に行きましょう
I'll just head to class. Why girls so
なる
mean?
ほどあの迷いと恐怖は
The confusion and
新
fear
し
of
い環
trying
境
to fit
に慣
into
れ
a
なきゃい
new
けないと
environment,
分かって
but
た
she
のに
was afraid of
変わる
change.
彼女は近づ
She
こうと
approached other
頑張
individuals
り
on
ました
multiple occasions to add them as friends,
でも
but nobody
誰も答
responded.
えてくれなか
I
っ
know how
た
that feels. Alone and friendless, she had to
私
do
も知って
everything on
る
her
よ
own,
今でも
and she remained alone until this very day.
キアノ
I don't know.
委員長は
Why did
ど
the
うして
class
これ
monitors
らの
use these
羽を残し
feathers?
たのでしょう
These feathers are very sad
みんな
memories.
悲しいそれに
And they're
私た
memories
ち
that
の
we
知ら
know
ないこ
knew
とば
nothing
か
about, it would seem.
り私たちに
That the
委員
feathers
長
want
の
us
こ
to
と
know
を
more
も
about
っ
Pupa.
と知
Isn't even breaking school uniform rules? No sense of fashion, true. Energetic girl's a real one? Okay. I warn ya.
委員長にもこん
I
な
didn't
時期が
expect
あった
Suha
と
to
は
have experienced all
知
that
ら
in
な
her
かっ
life
た。
before.
よく考えれば
The
不思議な
experience
こ
was
とで
maybe
はあり
authentic,
ませんが
but Bronya was not
やはり
expecting
少
such
しは委
contents.
員長も
The class monitor was
昔からあ
probably
んな
not born
感じ
this
で
way.
もセーフレイヤーにいた頃の委員長を
But somehow I just felt she would be more like the class monitor of St. Freya. The two
あ
suddenly
の
grew
時の
silent.
委員長
Suha was there to be her handless
命
during
令
that
に
time,
従っ
right?
あれは本当
Was
に
that her true self?
キアナのバカ
The Kiana Idiotka should ask her directly when she returns. Run. Poor Kiana has to get her feet wet. Kablam!
重力制圧開始ファイヤー発射ファイヤーファイヤーファイヤー
This sucks shit, man. Please give me anything else to play as.
ファイヤーファイヤーバニーパンチはっ
I was so mad they made us use these old bouncers again. No, it's really bad. Especially after the maze they had me running in the last things. Like, at least give me the Hersher Kiana power. A literal rock would be more fun.
ダメだ
Now,
羽には
this
封
feather
印
is
がかかって
sealed.
あの人に見てもらえ
Can
ま
we
すか
approach that lady for help?
正直
In Bronya's very
Bronya
humble
は
opinion,
少し心配
Bronya is a
です
little worried about her.
確かに
She appeared at
現
the
れ
right
るタイミン
time
グが
and
偶
must
然
get
に
the
し
right
ては
information we
キ
need.
アナも慎
But
重にな
Kiana
りま
has
した
gained
ね
vigilance. Huh?
と
But am I being too
私
distrustful of other
ちょっと
people?
警戒今の彼女は
She hasn't shown any
ま
bad
だ何
intentions
か
so
を
far,
企ん
though.
でる
害を与えない相
But
手
Anya
なら
believes in trusting
いい人
people.
だと判断
Think
し
of her as a nice person.
100% の
Just
信
makes
頼
you
を寄せる
happy.
べきで
But what
も
if
し
she
彼女
wants to
が
harm
私に害を
us?
それなら
Then do not
どれ
trust
く
her
らい
with
些細
anything
な
at
こ
all.
とでも
とにかく戻って
We
み
should
よ
head
う
back. At least I want to think of her as a nice person. Find Lin Xiaoyu to undo the seal. And it's so slow. You know, the one nice thing about older Bronya suits is she doesn't have the fucking eggs on her ears. I'll never get over it. Literally never. I hate it so much. Beam. I cannot believe people played this game when, like, this was the unit you had.
ファイヤー目標バニーパンチ
ヤッホー私の出番奪わないでよね
Caveman times, really, though. No, Madoka eggs for real. They're awful. The things you play for story, the story wasn't even, like, good yet. Last chapter came... I need to, I posted this in Soleil's Discord. I need to pull up, something, from the guide that I was using, that I used for HI3. I don't know how far back it was. There it is. Save image. Image. Look at this. Look what it tells you as part of the guide. I'm like, what the fuck are you on about? Yeah, cool, I do play Genshin, so it's fine. Are you kidding me? Recommending in the middle of HI3 for you to play Genshin? Do you know how long that will be? I mean, I guess at that point it wasn't that long. But that's crazy. I was in a figure stream earlier and they have a Rise of Atelier. So, there's a bunch of really good Rise of figures. I want some eventually, but no, like I was like, the fact that Genshin came out in like the previous chapters is wild to me, because I'm not gonna say the story only started getting good, because it had been good for like 9 chapters at this point, but there was the idea that at chapter 17 of HI3 Genshin was being released when there was a 7-year gap between them is ridiculous. I would want to look at it, because there's some I mean, I won't be opposed, I like Raz a lot, but there's some Raza figures I like a lot more than others. You've returned.
羽をいくつか
I
見つけ
found
た
a
ん
few
だ
more
けど
feathers. This one is
そのう
sealed
ちの
though,
1枚に
but I like
封印が
Raza.
かかってるの。
Also, I said it in Discord, I think I said it on Twitter, Ryza will be coming back into the rotation once we finish up with ZZZ. There were a lot of chapters at the Academy that have been cut down. Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I have read, that's what I figured, where just a lot of the early stuff was, here's like slice of life fun times that either you can't do or is optional, and this game is terrible at telling you how to do optional things. And so like they might as well not exist. But it's just, I don't know, it's looking at how fast Genshin and Star Rail and even now ZZZ are getting into the story, it's just wild that like it took so many years for HI3 to have good story content. It's just like, I genuinely want to know how this game survived up to the point that it's in. Because the suits from the time suck. It was just, I mean, I guess maybe people like the slice of lifeness. I definitely wouldn't have played it for it, but I guess there's an appeal there. I don't know. I'm like, how did this game live? It was competing with F-Go and F-Go's prime. It was competing with Granblue. Like I think Granblue is still at its prime. But like, you know, in early days of Granblue where it was taking over everything. Did someone have a fan base before because GGZ was the first Honkai game? Okay. So there's no Honkai 1 then. There's only Honkai 2 and 3. I don't understand. Ugh. But yeah, I guess that makes sense, because yeah, I know a lot of people really like Honkai Impact / GGZ. Kind of wild that they shut it down and there's no way to play it. We found a few more feathers. This one is sealed though. I also hear that that's where Wendy is actually a character. Kiana handed Lin Xiaoyu the feather.
すごいですね。
You astound me.
はい。
Really?
大巨山は
For
数千
thousands of
年の
years,
歴史があり、
countless people came to
たく
Mount
さんの
Taiwan,
人々
but
が
none
ここ
found
を
the
訪れ
feathers.
までも
Yet these
あなたた
feathers
ちが
revealed
ここに
themselves
来て
once you
そう
arrived.
何かに感
Have
動
they
したので
sensed
しょう
something?
か。あ、いえ、
Apologies.
気にしな
Pay
い
no
でくだ
heed
さ
to
い。
my word. Lin Xiaoyu held the feather and pushed it towards Kiana. Moth base. The two walked alongside each other in the
対
corridor.
第11律
You
者の
did
戦
well in
闘
the
で
battle against the 11th
君は
Ursher.
一番よく
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
メイは君を
Do you know what
極東に
May
派
is
遣しようと考
transferring?
え
Do
て
you
いる
know that May is transferring you to the Far East?
知りません。
I don't know,
ど
and I
ちら
don't
でも構
care.
いません。
仕方のないことだ
We had no choice. The frequency of Hersher incidents is rising, and our forces are
どん
severely
どん短
depleted.
く戦略的考えを求め
Strategy demands our presence in
僕
different
たちは
cities.
様々な
The
都市に
Mantis
派遣
force will
さ
be
れ
disbanded.
これは博士の決めたことだ
It's Dr. May's decision. I hope you understand, Hua.
命令には従いま
I
す。
will obey.
ふわ
Hua.
ここでも極東でも
I
ソ
don't
ルト
care
レイ
if
ク
I
で
get
も
to
違い
stay
は
or
あり
get
ませ
sent
ん
to。the Far East or Salt Lake.
みんな崩壊
The
に対
Honkai
抗
will
するため
come,
です。
and we will fight it.
その3つの都市に
Our
私た
presence
ち
in
がい
those
れ
cities will reduce the
ば、
loss
死
of the
傷者も
conventional
普通
forces.
の戦士たちが犠牲になることもないかもしれません。
can accept a lot of the terminology that they use in the far past. There's no way the Salt Lake existed in the same form 50,000 years ago that it does now. Yeah, no, that's what I knew. I knew Honkai Gakuen 2 was GGZ in in English. But there was a Honkai Gakuen 1. Zombie Gal Kawaii. Why? Why? I don't understand. Our presence in those cities will reduce the losses of our conventional forces.
まだ根に持ってるんだ。
はい。
You're still angry. I am.
いつもメイ博士を
Why
理
do you
解し
want
てほ
me
し
to
いという
understand
理由
May?
は何です
Do
か？
my opinions matter? Will she
私の
change
意
her
思は対
plans for
局と
me?
関係ありません。
I don't know
私
if
の
they
理
had
解がな
any
いから
hand in that one, but it's very consistent.
May
Well,
Hakase
yeah,
の計画を
of course
変更
it's
したりします
consistent in China and the Japanese. It's Honkai. It's Honkai 1, 2, 3. Like, yeah. Why didn't they give HI3 a weird, funny name in English? They gave the other two really funny names. Also, this is something I really don't understand with the translation. Why is it Honkai? Because it's not Honkai. It is very clearly Hokai. There's no N in the word when they say it. And like every fan translation of it that is going for like actual direct translation is Hokai. On top of that, it's not Impact, it's Eruption. Or no, is it the other way? No, yeah, it's Eruption because second Eruption. Like, and they use the term Eruption constantly. So the name of this game should be Honkai Eruption 3. I don't understand how you get the name. Like, at least it is a quote-unquote correct translation. But how do you get the name of your game wrong when you're localizing it? The U flipped upside down? Yeah, actually, that is literally it. That's really funny. It's so stupid, though. This was also, when I was first trying to get into HI3, and look up stuff on the wiki, which was a mistake, because any Honkai wiki is terrible. I don't, like, Star Rail's different because it's Star Rail. The Honkai is just slapped on there. There's, like, no information on the HI3 wiki, especially. But, like, sometimes it'd be like, oh, here's Honkai Gakuen. Wait, what is this? And, like, it took me a long time to actually understand, oh, these are the same thing? Just the names are different? What? I don't know, this game generally is like, Toho is harder to get into, but, like, it's really, really just impenetrable from the outside. I would never have even considered getting into HI3 if not for Genshin and Star Rail. And again, like, I'm enjoying HI3 now, but it's still just, like, it's kind of terrible. Yes, Toho is very hard to actually get into, because I've tried. I know things about it and stuff, and it's like, oh, I guess can I start here? I don't know who any of these people are. It expects me to know all... Toho just, like, expects you to know a million things that are from extremely scattered areas. It's the Kingdom Hearts experience to an extreme, but I guess also everything matters a little less in Toho because you don't actually need to know the story because it's a very, like, piecemeal thing where every story is just its own event and it doesn't necessarily compound off of things. But it is like, oh, this is referencing this thing from that game. This is referencing this thing from that fan manga. This is referencing that thing from this PC 98 game. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna pretend I understand any of this. I'm sure you can help with my autistic special interest knowledge. I've known a lot of people really into Toho, and I try. It's just very hard. It's very hard. We are, I will also say, there is a Toho game lined up for some point to be played, but probably that will be after Ryza. Which won't be for a while. Actually, no. Atelier is its own slot. It can't be the RPG slot because Atelier just keeps going. But Toho fanon is half of Toho. Like, the fan stuff is so ingrained into everything because so little is actually made by the official Toho stuff. I don't know. I appreciate Toho. It just confuses me greatly. Toho to me is what people think Kingdom Hearts is. But no, yeah, like, this game is kind of impenetrable. Which it doesn't help that it has 15,000 manga that you're supposed to read, but follow a guide.
しませんよね。
You won't. The
ど
doctor
うし
may
て
try
隊
to
長を
understand
討
the
伐する
captain.
かわからない
He
よ。
didn't, even though the captain was your
メイ
friend
博士
and
は
saved
彼
my
女を見
life.
逃しませんでした。あの時、
The captain
彼女は
still
私のこ
recognized
とが分
me
かってまし
and
た。
talked with her human voice. She's no Hersher, but you killed her anyway.
あの口調、
彼女は律者になっ
You
てし
became
ま
a
ったんだ
Hersher. Wah. You know that.
ふわ
I had no choice.
君も分かってるはずだ
I assume this is
僕に
talking
他の
about
選択肢はなかった
Sakura?
博士の命令だって分かってます。
Dr. May's order.
だから私は
Orders.
従いま
I'll
す。
obey, but I
理解
won't
はで
try
き
to
ません。
understand her. But that decision
私
should
に
have
は
been
その権
mine.
利があるはずです。ケビン。博士とあなた自身を一緒にしないでください。
Kevin, don't tie yourself to May.
彼女の代わ
Don't
りに
ask me
私
to
の理解を
understand
求
her.
める必
He
要はあり
doesn't
ませ
need
ん。
my understanding. The
彼女
11th
も必要
Searcher.
としないでしょう。私より
And
彼
they're
女
talking
は
about
改
the
造台で死
captain.
んだ者たち。長編因子で歪んだ者たち。
I guess I don't
第
actually
10
know
の
that Sakura
神の
became
鍵
a
を持ったま
Hersher,
ま
but
死んだ者たちに。
I don't know, that would make sense to me with what I know. You should talk to the soldiers killed by her Icar mods, though wielding the 10th keys.
彼女を理解できるか
She
聞
should
くべ
see
き
if
で
they
す。
would understand her. The walk continued in silence. He did not know what to say, and she felt that she... No, wait, no, because Sakura... Fuck. Did Sakura die to her sister? Or did she die after? Ah, fuck, I forget the actual timeline on that. Because Kevin... No, Kevin was the one that killed her, right? The walk continued in silence. She did not know what to say, and she felt like she had said too much.
僕は中央に残るよ
You can, like, tell me if I'm remembering right or remembering wrong, because I saw all the Sakura stuff twice, technically. I'm just stupid and have the memory of a goldfish. Rin was 12th. Okay, so that wouldn't have been Sakura then. I will stay at the central base. Of course you will.
ふわ
This isn't for her.
僕
Hua.
は彼女のため
I
に
need
そう
your
したわけじゃな
understanding.
い
We're comrades, and
君の理解が欲しいのは
we need a common vision.
君は人類の文明は虫の息だまだ3つの都市はかろうじて残されてるが崩壊の勢いはますます激しくなっている
There are only 3 cities left, and our civilization faces annihilation if the Honkai attacks only grow worse.
第
I don't think you
11
know
律
who
者が死ん
11th
だ
is?
ばかりな
Okay.
のに第12律者がもう誕生した
I wonder if it was a...
彼女は僕たちに拘束されてるがいつどうなるか誰もわからない
Here she's saying, like, the, you know, the captain and all that. Wolves came into being shortly after the death of the 11th. She may be an okay, so, okay, this would have actually reminded me of, or not reminded me, but this would have corrected me on that anyway. Because, yeah, the 12th then is Sakura's sister. She may be in our custody, but no one knows what's
僕た
next.
ち融合戦
This
士
is
は
before they killed her.
戦い続ける運命だ
We mantises must keep
失
fighting.
敗などあ
We
りえ
cannot
ない
afford to fail. We must win this war at any
僕たちが
cost.
プア
Wow.
僕たちを理
I
解
need
して
you
ほしい
to truly understand this.
本
The
当
fate
の
of humanity rests upon your shoulders. The two arrived at an intersection. Kevin nodded at Hua.
さくらのところに行ってくる。じゃあ。
I completely forgot this conversation existed, and it's important. I see. Oh, well, yeah, also, here you go. I'm heading this way to meet up with Sakura. Well, she's not dead yet.
ええ、また。
I actually genuinely forget how Sakura died now. What, did Kevin kill her, or was it just to the hurt of corruption? Or did she kill herself after Rin died? It was one of those three. Boss saw Kevin disappearing into the opposite end of the corridor and shook her head. Well, Kevin didn't kill Rin. He might have killed the actual, like, Hersher form. But, the random guards killed Rin. Which led, the Hersher of Corruption to actually actualize. And then Sakura, like, kind of lost it. That I remember. Like, I remember the actual core of that story very well. I forget how it ended for Sakura. This Kevin, he must be the Kevin Castellano of the Word Serpent. Yeah, Fuha said they know each other. The key phrases mentioned include the 11th Hersher, the 10th Divine Keys, Mantis. If this memory is real, then the memory segment must have taken place during the previous era. Pensy with the gift sub to Shimsha. Thank you, Pensy. Yeah, Sakura died. Caps usually signify previous era. No, I don't have any issue like differentiating the timelines on stuff. And yeah, the capitalization. Listen, a very Tsukihime was a formative series for me. Cap locks to indicate like alternate use of name is very, very understandable to me. Same with May being in all caps. Ugh, hickeys. I shouldn't call it that. I should not call them that. Hiccups. Because there's a lot of usage of that in Nasu stuff in general. Usually, especially if their name is Shiki. If this memory is real, then the memory segment must have taken place during the previous era. So, Suhua wasn't just the guardian of Shenzo. She was already fighting the Honkai in the previous era? Well, why didn't she tell us this? Why is she always doing things on her own? The Kiyono should be aware of another possible explanation. Maybe Class Monitor has forgotten these memories herself. That's definitely it to some degree, at least. I think she knows some of it, because we have seen her have flashes and stuff. She does recognize Kevin, at least to some level. So she has some level of remembrance, but she's purged a lot. What did you see? The life of Master Phoenix from a really, really long time ago. A really, really long time ago. Then Zhao Yu softly repeated the words. What was she like? Was she living in Shenzhou? What was she wearing? I'm not really sure. I just know that she's a soldier fighting in a war. A war? Against the Honkai. You know about the Honkai. It's nothing to be surprised about. After all, it's just a word. Then Zhao Yu gave a bitter smile. In Shenzhou, we call it Zenki. Zenki, essence, or the Yaoki corruption. Our school has one rule: no mercy for the corrupted. A simple rule that led to so many tragedies. Sometimes I wonder why Master Phoenix would establish such a rule. I can only try to imagine what she must have been through. Is it
私は
seems
永
that I'll
遠
never
に知
find
る
out?
ことはないみすみません。
Apologies.
くだらない
My
感想
dull
で
soliloquy
時間
must
を
have
取らせ
wasted
まし
much
た
of
ね。
your time. Yeah, my problem with playing the way that I'm playing HI3 is I remember the major events, I remember the core emotions of stuff, but I'll forget very specific parts that are kind of important, like how character died, or, you know, like at the beginning of this, oh right, Otto fucking shot her.
ゲームオーバー。ファイヤー。
Like, it's usually not the most important thing that I forget, but it's important enough that it's like, oh,
あのお姉
oh,
さん
I'm
の
stupid.
話。
間に落ちたものは
No
死
mercy
す
for the corrupted. She seemed to be very
彼
affected
女
by
は
it.
かなり気にしてるみたい。委員長が作ったル
Fuha
ール
probably established that rule. If those memories are true, Fuha should really hate the Honkai. Well, I mean, anyone from the previous era absolutely would. They, like, their world is gone.
ファイヤー。
Why are we not holding? There's some details you don't think would be brought that are. There's a ton of shifting perspectives. That is also definitely true. Like, we're going between characters constantly, and a bunch of them, and timelines and things. So I'm just like. Also, like I said last time, I play these with like enough time in between that to forget things, but not long enough in between to like talk and analyze things. Like, I'm caught up in Star Rail, right? So I'm going to be thinking about and talking about events. Like, I remember all of Penacony really easily. One, because I did it like on my own, which helped. But even that, like, I talk about it with people. I've watched my friends go through it after me. We talk about like, oh, what's gonna happen next? What's going on? I don't have that for this. I just go on to the next chapter, and I'm also playing, you know, 4 other games in a week. It makes it hard sometimes. Who needs to remember things? Memory isn't real. It's just a key. Memory is the key. Wake up! Come on, wake up! The voice cried out desperately. Oh,
私は
did I pass out?
そうだぞ。
You did. Oh, this is the character that supposedly we're getting an XP of in Star Rail. You did.
もう今月で3
And
回
now
目
the
だよ。
third time this and for the third time this month.
せい。
Don't push yourself too
あまり
hard,
無理しては
Phoenix.
ならぬぞよ。
すみません。
I'm sorry. I just
近
felt a
頃
little
少し
tired.
疲れてまして。
頭痛か？
Do you have a headache?
はい。
頭は痛い
Headache?
か？
Does your head hurt?
時々。
まった
Sometimes.
く。睡眠が足りぬぞよ。
融合選手は睡
Mantis
眠
just
が
don't
足り
need
なく
that
ても
much
平気です。
The leaks for, what is her name? Lingshu? The Abundance character we're getting soonish, who was one of the silhouettes they showed in the previous stream. The original leak for them said it was a XP of these two. Or one of these two. I'm gonna poke you to talk about Best Girl when she's here properly so you won't remember. Wait, you're gonna poke me about it so I won't remember? Mantises don't need that much sleep.
そっちは人間
Nonsense!
だよ
You're human and
人
you
間は休
you're
息が
human and
必
you
要だ
need
よ。
sleep. Healthy are those who rest their mind and body well.
健康が。
はいはい。
No, I like the idea that you're gonna poke me so that I won't remember. Banned from knowledge. Fine. I promise to get some decent sleep every night. Great. Now go ahead and destroy these beasts so we can go home after this. Oh. I almost punched them. I'll talk about her so much that you won't remember anything else about the game. Understandable. I still don't really understand this Fuhua. Like, I know how to use her, but I don't really understand the stacks and all that. It's okay, I never figured it out either, and I actually had her. That's part of the problem with playing this, how the story presents it also, is you don't stay with any character long enough to actually figure them out, but it's fine, you know, like, they work to get you through the story, and that's all they need to do. Oh, I thought I, like, the camera shift and, color shift there, I thought I activated, like, a secret burst. As I said, character is the main reason I really miss my HA3 account and have considered restarting the game for. I understand, I don't understand, but I understand. Oh, that was interesting. I haven't disliked any unit of hers, they're definitely not my favorite, though. Is it hurting again? How does it feel? It feels like a massive swelling, a sudden painful flood of memories that disappears just as quickly. The headache is getting more frequent as well. Phoenix, you're not like us. Regenerative powers of your metamorph ichor will keep your brain cells alive. Mortals will die, but you will live on forever. And that will mean you will retain all your memories. Forgetting them will become an impossible dream. A fleeting moment of us will be a permanent memory growing within you that eventually fills up your mind. Your task to keep an everlasting vigil. The headaches are signs that your brain is fighting against this. And that is why Dr. May gave you Fen Huang down. I know. Don't be so stubborn. I'll live with it for a while. Just let me hold on to them. Use Fen Huang down to erase useless memories. If you miss them, you can temporarily store them in the Divine Key. So yeah, this was what I expected. She's keeping them because she doesn't actually want to lose the memories, and she's not getting rid of everything from a time period. She's just like, you know, she's doing what I have to do when I need to download a new Star Rail update. She's deleting all the pictures that don't matter off of her phone. This also is just making me think of please everyone read and or watch Undead Unluck. It's incredible. One of the best characters in it is Nico, whose ability is unforgettable, and he literally cannot forget anything. And the story parallel here is real. You literally see a physical toll on him. He has giant, like, bags under his eyes, like he's always tired, because he cannot forget anything, and it, like, drives his personality kind of insane at times, and I love him. He's great, and everyone in Undead Unluck is great. Please read Undead Unluck. This is post-extinction. Okay, I was wondering, because they're calling her Phoenix, and everyone in the previous era called her Fuhua. Being immortal is the worst curse? I disagree, but it has its downsides. I wish to be immortal forever, and by wish I mean I am. Never forgetting is even worse. So in a setting where, like, it hurt to remember, I would say, like, there's a literal physical cap on it. That's probably true. I think it would be worse to forget. I point you to the Granblue 10th anniversary, where the man forgot he had a daughter. Poor Melon. It's okay, I'm gonna take better care of Sabrina and Melly. I wouldn't say the worst curse, but I agree with the idea that one should never get true immortality, always leave some way out. So, I've always thought that, like if I had 3 wishes, right? One would be that I have like immortality, and 2 that I could always move to, like I would always teleport to the closest thing of true sentience beyond, you know, like a certain amount of space. So like if all humans died, I'd end up either in, like, you know, an alien world where there's sentience, or if there is no other sentient alien life in the universe, it would teleport me to another universe where there is. And those are my, like, cheat conditions for it. No, I think forgetting is worse. Again, unless it takes, like, an actual literal physical toll on you. Like, Nico in Undead Unluck, it, like, it exhausts him, clearly, and there is a strain, but it's not enough that he's actually hurting from it. But he's also only, like, in his 40s. He's not 50,000 years old. But no, like, Melon forgetting Fenny is crazy. He forgot about Sabrina at one, or I forget what her name was before she was Sabrina at one point, and I think that's worse. I'm more thinking about never forgetting pain, or all the people you lose in your infinite time lifelines. I just can't imagine the pain. I think forgetting that they exist would be worse. I would rather know someone and have lost them, especially if I'm an immortal being with, like, the understanding that that's going to happen, and be able to remember the times that we had, rather than forget about them and then at some point be reminded that they exist and realize that I forgot about them. I think that's way worse. Because again, we are the sum of our memories. And if you start forgetting stuff like that, you lose a lot. Yeah, always forget all the good things, never be able to forget the bad things. I wish I didn't have that issue. If you don't use the key, you can approach that mantis for a simple mental adjustment. In any case, you should quickly decide, for your sake, living with this condition will only make it worse. Immortality is scary, but it also is good. I want to experience all the world has to offer and all the stories that exist. Hey, quit chatting already. There's a huge beast coming for us. I want to be one of the elders of the universe in Marvel. Last of my kind, totally immortal, has cosmic power and specializes in something. I will keep the library of all the stories of the universe. My archive will expand eternally. That thing was huge. I should come up with a name for it. Maybe on Honkai levels this area drops after it was defeated. Great, so this turned out to just be an occasional anomaly. A true Honkai event has yet to occur. That means we still have plenty of time for Project Ember, eh? Hey, why are you two looking so sad? It's time to head back to Mount Taiwan. Lucy, you asked why I didn't do anything about my memories before. I guess I was being selfish. I was just an ordinary girl before the Icar mods, but I still remember that life. I came from the slums of a metropolis. I was neither a metropolitan or a villager. I didn't know where I belonged. Life for me was just to get into college, find a job, or head back to the slums and run my father's dojo. I was just a scared little girl. I had nothing to do with the world's fate or humanity's survival. And tens of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye, and I'm here, in this form. That little girl remained in my heart. Whenever I rested, I would see her looking helplessly at me. What exactly happened in all those years? What bound us together? What changed her into who I am? She and I were the same person. 2 points of a single
私たちは
continuous
長い
line
時の
of the
線の
myriads
最
of
初と
me's of
最後
every
にい
single
る
moment,
その無数
and
の
each one
私
of
が
me
残
has
した
left
のは
behind a memory.
思い出を捨てた
My
ら
life will fall apart if
私
I
の
give
人
up
生
the
はバラ
memories.
バラになり
I'll
ます
no longer know who I was. If I
過去
see
を
her
振り返っ
again,
た時制服を着
that
て
frightened,
不安
confused
そ
little
うな
girl in her
幼い
awkward
私を見
uniform.
ても
I won't know how she became
彼
who
女
I
は
am.
どう
So
私に
this
なっ
is
た
this
か
is what I was saying. This is
私
my
はどうして
philosophy
今の
before.
姿になった
If
か
you
わからなくなります
if you get rid of point B, the connection from point A to C doesn't really make sense. And obviously she does purge some memories, but like if you get rid of too much, you genuinely like lose who you were. The previous, it stopped being a continuous line, like she said. It stops being one person and it's, oh, who was this person I used to be? That's not me.
私が何のために今まで頑張ってきたか
No one know what kept me going till this very day.
しかし分かっています
I will, Fushi.
復帰さ
I will.
分かっていますよ
Just let me hold on to these memories for a
で
while.
ももう少し
That
眠
night,
れません
I
ね
can't sleep, but I've promised
ジ
Nua
ョカ
I'll
と
try to
約
get
束
some.
したとい
The
うのに
only real argument against immortality that I've ever actually bought into, especially like as a species, is star rails. The immortality that the Xianzhou people that were cursed by Yaoshi is one that, like, oh, you know what, maybe that's not actually a good way to live, especially like Don Shu being blind and having the technology to be able to fix her eyes and getting that fix done only for her blind eyes to grow back, causing her pain is as it tries to like replace these implanted things that she has, is crazy. That's awful. And knowing that at some point that you don't know when you're going to get Mars stricken, like it will happen at some point, is awful. Now, there is definitely, hold on, I gotta sneeze. There are arguments to be made about the Mars stricken that I think the how to describe it, the zeal of the hunt in the Xianzhou kind of makes worse, because we know two Mara-stricken characters that still have sentience. Blade is Mara-stricken and still has sentience, and Jingliu is Mara-stricken and still has sentience. They're both constantly, like, in pain, clearly, but I think the idea the Xianzhou has about the Mara struck of like, oh, we have to get rid of them immediately, they're this evil curse, whatever, has like stopped any developments to potentially actually learn ways to deal with or fix the Mara struck. And I think if they still were followers of the abundance rather than the hunt, they would probably make steps to that. Which is why, in a lot of ways, I actually think the what are they called? The Don Shu's group, I think, have valid points, and I think are kind of right. Oh, this isn't spoilers. You've passed this, Cinda. If you're in Penacony, you've passed all of this. These are just like character details or like notes that you read. I'm actually gonna put that in chat to make sure you know it. Okay. I don't think it's ever actually said in the story. It's not said in the character quest, it's not said in anything. It is just a character detail that you can find. I forget if it's in her profile or in a, character, or in like a readable. These are all background details. They're not actually, they're not spoilers, because they're not anything that's shown up in the story. It's in the character trailer. Okay. What was the trailer? Yeah, no, I think the denizens of abundance like definitely have valid. The hunt has valid reasonings. The cancer world that Yaoshi made is definitely reason enough to be like, hey, maybe the abundance isn't great actually. But like they're also at the same time they're so against the hunt is so against the abundance that they go straight to kill rather than let us like look into this and be able to try to find solutions to it. Because the way that Blade became Mara-stricken is not normal. I actually forget if Jingliu is a natural Mara-stricken or if she was also influenced by things. But regardless, yeah, that's all that to say though, like there is definitely an argument against the immortality in Star Rail because that description of the eyes by Don Shu was absolutely crazy. And I was like, oh, this is nightmarish actually. If you're not like an able-bodied person. Probably even if you are an able-bodied person. I think I heard someone talking. Was that how she felt? Yeah. Things are happening just as Dr. May expected them to. Obvious flaws, developing identity disorders, and rejecting memory rearrangements. Should we initiate the next phase? What do you think, Fushi? Next phase? What is the next phase? I don't want to do that. Why? I'm no hero. I'm simply following Dr. May's orders when entering the cryopods and guiding Phoenix along. Okay. So there is a gap between the extinction and here. She wasn't necessarily actually awake for all 50,000 years. I don't like May, and I don't like this mission. I'm just doing the things I've been told to. But I like Hua. Yeah. And I happen to agree with you as well. Consider the Thief Phoenix living her life instead of carrying out May's projects for restoring human civilization. She should not be May's tool for defending humanity or fighting the Honkai. I refuse to see Phoenix turning into that. I very much can't wait till we get a full, like, how would I describe it? I guess Elysian Realm, when we get actual May characterization segments, because she seems like kind of an awful person, but that like she was driven to that by the circumstances of what was going on. Because like she is very much, I'm going to save humanity, whatever the cost of that is. And when the opposing outcome is the extinction of the human race, I think that's valid. But yeah, I can't wait to actually see her in full. We can only delay the inevitable. And that will be enough, Fushi. We will die, but not her. She will meet others who know nothing of May's project. They'll be her true friends. Our stories will end, and her story will begin. Her face and reactions changing as she listens to this is heartbreaking. She's gone through, like, I don't know that she ever really got angry, but it was like frustration to shock to just like, this is just sad acceptance to me. She knows what's going to happen. She knows what has to happen. And she knows she can literally do nothing about it. Kiana. What? Hey. What happened, Rania? Where am I? You are currently located at Mount Taiwan. Oh, right.
そうか
Of course.
私
So,
どう
what
やって
happened to
意
me?
識を失ったみたいに何
You
度呼ん
phased
でも
out
反
and,
応があ
and
りま
failed
せ
to
んでした
respond to loud verbal cues.
少し変です
This is an anomaly.
どういうこと
We
か
must
聞い
ask
てみ
her
まし
about
ょう
this. I don't know why they gave us these ones. We're here to control our Hersher powers. Give me the Hersher versions of them.
キアナ
Stop making me
大
fight.
丈夫ですか
大丈夫
These fights are absolutely unnecessary. I think the lore would have actually made sense if there were less Honkai here. Yeah, they're controlling their powers by not I mean, actually, that is how Kiana is controlling her powers. That one is explicit. But Bronya just got them from Welt. Their, like, reason is clearly, like, the most controllable version of the Hershers. Give me the Hersher reason back. Why does this only have one arm? I also genuinely... Fuck you mean? Okay, the path here. I got so genuinely just frustration shocked of that. The Hersher reason form is really fun. I want to go back to it. Oh my god! There's a fucking cooldown on her laser too. Like, you can't even just fire it. How did people like this game? Please die. But no, yeah, Kiana explicitly, like, is controlling her powers by not using them. Bronya, that's not the case for. Hop, 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 hop. But also, yeah, let me run fucking faster. Why do I have to go so slow across these areas? Oh, it's so frustrating.
それはボーガです。
We had an episode of Wangwu where she forgot her own
ボ
identity.
ーガですか
Wangwu.
過去にも似たよう
It
なこ
happened
とがあ
before.
りました。
A girl was once enticed by a mind
凡
seal,
人が
lost her
深淵に
identity,
吸い込
and
ま
thought
れ、
she had become an Imperia.
最後意志が盤石ではな
Those who
く、
are weak of mind, dissatisfied with their lives,
自身に不満
are
や
prone
幻
to
想を抱い
fantasizing,
て
are
いるも
vulnerable
の
to
は
this state.
おかしい。
Strange. You
あ
don't
なたは
exhibit these
そういう
vices.
人ではない
Means
は
Master
ず。
Phoenix really didn't teach you the blade mantra
師匠は
Swara.
本当に
今さら真
He said I was a little too old to learn the blade
少し
mantra.
お姉さん
Master Lin,
謙信とは
what is the blade
一体
mantra?
どういう
謙信。
Kiana slowly Naruto running towards the location. I hate it. Let me
武
run
を学ぶ
faster.
者の心境です。
Warriors believe the blade
しかし、
mantra is a state of
ご
mind.
く一部の
Only a
大
few
巨門派
disciples
の
of
弟子だ
Taiwan
け。
knew its true component.
本物の
The
謙信
Swara.
は、それは
The Swara is a vocalized mantra with 462 syllables that has never been written down. Then how do you know it's the same
力を
words?
コントロールする方法
Will
は
that teach me how to control my
その中に
powers?
そうかもしれません。
Perhaps.
謙信血の
Only
奇妙な
Master
ところ
Phoenix
は、
knew what the blade Swara
師匠
meant.
の他
To
に、
us, it is only a
その
strange
意味
chant
を
that
知って
carries
い
no
るし
meaning.
かし、
Yet the mere act of
心の
reciting
中
it
で
in your heart
唱える
activates the effects of the
それ
Swara.
は体を
It
強くし、
forges, hardens, and strengthens your body into a conduit and
知
your
らぬ間に
mind into a
そ
reservoir.
の謙信血
The blade
なん
Swara
だか
appears
催
to be a
眠術
form
み
of
たいです。
subliminal or hypnotic device.
謙信は
It appears that
一
this
気に
blade
覚える
mantra
こと
can
が
only
で
be
きない
mastered through years of hard
ど
work.
うして委員
But
長は
why
教え
won't
てくれ
Buha
なか
teach
った
me?
委員長には
The class monitors are
委員長なり
probably
の
has their own
考えがあった
ideas.
ボーガが発
You're
生した
tired.
ということは、
That's why you forgot your identity.
あなた
You should
は
rest for the
疲
day
れ
and
てい
continue
るという。
tomorrow. taken so many tangents. We're not even through chapter 20 and it's been 2 hours.
キアナ、そろそろ休んだ方がいいです。
Looking on the short list right now. Sure. Yeah,
明
let's
日
look around
また
tomorrow.
探そう。
The night passed. Yeah, we've got a ways to go still in chapter 20. I'm gonna try to get through this whole like saga, but we'll see. I am unfortunately I slept like shit. Is this story or is this just this is probably just combat. The room was small but clean. Hua sat by her bed and stared out through the window. Days passed since monsters attacked Sapphire. Hua saw no one being given this room. Drones delivered her meals. Sometimes she thought about the possibility of humanity going extinct. Yo! It was a woman's sound. The door opened and the lady who saved her at Sapphire walked in.
こんにちは。
Hi.
水臭いじゃない？
Let's skip pleasantries. How are you feeling? Hua shook her head. She had so many questions but did not know how to ask
そ
them.
の外は
Excuse
どう
me?
なってますか？
What's it like outside?
外？ああ、青海市のこと。
Would you rather sleep
Anta wa
like
mou
shit
aomishi ni
or
inai wa.
shit while
ここは私たち
sleeping?
の基地よ。安心して。ここは安全よ。
If I had to shit myself every night in order to actually feel properly rested on a daily basis, I'd probably deal with that. Honestly. Oh, I'm exhausted all the time. I never feel actually truly properly rested. Like genuinely, I'm tired all the time and no amount of rest like fixes it. It sucks. Side, you mean Sapphire? You're not in Sapphire. This is our base. Don't worry, it's very safe
言
here.
いたいことがたくさんある
You'll
よ
have
ね。
time to talk later. I
後で
want
時
you to
間を
listen
作
to
ってあ
me
げるわ。
first, but I warn you, I don't waste
心
time
の
on
準備をしておきな
crybabies.
さい。これからあんたに伝え
What
る
you're
のは
about to hear are
悪いお
news
知らせばかりよ。
is news so terrifying that you'd
現実では
wish it's a bad dream.
信じられないほ
But
ど
they're
の
all
悪いお
real.
知らせ。準備ができたら
Now tell
私
me
に
when
言い
you
なさい。
think you're ready to hear them. The lady did not sound very serious, yet her words reflected the gravity of this matter. Hua nodded. The lady gave a long sigh.
青海市はなくなった。
Sapphire's gone. The
今回の
disaster
災
took
害
out
は
nearly the entire
都市をほ
city.
ぼ全壊さ
We
せた
saved a few survivors like you and housed
ご
them
く
here.
私があんたを助けた
I
から
saved you, so you're in my
あんたは
care.
私の責
I'm here
任
to check if you're mentally sound enough to
あ
be
んたの精
discharged.
神まず
You'll
あん
be
たた
shipped
ち
to
はオーストラ
Australia
リアに
first.
送られる
You can then apply for a
そこ
place
で
to
行きたい
go.
場所の申
Don't
請がで
worry,
きる
we'll pay for this trip.
しかし
But your
ど
options
こ
are
にでも
quite
行けるわけ
limited.
じゃないわ
The disaster struck
今回
quite
の
a
被
few
災範囲
places.
は非
We've
常に
yet to
広く
contain the incident.
長い戦いになる
This will be a long battle. But you should not be concerned with the
あんたた
war.
ちとはあまり関係がないけど
So, it was previous era Himiko then. That was the 11th Hersher. Because she said it was the captain that saved her that became the 11th Hersher. Hua was still shocked by this turn of
青
events.
海市が
Hellfire gone?
なく
ええ
Yes.
こうも
The school. The lady shook
ま
her
だ
head.
学校のことを気にして
Just
る
thinking
の
about school. Live behind, get as far away from Sapphire as you
言う
can.
ことを聞きなさい
Heed my advice.
人生はい
Life
つだ
can
って
suddenly deal a
予想
terrible
外のこ
hand.
とが起きる
The
の
best way is to forget.
それはどう
Where are
し
you
ようもない
from? Hua mumbled the name of a place. Well,
残念だけど
I'm sorry.
東アジ
Most
ア
of
地
East
域は
Asia has been
ほ
hit
とん
by
ど
the
災害の影
disaster.
響を受けて
There
る
is no survivor from that
Anta ga-
place. The lady said nothing more. She looked at Hua with sympathy.
もう少し一人にするわ
I know it's hard to accept
辛い
this.
のはわかるか
I'll
ら
leave you alone for a while and come back tonight.
一体
Really
事
happened?
故
An
天
accident?
災
A disaster?
隕石
How about a meteor? None of these will
どう
fool
考
you.
え
You
るか
saw
はあん
everything
たの
that
自由
day.
でも
Just come
ど
up
う
with a
した方
story
が
that you can believe
一番
in.
楽で役に
You're
立
still
つ
young.
か考えるべきよ
Don't give yourself bad dreams every night.
真実を知りた
I
いで
want the
す
truth.
どうして
Why? Hua was silent. Why did she ignore the sirens at the airport and run back to the city? Who was she trying to save? Your dad. Probably. It was a blur. She would have died if she stayed in the airport and would not have to live with the tragedy. Hua found herself caught in a daze in the existential crisis. Nothing felt certain, not even her own existence.
自分にできること
I
を知
want
り
to
た
know
いで
what
す
I can do. Don't worry, you'll have a lifetime to figure that out.
でも今知りた
I
いん
need
です
an answer right now. I want to
一生
spend a
分の時
lifetime
間で
doing
それを
things
考
instead of
える
figuring
ので
them
は
out.
なく
The lady looked at Fuhua.
この会話はたくさん
I
の
had
人た
this
ちとした
conversation with many people, and they all wanted hope.
彼らは私から
After all, their
希望
lives
を
were
求めよ
brutally
うとする
destroyed.
希望がなければ
They can't imagine a
どう
life
やって
without
生きて
hope
い
or
ける
even
か
find the
生
urge
き
to
る
live
べきでも
on.
ね
But I can't
希望
afford
は
to
そ
give
う簡
everyone
単に
hope.
あげられる
I
も
can
のじゃ
only
ない
give you a spark. You'll have to ignite
私
it
が理解で
yourself.
きたら
Give me
今
your
夜
answer
返事をちょうだい
tonight. You will have the truth,
真
but
実
you'll
を
have
教
to
える代
carry
わ
this
りに
burden for the rest of your life. The lady looked into Hua's
私
eyes.
にもこういう会
I
話があっ
once
た
had
わ
this talk and faced the same choice, girl.
だから
So make sure you
よく
think about it
考えなさい。
carefully. The silence felt so long, the lady turned around to leave. Hua decided to cut it short.
それでも知りた
Give
い
me
で
the
す
truth. The lady sighed but smiled, and Hua knew she had her
ついて
approval.
きなさい
Come, we
あ
have a
んたの
place
た
for
めの
you.
場所があるわ
Yeah, na.
おはようございます
Yeah.
おはようブローニャ。
Hurry up. Get to where you need to walk to so that I can talk to you. Oh. What? Okay. Oh. The bridge is fixed. Hello, pretty lady.
遠慮はいりません
No need for pleasantries.
したいことを
Go
し
and
に
do
行っ
what
て
you
くだ
must.
それと
This is for you. Lin Jiayu extended her hand. Two feathers hovered above her clean, pale palm.
あなたたちが休
I
んでいた
found them while you were
間に
resting. Wow.
ありがとう。
Thanks a lot.
どういたしま
You're
して
welcome. The feather gave off a bright glow.
おはようございます
Good morning. Me.
今日の授業は
Today's schedule.
数学
Two sessions of
数学
math, physics, art,
連続で
grammar, and PE.
体育か
I don't like PE. Her excellent performance in PE class attracted a great deal of attention. Yet Hua felt that her classmates were talking bad about her when they whispered to each other while looking on.
やっとお昼休みですか
I was about to get real mad again. This time. Noisy students rushed out of the classroom and made for the canteen. Hua, however, slowly packed her stationery and thought about lunch.
麺が食べたい
I
気分
miss
です
having
ね
noodles. 13:30. Hua sat on a bench in the
も
school
うお腹
plaza.
が空いてき
I
ま
can
し
feel a little
た
hungry now. Hua avoided the crowd when having her meals. Her generous appetite also attracted attention. She tried having normal-sized meals, but her stomach soon protested loudly against her choice.
放課後はど
So
こ
where
へ
should we head after school? Hua heard a few girls
勘
talking.
弁してよこっ
Leave
ち
me
は寝
alone.
た
I
い
need
の
sleep. Mood.
明日になったら
Just leave
何時間で
tomorrow.
も寝
This
てい
is
い
the
けど
only day in the week where we're free to head outside. I know this great place. The chatting girls eventually walked away.
そういえば
I guess I can head
放課後
downtown
は
after
街に
school.
出らよし
It's
麺
decided.
を食べに
I
行き
shall
ま
have
しょう
noodles. 14:30. 15:30. 16:30. 17. Oh no, it's 18.
よし
Fuck you.
行きましょう
Alright, let's go.
やっぱり麺は美味しいですね
Oh, it's making me walk
節度を
slowly.
守れば大丈夫でしょう
I can have more if I save a little. Once a month? No, let's make it
半
twice a
月に
month.
一度食べられ
Yeah! Why am I not allowed to just go downstairs? Why did I have to go through a teleport? Yeah, don't get me closer! No!
まずい
Someone needs help. It's her, energetic girl. Oh no, zombies! So energetic girl is a true one. She does actually have a design. get out of here.
走って
Run! She kind of looks like... I mean, her skin color isn't right, but the eyes really remind me of Siren. So down! I don't think I can run anymore.
もう
I think
持ってこない
we got away. The girl gave a relieved sigh.
くれて
I didn't know this was Energetic Girl, but I recognize her. I see. Like, nothing actually else about her yells Siren to me. It's just the eyes. Thanks for saving my life.
なんやったん
What the hell was that? A real zombie? I thought it was just a cheap tabloid story.
わかりません
No, dear, but it's dangerous. You should avoid dark alleys at night.
そやな
Fine.
ごめん
Look, I'm sorry getting this
ひど
mess.
い目に
Wait,
遭わせ
are
て
you wearing the uniform of my school?
待って
And you
どっ
look
かで見たこと
familiar.
1年3組で
I'm a
す
freshman from class 3.
なんや知らん
Oh,
子や
I'm from
った
class
か
5. So I didn't know you. But that's alright. We know each other now.
もう
It's
遅い
late.
ので
I'm heading back
学
to
校に
school.
戻り
You
ます
should do this as well.
なら一緒がええ
Well, we should head back together. This place is giving me the creeps. The girl suddenly held on to Hua's arm and sent her into a silent shock. If it weren't for you, I'd definitely be dead.
うちもあんたすごかったで
And you're so super awesome. Did you do some of that legendary kung fu thing?
あんなに高く
You
飛ぶな
jumped
ん
like
て
so many meters into the air. It's like crazy awesome stuff.
そうやまだ
Oh
名前
right,
を聞い
I
て
didn't
へん
even
か
know
った
your name. Hey, can you at least say something? No. Fuck you.
あのゾンビって
The zombies. I assume zombies we're fighting now, right?
そうだと思います
It's very likely.
あの時
Perhaps
点
the
で
Honkai eruption was
崩
about to
壊は
happen
も
at
う
that
起きてい
time.
たんで
Yeah.
でもあの時
But
の委員
wasn't
長
Fuha
は
just an
ま
ordinary
だ一
girl?
般人だったよ
Even
ね
then, she could take on the zombies
ゾ
fair
ン
and
ビ相手に
square.
さすが委員長だ
No wonder she's the bomb student in our school.
相手の女の子も
It does also show
委員長
that
に見とれて
the
ましたね
the Hershers got more and more, or not just the Honkai definitely got more and more advanced as time went on, which we've been told. But like actually seeing that, yeah, Fuhua was able to take them on as a normal person means they've gotten stronger over time. And that girl seemed to like her very much.
今までの思い出
She
では
was alone in the
いつも
previous
一人
memories.
友達ができて
I think Fuha must be happy to make a friend. Yeah. Friend. She's definitely not going to die horribly and or turn into a Hersher. Definitely. Yeah, they've specifically said that like it gets stronger as technology improves. Which is weird because the previous era had better technology. Oh, wait, do I have to talk to Braun now?
もう一枚羽があ
There's
ります
another feather.
休
It's finally
そうで
out!
すね
Great,
Yeah,
you can
so
finally
that's
take a
it.
break. They have better technology, but not better technology for fighting Honkai. That makes sense. Right, because they didn't have the Mantis or the Moss yet. They didn't have Valkyries. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. They didn't have any Divine Keys.
また制服
Are you
や
still wearing that uniform? Or, well, they
お父さん
probably
用意
started
したんや
to
ろ
have the Mantis and the Moss at this point. Are you still wearing the uniform, Hua? What happened to all those nice clothes I picked for you?
制服は丈夫で
The
汚れ
uniform
に
is
も
pretty
強い
sturdy
です
and
から
dirt doesn't show up that easily. You're definitely not wearing the stupid uniform.
それが学
I
校で
guess
制
this is
服を
why
着
you
ない
never
理
wear the
由です
uniform
か
at school.
当たり前や
That's right. I look super lame if I dress like everyone else.
寮
Let's
に
go.
戻るで
Back to the
どう
dorms.
してですか
Why? To get you changed. I think school uniforms are sick,
これを着て帰
actually.
ったらきっとみんな
Isn't
驚
it?
く
You'll
で
give your family a surprise when you head back. You look absolutely gorgeous.
私をからかって楽しんでます
Interesting. Why am I feeling that you're making fun of me?
ちゃうちゃう
I would never ever
アイデ
do
アを出してあ
that.
げとる
I
んや
gave you a super splendid idea.
せっかくの
Go home in
帰省
school
やし。
uniform is super
や
lame.
めましょう父が驚いて何かあったら困ります
Interesting. All right. I think I know why they do it, but the idea that a culture that was lost 50,000 years ago has the same aesthetic principles as modern day is like actually absurd. I don't know, maybe the imaginary tree has something to do with it, but it's just like, no, they would have completely different sensibilities. I used it a lot. You used this outfit a lot when you played. Interesting. There's a lot more skins in this than like in Genshin, right? I don't really want to scare my dad though. He might not take this too well.
パパも
What?
武道
Girl, your
館
dad's a
よ
kung fu master.
そうか
Nothing can scare him.
次に会う
Wait,
のは
take
始
care.
業式
Bon voyage. And I'll see you next semester.
あり
Yeah,
がとうござい
thank
ま
you
す
for everything.
急に
Thank
どない
me.
したん
Why?
あなたがいなかっ
You
たら
helped me make a lot of friends
こ
in
んなに
school.
学校での生活
I
はと
really
ても
didn't
楽し
expect to
か
have
っ
a
た
great time in school.
こんな
But you
に
made
楽
it
しかった
happen.
ふわ
You
自分
really
に
need
自信
some
を持つん
confidence,
や
Wa.
みんなが友達
People
になった
became
ん
your
や
friends because they
あ
like
んた
you.
のことも
I
好
was
きや
never
か
the
ら
reason. Yes, you were.
あんたはええ子
You're a really nice
や
girl.
うちがおらん
And
でも
people quickly
き
notice
っと
that,
みんな
even
いつか
without me
自
around.
分の優秀さ
Don't
を
give other people credit for your success. You won't get anything out of that.
はよ行きや
And don't you have a flight to catch? Don't let me keep you.
青森市
Oh.
しばしのお
No,
別れ
okay,
です
so
ね
she probably went to try to find Energetic Girl. Wall looked at the urban nightscape. Though the time she spent in the city was short, it was an enjoyable experience for her. In a few hours' time, she would be back
父
home.
さん友
I
達
met
が
a
で
good
きま
friend,
したよ
Dad. I don't know why they don't do skins more in Genshin or Star Rail. They do spending events for them in HI3, and it has been doing really well for them. So, I think part of it is the skins have mostly failed in Genshin. Apparently the Diluc one sold pretty poorly, actually. And that was like the big test for, you know, the special particle skin. But also, because I was reading a whole thing, because Nilou and Kirara are getting skins in next patch. And Kirara's looks fantastic, but that's one of the free ones. Nilou's looks good, but it looks so similar to her current one, and that's been a problem a bunch of times in Genshin. And so I think the skins just genuinely don't do well in Genshin. One, because either they look too similar to their like base skin, or in times where they actually do look different, like with Ganyu and Shenhe's. One, Shenhe's not an on-screen character. Two, Ganyu's not a good character anymore. But also, like, they don't change anything about like the effects of the character. Diluc did, but it didn't change enough for people to feel warranted on it. It's like they kind of half-ass. It is really what it is. And I think a lot of characters' base designs look better than their skins. I think the only skin I use is Xingqiu's. Like, I have the free one for Fischl, but Fischl's base design is substantially better. What other ones do I actually have? I've never bought one because I didn't want... I almost bought the Ayaka one, but it still has her stupid neck tassel, which is the worst part of her design. And so I didn't. There's a character with a really good Red Riding Hood, and her power summon guy turns into a big bad wolf. Oh, that's actually really cool. This on screen is a good example of how much more the skins change in Honkai Impact. This is a substantially different design for Fuhua, and I imagine it works on every version of Fuhua. And that's also something to take into account with Genshin especially. Genshin does not have any duplicate characters. So if you are buying a skin, you are buying it for one unit. It's not on every version. Okay. Still, I'm gonna assume it works on more than one. Like, HI3 releases multiple versions of a character. Genshin releases one. So that character still has to be worth using for you to really want the skin. Star Rail might not have that problem in that, like, they have released, you know, they've released 2 Dan Hungs, we're getting a second March. We have 3 Trailblazers, but they all use the same design, unfortunately. Yeah. It is only one version? Oh. Well, never mind, that sucks then. But yeah, no, it is still at least a substantially different design. Kirara's looks really good. I will probably I think they're giving Kirara away free next patch. I'll probably be using it on her when, you know, the few times I use Kirara. Happiness filled her heart. The airport suddenly blared with
お客様にお知らせいたします。
God,
緊急事態のため空港を封鎖いたします。
the sound effects
皆様は
in
その
this
場で待
game
機を。
are awful. Like I not like the general S effects of like combat, just the random sounds that they put in to this game are terrible. I don't know. I think I skipped most of it, but I don't know what that high pitched noise was. It was awful. The alarm blare is really terrible. The fucking school bell is the worst, and it's like 5 times louder than everything else, and I don't understand. Why? Why does it suck? Why do they put in why do they just put it in terribly? The volume aren't tied with the in-game volume, so they're always max volume. Ugh. Hate it. I hate it. Sound design in your game is so important. Why is it so bad? Dear travelers, the airport will be locking down due to an emergency. Please remain calm and stay at your current positions. This also actually reminds me of a lot of things. This happens in a lot of games. I will preface this for Cinda, there are no spoilers here. But I was watching one of my friends last night finally do the 2.3 story, and you get to a point where music kicks in, and it's like 5 times louder than everything else you had in the previous scene. And it's like, why? I get you want like this to be a really impactful emotional moment, that's why all this is the way it is, but all you're doing is blowing my fucking ears out. Or, you know, if I have like things at a stable volume, disrupting things around me. I hate it. Sound design is so incredibly important, and so many games are so bad at it. Sound design in movies, in just media in general now, is also terrible in that mixing is god awful. You can't hear characters half the time, but like effects and noises will be so fucking loud, and I don't get it. Disney Plus is fine now, but for a while, its max volume was like, you could not hear it. I don't get it. Lighting is also having a problem, but I can ignore that to more of a degree than sound than the audio mixing, because audio mixing just makes things terrible. When I was watching The Boys, I would have to constantly raise and lower the volume because like music and sound effects were like 10 times louder than dialogue. So, you know, like I'd be listening to dialogue and then suddenly an explosion would happen and it would shake my fucking room. I'm like, come on. Okay, why? All that does is like make things. It's one thing for me, right? For me being annoyed by it, but like if I'm watching something at midnight and suddenly that happens and I'm like using speakers and not headphones, it wakes everybody up around me. And not even just in my current house, like if I was in an apartment complex. It's awful. I don't understand it.
何事です?
What just happened? I'm glad it's not just me then, Cinda. Because, like, I was saying this and people were like, no, I don't know, I didn't have that problem. I'm like, I cannot tell you. Like, it just, like, it goes from fairly normal dialogue, like, things are consistent, and then just an explosion is so loud, or music will kick in, and it's just significantly louder than everything else. And it makes it unwatchable and annoying. You can't just sit and enjoy something. You have to constantly be like, am I going to have to turn the volume down here? For how long? If I do that, can I even still hear them? You know what I haven't had this issue with? Anything Japanese. This is a Western issue. This is a Hollywood issue. I think the first episode of something is so fucking quiet and suddenly loud. Yeah. No, I cannot stand it. Yeah. But no, I don't have that issue with anything Japanese. Boon Boomjer is fine. Kamen Rider is fine. The live action dramas that I sometimes watch are fine. Anime is fine. It's just Western media, and then sometimes in video games. The place also experienced the Honkai
こ
eruption.
れは多分
That's
委
the
員長
first
が
ever
初
Honkai
めて
eruption
経
she
験
ever
した
faced,
崩壊
right?
だよ
せっかく
And
友
the
達
class
ができ
monitor
たの
just made a good friend. The girls silently recalled unpleasant memories as Lin Xiaoyu whiled away time by kicking pebbles. You're boring her, guys. I will be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom and go get something real quick. And we shall continue. You're back. Okay, I'm back. I made some wake up juice that will hopefully keep me going. We're ready to go. Also, don't call me piss girl, Cinda. That's beans. Did I make spinach soup? I did not. Although that probably would be pretty good. Alright. Girlie doesn't have to kick rocks anymore.
次の羽はどういう
What's in
内
the
容で
next
しょう。
feather?
なんだかそれ
Perhaps
も
the
委
Clash
員長
Monster
の
of
思い
Memories.
出のような気が
Will
し
we
ま
ever
す。
locate the Blade Monster
い
of the
つ
Clash
献身
Monster
血や
Shadow?
委員長の
思い出でもいい。
And timeless memories.
謎だらけ
They've
だった
revealed
委員
bits
長
of her mysterious past to
少
us.
し探し続ければ
I have a feeling that we'll get what we want if we keep looking for it. What I want is us to get to the part where she shows up and becomes a Hersher. Although this backstory is interesting. And it's adding a lot to Fuhua. Cause like, the fun thing going through this game for me is so many people going like, oh, this is my favorite character, I care so much about this character, and me looking at them at the point I'm at and going, why? Like, so many people have told me they love Fuhua, and I don't doubt it. I'm just like, she's been okay in the parts I've seen. She's that cool archetype. But I haven't really seen anything that's like stand out to me. Especially when like Bronya and Seela exist. So like getting this is like, oh, okay, yeah, no, I can see it. There's a lot here. I just mentioned this to somebody else, hence why this is on my mind. For some reason, all spinach soup I've ever had is always either heavenly or horrid, no in between. I wonder what you'll think of my favorite on first introduction. I don't even know how she's properly first introduced in the story, only read about it. Well, we shall find out. Eventually. Yeah, I know you love Fuhua Shinsha. I'm definitely starting to truly understand why. Her backstory is really interesting. Just the fact that she's a survivor of like the previous era is a lot. Like that alone adds a lot of depth to her character. Because everything that she does now has, like Kevin, has a lot of weight to it. And now, like, knowing, oh, she's had to literally purge memories to survive. Okay, so the 12th Hersher is Rin. 12th Hersher must have escaped containment. If I'm not wrong, she must be Sakura's sister. Hua sighed. She rushed for a few paces before stopping. So this would be when she was killed and actually became the Hersher of corruption.
ケビンがさくらの元に行った
Kevin said he was looking for Sakura,
律者の
so
近
she
く
should
に
be
いるは
close
ず
to
で
the
す
Hersher and wouldn't need me around.
私には私
I
の
should
するべき
focus on
ことがあり
damage
ます
control and keep our losses at a minimum.
まずはそ
Oh. No sign of
侵食
infection.
の痕跡が
He's not a zombie,
少量の崩
but
壊
I'm
エネ
picking
ル
up
ギーが
familiar
体内
traces
に
and
付
levels
着
of
してお
Honkai
ります
energy in her body. Okay, so are we gonna like actually see the effects of the Hersher corruption here? Because we've heard about what it does. But are we actually gonna see for real like what it does? Hua checked the
異
disabled
変はな
soldier.
く崩壊エネルギー過量の可能性はないでしょう
Oddly see any infection patterns. This isn't a case of Honkai overdose. She opened her palm and summoned the ace key, the key of sentience.
おや反応
Okay,
あり
so yeah, she's gonna be the Hersher of sentience.
幻覚催
A
眠
reaction, but no
洗脳の
signs of
類ではないで
hallucinations,
すが
hypnosis, or memory
精神へ
alteration.
の侵
Yet
入
this
を
is
狙った
obviously a
攻
mind
撃なのは
attack.
間違いこれが第12
Is
律
this
者
the
の
power
力
of
で
the
しょう
12th
か
Hersher?
敵の力の原理はまだわかりませんしかし
The enemy's
精
power
神ま
may
ずは
If I
第
unleash
二
the
定
power
格
of
出
the
力を
second
解放し
power
ま
of
し
the
ょうか
key,
複数権限
complex manifest.
不思議です
Interesting.
意識を全部一
So
点
this
に
is the
集
world I
中する
see,
と
with my complete
こんな世
sentient
界が
focus
見
is
えるんです
directed
ね
into a single point. Hua spoke to herself. While floating in the mental world, she saw many sparks, each of them a sentient entity revealed by Fen
神
Huang
の鍵
Down.
の作用範囲を基地全
The
体へと
effects of the
拡大し
divine
ま
key
し
have
た
now spread throughout the entire base. Hua said to herself. She conveyed this simple information to activate her primal reflexes. Under her current state of extreme focus, any emotion would only serve as a hindrance. The divine key served as an additional sense to observe every entity in this world. She saw 3 complex mind intertwined as one. The stubborn, unbending, and sword-like entity must be Kevin.
彼は戦っていま
He's
す
still fighting. The second consciousness was close by, an ephemeral wisp that fluttered painfully like a wilted leaf. Who can
さく
this
らで
be?
しょうか
Sakura? Hua looked at the third consciousness, a cocoon of malevolence that extended its fine tendrils everywhere. So that's gonna be Rin.
見つけました
I found the one that is
あ
corrupted
れ
the
が間に
space.
合うといいですが
I hope I have enough time.
基地にいるすべ
I
て
will
の
lock
人の
down
意
the
識
minds
を
of
封
everyone
鎖
in
し
this space and
律者
stop
の
the
侵
Hersher
食を
from
止めます
corrupting them. I must keep this up
ケビ
until
ンが
Kevin
律者を
defeats the
倒すま
Hersher.
で皆さんを行きましょう
Let it begin. Fenhuang down total interception. I can't move.
気づかれたすごいこの律者はケビンとサクラを相手しながら
Found
私
me.
に攻
I'm
撃を仕掛
impressed.
ける
This
余裕があ
entity
るん
can
です
fight
ね
Kevin.
神の鍵で私の意識をコ
Copy
ピ
of my
ー
will,
し
stripped of
無
everything
駄な
except for
人格
hatred
を
towards the
除いて
Honkai
崩
to act
壊
as
に
my
対する
god.
敵意だけを残します護衛であればこれで十分です
Ah, I
行きなさい
see.
奴に私の邪魔をさせないように
Huh. I feel like this might be relevant coming up. I can see a world where Fuhua is not the Hersher, but this copy is. Or something similar, like a different fragment of her. I guess actually, you know, with all the splintered versions of her that are existing here, yeah, that could actually totally be what it is. Ow. I wonder if also, actually, Fuhua splintering off her mind so much has to do with this.
回収完了
Like, maybe there's an entity... Maybe she was a Hersher all this time, but it wasn't actually her, but an entity inside her. And she literally split it off, which stopped it from corrupting her.
よくできました
You did well. I'm sorry. Hua used the key to destroy the copy of herself. That act made her a little sad. Pure, emotionless reason was responsible for creating this copy, yet she destroyed her once she served her role. A tool created for the sole purpose of fighting Honkai, Hua thought about herself and realized she was the same.
やめましょう。
I shouldn't dwell on such thoughts. She shook her head to purge the thoughts from her mind.
まずは彼らと合流しないと。
I should meet up with them. The base was silent. Everyone was asleep. To ensure safety, Hua kept her key active until further orders from May. The dark, terrifying entity was no more. 12th Herrscher was contained, whether it be alive or dead. So I have figured out the whole story of the 12th Herrscher, by the way, because this is the one that was sealed in the box, which the box is what Colin took away from Shixel to go east, where she met Yai Sakura. Yai Sakura was corrupted by the box. I don't know if she actually becomes a Herrscher, and I don't know what happens after that, but I figured out like that. I've pieced together from the manga that I've been instructed to read those bits of the story. Hua reached the 3rd floor. Kevin stood against the wall in a dazed stupor as though he was controlled by Hua's key.
基地の人たちが
I
魂
knew
を
it was
失っ
you
た
when
ように
everyone
な
in
っ
the
たのを
base suddenly fell asleep.
君
ケビン、
Evan,
第12律者は
who
封
sealed
印
the
され
12th
た
Herrscher.
そうですか。
Really? How is
彼
Sakura?
女は死んだよ
She's dead. Kevin turned to look at the Herrscher's containment
今
cell.
回の律者の力は
It's like a
ウイル
virus,
スみたいで
and it can infect both
パソコン
computers
だけ
and
でなく
humans. But
人
Honkai
類をも
always
侵
managed to
食した
surprise us.
損失はどれくら
How
いです
heavy
か？
are our losses?
基地内の死傷者
About
は約
100 in the
100
base. Those closest to
律者
turn
と
into
の距離が
zombies.
近かった人た
Spread
ち
too
は
fast for our
みんな
containment
ゾンビになっ
measures.
た君のおかげだ
Your decisive action to
君
stop
が
the
即座に
spread.
決断して
You saved
ウイル
everyone
ス
in
の
the
侵
base.
食
いい知らせですね。
That sounds like the good news.
悪いお知らせは
The
これから
bad
だよ
news is the virus took over our defenses and launched every nuke at our last 3 population centers. Wha-
ごめんなさい。
Sorry.
精神攻
I
撃
thought
だ
it
と
was a
判
mental
断し、
attack.
コンピュ
I
ーター
failed
へ
to
の攻
defend the
撃を予想し
computers.
ていませんでした。
I didn't know that part. I knew it infected the computers. I know they said, like, they had said that things were bad and that it was attacking the human settlements with, like, their technology. I didn't know they launched nukes. Boss sat down in despair.
すみません。
I thought I had the situation
制
under
圧で
control.
きたと思う。
いや
It
大
doesn't
丈夫
matter.
だ
The man sat down heavily next to her. They just auto lost to corruption. Which, you know what? If they were going to lose really to any Herrscher, corruption being the one they lost to makes the most sense because it's their fault. They killed an innocent girl. That, like, did nothing, that showed no signs of actual, like, Herscherness, and it was only after killing her that her hatred manifested the Herrscher personality. And again, like, going back to the things that I was saying last time, like, we treat the Herrschers as these inhuman things, but all of the ones we've seen so far are purely sentient. You can talk to them, you can reason with them, they have their human emotions. Maybe if instead of immediately trying to kill and imprison them, we, like, did stuff for them and tried to help them, things would be better. Now, Anna kind of did lose it. I will give them that one. But Owl never did. Anna did still have some personality left. I don't know, I'm... Clearly it's intentional. Clearly they're building to something. I need to know what it is. The man sat down heavily
い
next
つ
to
も
her.
予想外のことは
Always
起こる
sense this way, doesn't it? These outcomes hardly surprise you. True of this era, at least, but it's hard to say for this one. I mean, the only Herrscher I actually know from this era is the 12th Herrscher, and it wasn't... I think she was right in what... I think Rin was right in what she did. It kind of goes into, though, like, similar to what I was saying about the Xianzhou before. If they weren't so blinded by their preconceived notion and their hatred, maybe they would be able to find things to help them instead of just seeing them as monsters immediately. But to be fair, at this point with the 12th Hersher, there's so little people left. They are legitimately fighting for survival. I get it a little bit more.
人類は多くの対価を払ってきたが、
Every victory came at a terrible cost, but the Honkai only grew stronger.
なのに
Though we made it to the
回を
12th,
しかし誰もが知っ
everyone
て
knew that our triumphs were facades to disguise the horrifying losses we suffered.
とうに知っているんだ。人類の負けだ。
Humanity has lost the war. Wow. Kevin said in a low whisper that could hardly be heard.
しかしそれは
This is the truth we will never
僕た
accept
ち
as
が
a
決して
fact.
そんなことを言う人だとは知りませんでした。
I didn't expect you to say that.
誰もが
I
諦
thought
め
you'd
た
be
い
the
という
last
気
one to
持ち
give
を
up
持っ
this
ている
fight.
本当のことを聞きたい。
Do you want the truth?
僕が諦めないのは
This is chapter 20.
必死になってないからだよ。僕はね、気に
I
しない
never
んだ
gave up because I never tried.
崩壊と
I
か
never cared about the Honkai nor humanity.
僕は全然
I
気
just
にして
don't
ない
care.
世界を救うことや
I didn't
平和
become a
を守
moth
る
to
ため
save the
に
world.
火
It
を追う
was
か
for
に入
selfish
ったわけじ
reasons.
ゃない
The decision took me all the way here.
僕は認めるわけにはいかない
I
認め
cannot
さ
admit
せるわ
this
け
to
にはいか
anyone,
ないんだ
especially not to her.
と僕はどうしよう
I
もない
thought I was the most
最
terrible
低なやつ
person
だ
to
と
have ever lived. Kevin lowered his head. Well, I had never seen him so vulnerable and
同じ
fragile
ですよ
before.
ケビン。
We're all the same, Kevin.
生ま
No
れ
one
な
is
がらに
born a
ヒーロー
hero.
だというものは
We're just ordinary people forced upon this
私たちは
path.
私も
I thought about home and my dreams, and often questioned why I'm doing something I never asked for.
私はいつも誰かの後ろ
I have been a follower. I followed the captain, and now I follow you with May in the lead. Thought this was my
も
path,
ちろん博士はいでも誰も私に強制している
but
わけで
no
は
one
ない
forced me onto this path. It is
こ
my
れが
choice.
私の選んでき
I
た
don't like it, and I can stop or leave at any time.
いいんですケビン
You could have done that, but you
誰
didn't,
もあ
Kevin.
なたを責め
No
る
one
資
has the
格はあ
right to
りませ
blame
ん
you for anything. Kevin lowered his head further. Hual heard his low whispers.
僕にはある
But I do, and I blame myself. Hual was not sure if she should respond to that. The two remained silent until Kevin finally raised his head.
僕は諦めない
I'm not giving up, Hua. We will not give up. Good. We shall not give up.
人類は必ず勝利する
Humanity shall win. Kevin stood up. He instantly reverted to the unyielding warrior who always led from the very front.
行こう情報室に
Come, we must head to battle command. Humanity shall
これ
win!
が前の世代の人類と崩壊の戦い。
I mean, to be fair, they somehow came back. That's the part that I'm definitely really interested to see how it happened. Because if humanity was, like, extinct 20,000 years ago, did May, like, just make a bunch of clones that woke up? I'm sure they'll tell me at some point, probably in the Elysian realms. But because I don't think from what we're being told that there were population numbers that would have let them, like, naturally come back. That's the Honkai were the previous era. I guess also, I have not seen the final Hersher yet. It could be that that has something to do with it, and that, like, the Honkai are, like, some cyclical nature. I also wonder if they're going to... Because I've said that I think that they might retroactively make the Honkai related to Ix. They could also just make it that the Honkai are related to its, like, are the result of a Stellaron. Like, a lot of people think that Genshin also might somewhat be related to a Stellaron. And I wouldn't hate that as a retroactive explanation. Especially because it wouldn't even change the mystery, necessarily, of the Honkai, because we don't know fuck all about the Stellarons. But also, one of the things that makes me think this is the Stellaron corruption creates the Fragmentums, and a lot of Fragmentum beasts kind of look like Honkai. Specifically, I think of like the big fire and ice ones make me think of a lot of some of the Honkai beasts. And the fact that the ice and fire corrupted ones are like corrupted people, the same as the zombies. And yeah, Cocolia looking like the Hersher of Ice and the Stellaron being the freezing of the planet also has made me think that. And you could explain a lot in Genshin with the Stellarons, in that a lot of the corruption of the Abyss, somewhat, it's not the same, it's not exactly the same, but there are bits of the places where the nails are that really look like Fragmentum. And I think tying everything into Star Rail's cosmology would make a lot of sense and be really interesting. Because again, like, we don't even know the process of how Aeons are really made, so having an unknown thing tied to Stellarons, tied to Aeons, it doesn't actually change the unknowableness, like I said, because it's like, we still don't really have explanations for it. It's just cosmic horror. And I think having that as the explanation makes more sense. And would add more to Star Rail's story of the people that are dealing with Stellarons. Yeah, I think the last stream, no one actually said anything, but you and the other people that were talking said that, like, there are things of Penacony that, like, echo something that happens in HI3. We'll get there. We'll definitely get there. Penacony, too, is one of the least impactful Stellarons. So Stellaron and Penacony actually did very little. But I'm not going to elaborate on that for Cinda, if she's still here. But the Stellarons as concepts are really interesting. I can't wait to learn more about that in Star Rail. I'm kind of sad that we're going back to the Xianzhou, which that also isn't a spoiler because it doesn't connect to the end of Penacony. It's just like, oh yeah, we're gonna do some Xianzhou stuff before the next expansion. Just because as much as I think they'll add stuff to the Xianzhou, it's not gonna expand the actual, like, core story for a little bit, and I'm a little disappointed by that, but so it be. I'm sure they'll add interesting tidbits of something. Even the most boring parts of Star Rail have not let me down. Like, I like the Luofu story, even it has its issues, but I think it's really interesting, and I think they're gonna build on it more in the future. 12 Hershers appeared. Humanity won every battle but lost the entire war. Yeah, that's the other interesting thing, is, the endgame of the Hershers is wiping things out. So even if you beat a Hersher, if the cost of beating them was too high, which at least in the previous era it always seems to be, the Hersher are winning in the long run. The Honkai are winning in the long run. So, like, it doesn't matter what battles you win if every time you win, quote-unquote, a battle, you're gonna lose more and more to the point that you can't continue. The two girls grew silent as they thought about the world they live in. That's actually, it's a similar concept to like almost every war that has been fought against Russia, where Russia just has so many people that, like, your opponent could win every battle. Like, the two obvious examples are Napoleon and the Nazis. Pretty much every battle against Russia was won by Napoleon's army and by the Nazi army, but you lost so many people that you couldn't replenish, whereas the Russians just could. And, the environment was against you. It was like, it doesn't matter that you won the battle. You could not win this war. I never knew that
そんな
Kevin
過去があった
also
んだ
had to
ね。
experience all that.
ブローニャはこの
Ronnie
話を
knew
知ってい
about
ま
these
した。
incidents, but was not aware that class monitor
委員
was there
長
as
もそ
well.
こにいた
I'll
と
be
は
honest,
知りませんでし
also,
た。
I'm kind of just full on Kevin's side. I think Kevin's right. Even with my opinion being that the Hersher are a lot more human than they're being, like, we're being led to believe, especially by Otto. Like, Kevin's just like, fuck the Honkai. They destroyed us once, I'm not gonna let them do it again. And I'm sure losing May, which is what I assume happened, is what really turned him to the dark, and we saw that conversation really pushed him to extremes on stuff. But, like, Kevin just seems right. Now, he was gonna sacrifice an entire city, of, like, a hugely populated city for it, so I'm not necessarily saying he's good. Yeah, no, I understand, Hope. I'm making a comparison of the context of things. I give you head pat. And listen, I will also say, Russia doesn't always win. I know for a fact it lost to Japan. I need to learn more about Finnish history. Hope, go off about Finnish history. Even if it has nothing to do with Russia, just tell me about the Finland.
委員長が私
We'll
を
have
守る
faced
た
Kevin
めに
alone to protect me.
一人
They
で
used to
ケ
fight
ビンと
alongside
戦
one
っ
another,
た
but
彼らは
they
違
were two
う道を
comrades who
選び
took
ました。
different paths.
うん。
I guess so. It is kind of astounding how many countries I know nothing about because American education just doesn't talk about them at all. It's where I learned more about history from Fate and Other Lane than I actually learned in school. College history classes were good. I learned a lot in them because a lot of it was, they weren't constrained by like specific curriculum. A lot of them were literally like a first-hand account of things. Like what my... Hello? So also, like, this is just a big trotter. Just going into my thing of, like, the Honkai looking like fragmented monsters. This is just a really big trotter. Ow, 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 ow. It's a boar, not a pig. But yeah, one of my favorite professors, that I took a few classes with, but specific, like the most noteworthy one being Nazi Germany. He didn't actually live through World War II, or well, no, he would have been a kid if anything. He was old, so I actually don't know for sure. But like he lived in Germany for a long time. He talked to people that like had direct experience with stuff. So like his classes were literally about, like, not just the traditional knowledge of it, but, like, here's the people's feelings about it and stuff like that. And I think that's what makes college history so much better than like, high school history. They're also allowed to, like, go off on specific attributes of things. It's not like, oh, we have to move on, whatever. Because the class is fully dictated by the person. If they don't, especially for a history course, like, if they don't get through all of something, it's like, okay, well, so the test doesn't cover this other part. For science, it matters a little bit more.
射撃開始
Um,
ファイヤ
I don't know. History courses in college were
ーファイヤー
great. They were one of the things in college I never regretted. Taking anthropology also was really cool because I learned a lot about history in a very different way through that. Also, I learned more about aspects of history in my fucking linguistics class that I took on a whim, than in high school. History, because we talked a lot about the linguistic losses, specifically of Native Americans in America and in Canada, and what we did to them. Because, you know, it was in the context of, the language and the cultural aspects of the language that were lost when we did all these awful things. And there's stuff I have learned about nowhere else. I didn't know about, about Black Wall Street until a few years ago because it, started blowing up on Twitter and Tumblr where people were talking about it. Because the American history, the American education system in general, but especially history, is so warped and whitewashed and made to prop up a certain ideology that it's not even teaching history, it's teaching propaganda. My AP Gov course in high school was actually really good. And I had really good history teachers in high school. They were great. And the things we did learn were fantastic, and they did their best to actually impart stuff. It was just, it's the curriculum. I'll just mention about the Winter War, because when Russian propaganda claims Finns as the aggressor, it was Russia's attempts to take over Finland again. Yeah, I believe that. Famously resulted in hundreds of thousands of casualties on the Russian side when trying to invade Finland, and thousands of tanks destroyed by Finnish soldiers on skis. I definitely know the story of the, I'm pretty sure it was a Finnish soldier, that had all of the, the medicine for the troops, and they were all, opioids. He just got, super, super high and was skiing around the mountain single-handedly ravaging the Russian army, and it's one of the greatest things that I've ever learned about. Numbers did nothing as home turf advantage and difficult to traverse terrain, great for defending. That's the other thing. Russia has actually fought relatively few offensive wars. A lot of their wars are defensive, and they, in those cases, are the ones where usually they overwhelmingly win. Pretty much any time they've gone offensive, I think the offensive in Crimea was the only one they really won, and that's a very different situation. Crimea's fucking tiny. But yeah, no, actually learning the history of the world is fascinating to me, and I wish I had more ability to get an unbiased perspective of it. It's part of why I always, am glad that I have experienced the internet in the way that I have, because so much of what I've learned, I met someone who lives in X country telling me about how things went down. Or, telling me a perspective on it that I then looked up. And it's so much better than learning about stuff through American school, and I believe it's part of the reason that I wasn't propagandized in the way that so many people I knew were.
すごいですね。
Amazing. Oh, really?
たった2日
You
間
found more Shinyan
あなたの
mine
前
seals in
に
2
現
days
れた
than
神
everyone
は
else did in the last 500
聖
years.
衛の友人だと
I
言われた
doubted you
時は
when you said you're
半
Phoenix's
信半疑
friend,
でしたが
but I'm now certain you have a special place in her heart.
か
Lin Xiaoyu held the feather in her hand. Instead of undoing the seal, she studied it in silence.
心
The heart is the greatest
それは
mystery of all.
最
We
も
know
理
it,
解
use
し
it,
がたいもの
explore it, manipulate it, but we never understood it.
人を知るのはた
It
や
is
すい
easy to
が
know someone. It is
自分
extremely
自身を
difficult
知
to
る
know
のは難
oneself.
く
Kiana understood little of Lynn's words, but they sounded important, and thus she dared not interrupt her. Kiana does not understand, but has enough common sense to be like, I should nod and listen.
何でもありません
It doesn't really
ただ
matter.
の独り
Just a
言
few
です
random musings that no longer matter. Lynn smiled and undid the seal. Kiana and Branya felt the world spun around as the light engulfed everything. That's our little idiot. She's learning and growing as a person. Wait for me! Phoenix stopped and waited for the little one shouting in the distance. This design is incredible.
遅くな
I
りま
hope
したね
this is what Martial Hua looks like. You're getting slow.
年ぞよ
I'm getting old. Really old. Phoenix
どっちも
scoffed
数千歳であろう
to the
世話
barcode.
しなくする必要はないぞよ
And you're thousands of years old too. Take it easy.
仕事と休養はバランスよく取るぞよ
This is absolutely my favorite design of her so far. This is absolutely amazing. You should rest between these quests. It will do wonders for your
崩
health.
壊は休みませ
The
ん
Honkai does not rest.
そんなことな
Oh,
いぞよ
really? So why does it only come once in a while? These critters are hardly the real thing.
崩壊に染まったも
Every
のは
trace of the
消さないと
Honkai
いけま
must
せ
be
ん
purged. Every enemy must be
大小関
subdued.
係なく徹底
I
し
think
て
this might be the one version I didn't know when I played. It might be tied with Garuda. Oh, I don't. Is Garuda one of her forms? Like this. Fuhua Garuda. Oh, that's the red form. I do really like the red big phoenixy form, but I don't know. The colors are so nice.
人類を甘やかしすぎぞよ
I love
それは
Fuhua's
彼ら
designs
自
are
身
really
が解
good.
決するべき問題ぞよ
Oh, it's not the one that I've seen so far or already, because that's what it looked like. But okay. And you're just pampering these humans. They should be able to take care of these things themselves. Oh, we've arrived.
我の話
And
を
you're
無視する
ignoring
で
me
ない
again. I noticed there's only one of them left. Strange. I sense an evil presence, but this village seems completely unaffected. I think she actually was in, the Sakura Samsara.
行きましょう出発です
Hello.
すみませんこちらに妖魔が現れたことは
Not that one of them is like, oh yeah, she also is clearly like not a person anymore. She's also Book of Fushi, not just Fushi anymore. Greetings, sir. Could you tell me if this place is a monster problem? You're mistaken, young lady. This is a peaceful village. We haven't had any demons for centuries.
村の人はなんて言って
What do the
るんだ
locals say?
妖魔を見たこと
They
がない
claim they've never seen a
しか
monster,
し
but I can sense a presence
強
nearby.
そうか
She's sensing the box. Is it strong?
Yeah.
Although,
普通
no,
の
because it
崩壊エ
wouldn't.
ネルギーです
Unless this is
し
when
かし距離が
Colin
近い割に
brought it here.
村人たち
It
が何
wouldn't
も
be
言わなか
here
ったの
before
は
then. Hmm.
何か裏がある気
No,
がしま
it's
す
just a weak Honkai response. But it's too close and the villagers are too calm. Something is amiss.
きっと我らが探
That
していた
definitely
大
isn't the
幼
huge
獣だよ
monster we're looking for.
油断はできません
We cannot afford to ignore this. I will inspect it with my own eyes. I like that they're
行
ghosts.
きましょう出発です
Look at it go. Look, it's so flowy. Ah.
行きましょうせっせっや
The paint effect. Oh. I guess I should say brush effect. Oh, this form's so cool.
せっ出発です
And there's a yin yang symbol floating around her. This was like the meta unit for support apparently in the early use.
鎖でつながれておる
The
ぞ。
zombie's been chained up. That doesn't
なん
look
か
right,
怪しいぞ
Phoenix.
よ。
誰かがゾンビ
Someone
を鎖
chained her
でつな
here.
げたようです。果物と
Fruits and meat, fresh but untouched. Kill the zombie.
待って、
Hold on,
殺しては
don't
ない
kill
どうし
her.
てですか？
Why?
怪しいと思わ
Something
ぬ
isn't
か。
right. She's kept here on
ここに
purpose.
閉じ込
They're
め
also trying to feed
調
her.
べてから殺
We
し
should
て
get
も
to the bottom of
必要はあ
this.
りません。
Unnecessary. She's fully corrupted and can no longer be saved. She is now a threat that must be purged.
それでも
But we can do that later.
キさん、いつも
シュシ
私が崩壊の産物
Are you
を
trying
倒
to
す
stop
の
me
を
from
止め
destroying
ま
the
すよ
spawn of the Honkai?
そっちの戦う
I
姿
don't
が
like it
好
when
き
you
では
fight.
ないぞ
It
よ。
makes you cold and
冷
scary.
酷で
他のことなら従いま
I
すが
let you have your way for anything else,
今
Shishi.
はわがままを
But
言っ
never
ている
forget,
場合で
but
はあり
never
ま
for
せん
such matters.
せめて村の
Can
人
we
たちに
at
聞いて
least
か
go
ら
and
は
talk
ど
to
う
the
ぞよ。
villagers? We should know what happened before we act.
行きましょう。
Yeah, it wants me to go the other way. This is the map from the Sakura Samsara. I've run around this map a great many times. Oh my god, I didn't realize she was actually here trying to follow me. She's so slow. Dozens of villagers gathered at the village gates and so expecting the phoenix to
裏山に
return.
向かったのを見たこと
The
もない
one saw you heading for the hills. You saw her, didn't you?
ええ、
I did.
殺してはおらぬぞよ。
Oh, we didn't kill her?
何があ
No,
ったか
sir.
教えてほ
We
しい
want
ぞ
to know
よ。
what happened.
話せば長くなる
It's a
が
long
あれは
story.
もともと
She was In's wife, but some foul sorcery possessed her and turned her into a demon.
急にまず旦那に怪我を
He hit her man and then rushed out to attack others. Luckily, the lads caught her and chained her up.
悪いことをする人ではない。家族だっておる。
She didn't do anything wrong. Never, but her man and baby. The villagers stepped back to reveal a man on crutches and an old lady holding a baby.
どうか
Please, Imperial, show mercy.
あんな状態になった彼
She's
女を
fully
戻す
corrupted.
方法は
There is no other way. The merciful thing to
今彼
do
女
is
に
to end
与
her
えられ
misery.
る最
そんな
But every villager heard the phoenix's words. They were aghast and looked at each other.
どうか命だけ
But
は
please,
奪わないで
if
ほし
there's
い
a
んじゃ
chance for mercy. The old woman holding the baby looked worried. She clumsily bowed as the phoenix
お嬢
approached.
さんは妖怪
Lady,
を退
are
治し
you
に
here
来た
to
の？
purge demons?
いいえ。で
No,
も見
I
たから
wasn't.
には
But now I've seen it, I can't leave without resolving this issue.
リンさんの嫁さんに一体
So
何
what
があった
happened to
の？
that poor woman?
ここ
I've been
数日
taking care of her
私
baby
が
all
彼
this
女の代
time.
わりにこの子の
Will
世話
anything
をして
happen
る
to
けど
me?
大
安心してください。
Set your words
村に
aside.
邪気はあ
Your
りま
village
せ
is clean, and so is the
ん。
baby.
この子も何ともありません。
There's no chance for mercy. I'm already Tracer. Nah, if I'm playing Overwatch, I'm playing Diva.
それならいいけど
That's good to hear.
かわ
Poor
いそうな子
child.
ね
So young, and yet her father is no longer fit for
父
work,
親
and
は
her
体が
mother.
不自
I'm dying of old with that random reference. I mean, I don't know what the exact reference is, but I mean, Overwatch is still very popular. The woman gently comforted the baby in her arms.
出発です。
The elder secretly motioned to Phoenix. He had something to say. Everyone backed away when she
お嬢
approached.
さんもし
You
かし
must
て
be the
仙人じゃろ
celestial
うか
Imperia.
知っておるのか
Do。you know her?
すまぬここ
This
は
is a
田
remote
舎で
village,
な
but my grandfather gazed upon your immortal beauty. You must be the
そ
one.
こまでかしこま
I'm
らなくて
flattered,
大丈夫
but
で
you
す。
tell me your request.
どうかあの娘を
I
成
beg
仏
you
させてやってくれ
to end to
る
the
か
poor woman's misery. What?
今
Didn't you
助
ask
けて
us
ほ
to
しい
spare
と
her
言った
life?
のはソチぞよ。
I'm already Tracer was a song only really relevant in the early year of the original Overwatch. I see. I see. Iced tea. I said if I were to play Overwatch, not that I'm going to play Overwatch. I never have and I never will, but Diva is hot. Didn't you ask us to spare her life?
先ほどは皆の手前
There were people around. If a family heard me, they will hate us for many years.
きっとわしを憎む。しかし彼女はすでに妖魔になった。
Her cursed form only brings pain, and I don't think we can keep her chained forever. Everyone's frightened. What if she breaks free? Will she kill someone in the village? I mean basic. I think it's basic to play Overwatch. I just think Lady hot. I mean, there are other hot characters in Overwatch, but I just think D.Va hottest. We know nothing about killing demons. Fate brought you here to save us from this monster. I really need to clean off my mic. Unfortunately, I use it too much. I stream every day. Allow me to consider. Huband. A man with crutches stood away from the crowd. His arms were bandaged and he lost one of his legs. My wife, can she return to us? I'm sorry. The man glared at the phoenix before letting out a frustrated grunt and walking painfully away. I liked Overwatch past tense. I kind of wish I still liked it. I mean, I wish I liked it. I wish a lot of people have a lot of fun with it. I just like Blizzard sucks, and they've like everyone I know, even the people that quote unquote like Overwatch, hate Overwatch. And I'm like, no, I'm good. I don't even really like shooters. And from Apex. This will only keep happening, Shishi. We cannot afford to show mercy to any possible threat. So does that mean we're going to send her to the afterlife? Phoenix shook her head. Blizzard sucks. No longer have people to, I no longer have friends to play it with, and just yeah. No, a lot of those kind of games, like as much as I did enjoy Apex, the fun of it came from playing it with people. And even my previous, like, Cross doesn't even play Apex that much anymore. And Cross Izuharu were, like, the people that I really played it with because they were really into it. I was never invited to the losers. Well, that's not true. I wasn't never invited. But, like, I don't want to play it on my own. I want to play it with people, you know? And when there's other better things to play. Like, I used to occasionally play it with my off-stream friends, too. We also, at some points, played Lethal Company. Now, we're either playing Genshin or I'm watching them do shit in Star Rail. It's Hoyo all the time. Let's go. Also, we're going through, you know, mystery games and stuff, but... And it's like, without people to play it with, this is also a big part of why I fell off of 14. It's just like, a big part of the fun of it comes from playing it with friends. And when you don't have that, like, I could do other things that I enjoy more. There's no other choice. Okay. I couldn't see the barrier, and I was like, oh no, the barrier's gone. I played Overwatch a lot for a few years, but it was around when I played it with one friend, and we also got some other friends that join our core duo sometimes, even friends we made from Overwatch. I sometimes miss those times, but trying to return to Overwatch now, so yeah. No, absolutely not. I like 14 I can go back to do story, and I have friends that still play it, just not in a way that is conducive to me playing with them. It's just like, yeah, it doesn't, it's hard to work out like that. And I mean, I made a lot of friends from 14, friends I still talk to outside of the context of 14, but I started playing 14 with friends. If you ever have a bunch of needs to play over... well, you have a bunch of, I'm assuming that was nerds, that play Overwatch if you want to. I'm not one of those. I don't want to play Overwatch, it's the thing. I know a bunch of the people in your Discord play. I'm like, nah. Nah. The zombie looked at you. His eyes were devoid of nothing but the malicious glow of Honkai. If only we can free ourselves from the Honkai. It just kept coming and harming people. Oh. Yes, it just keeps coming.
フッキさん
Are
怒って
you
ます
upset,
か？
Shishi?
怒っておらぬ。
No.
ただ
I also,
悲しんでお
man,
る
they
ぞよ。
change nicknames a lot because she is just saying her name, but it's giving her a nickname in the English text.
あのゾ
I'm
ンビのせい
sad
で
for that zombie.
いや、
No,
そっち
Phoenix.
のためぞよ
I。feel sad for you.
我が作られた時、
When the ladies
彼
made
女
me,
た
they
ちに
told
言わ
me
れたぞよ。生営には使命
the
がある。
Phoenix has a mission,
冷酷で無情
a
な使
cruel
命
and
ぞよ。
heartless mission.
は
I'll
っき
be
り言う
honest
と、
with you, we
我ら
don't
は
like
こ
it
の
at
程
all.
度彼女には彼
She
女の人
deserves to
生
live
が
her
あっ
own
て、
life and make her
彼
own
女の選
decisions.
択。しかし、
Yet everything
す
has
べ
been
ては
chosen
決め
for
られた
her.
こと、誰かがそばにい
Without
ないと。
someone to look after
彼
her,
女はその
she'll
使命に
eventually
向か
carry
い
that
続け
mission
る
to
ぞよ。
completion.
そう
That's
いう人
exactly
ぞ
who
よ。
she is.
ゆえに、
And that's
我
why
ら
we
は
made
措
you.
置しかし、
We'll
我ら
not
は
give you any
措置に
directives.
し、我らは上の命
Given
令
that
を裏
both
切
of
っ
us
た
have
ぞよ。
already betrayed our orders,
だか
we
ら、
don't think it's
他
fair
人
to
に
order
言う
around
こと
other
を
people.
措置。
Observe
自
the
分の
Phoenix
目
with
で
your own
生
eyes.
を見ると
She
良い
can
ぞ
be a
よ。
little cold, but she's actually a
冷た
very,
く
very
見える
nice
が、
person.
きっとそっちも
I'm
彼
sure
女
you'd
のこ
like
とを
you'll
好
like
き
her
に
as
なる
well.
ぞ。そうなったら、我らと同じ
Oh,
決意をすることを願っておるぞ。
oh, they died, and she's like a reproduction of them. To wah wah, papa, to wah wah, papa, to wah wah, papa. Yeah, what a time for Papa Tutu Wawa, as I have hit a very, very hard realization. Elevators, I am the everlasting Southern Grand, tomato slime extraordinaire. We're also playing HI3. Hello, Ari. Well, fuck, was it Ari or Ari? I can't remember, I'm terrible at names. Oh, man, I thought they just, like, deteriorated over time. I obviously noticed that one of them was gone. Alright, okay. Oh! No, that makes the interactions with that Fushi so much worse. Oh, because it's like, to Fuhua, I bet she cares about this Fushi also. But it's an imitation of her friend who's gone. Oh, man. I, like, this scene came up and I didn't actually really understand what was saying here. I was reading the words, but I was like, this doesn't make sense to me. And then it clicked. Hold on, I gotta blow my nose. Yeah, no, that clicking as the raid song came on is very funny though. What car would Fushi drive? See, I don't know enough about cars to make this joke or to understand this joke. Honda Civic.
そうでなくとも良いぞよ。我
If
らの
not,
ことは
well,
気にするでないぞよ。
you're talking about cars a little too much. I know nothing about cars. If not, well, I don't think that matters anyway, because I sure wouldn't be around to complain. You don't know enough about cars to well.
生営のことを頼むぞ。
Entrust the Phoenix to your care.
頼むぞよ。
Good luck,
復帰なさい。
Shishi.
彼女たちは命令に違反して、
Yeah,
措置を
and
戦
that's why
場から
she's the
遠ざ
book
けよ
of
うとしたぞ
Fushi.
よ。
They disobeyed their orders to keep you away from the battles.
我も
And I
頑張った
did
ぞよ。
everything I could.
措置の鍛錬を
I
邪
disrupted
魔
your
して、
training and tried to stop you
土
from
星
using
の羽を
Fenhong
使
down.
うのを止
I
め
tried to
て、
get you closer to others.
我にできるのはそれしかないぞよ。
But that is all I could do.
がっかりさせました
Have I
か。
disappointed you?
いいな、
No,
ソ
Phoenix.
チが
You
誰
never
かをがっか
disappoint
りさせ
anyone.
ることはないぞよ。
Everyone can see the good work
ソ
you've
チは
done.
他人のためにいろいろした。
And
み
that's
ん
the
なそれを知ってお
problem.
るぞよ。
She's not a disappointment to anyone, but she's like destroying herself in that process. Oh man.
我は自分自
I'm
身にがっ
disappointed
か
in
りしたぞ
myself.
よ。
We tried to follow your mission and
我ら
Dr.
の
May's
期
project
待
to
で
keep
ソ
the
チの
useless
使命
things
を
in your
邪魔
mind.
してできなかった
But
ぞよ。
I simply can't do it.
すみません。
謝
I'm
る
sorry.
必要はないぞよ。
Well, I apologize.
ソチと
Keeping you
一緒に
company
い
has made me
て
really happy.
我は
I'm
楽
just
しい
sad
ぞ
I
よ。
can't be with you forever.
永遠にソチの
You
そばに
pulled
いてられ
Firefly
ない
like
の
cone,
は
hell
残念だ
yeah.
が
Keep pulling for more things. Join me in E2S1. You can do it.
1000年の時間は
I
長い
got
が
so absurdly
我
lucky
に
for
とっては
E2.
物足りぬぞよ。いつか我のバッテリーは破損して
I lost
メモリ
the
ーも冷たくな
the
り
50-50.
我
Actually,
は
let me
長
pull
い
up the
眠り
exact.
に落ちるが
So I had enough rolls to decently easily get or not easily because I won the 50-50 for E1 and the 75 for Light Cone. But you know, my it took technically the first rolls were Robin's banner, but it was 74 rolls for Clara to lose the first 50-50 on Robin's banner. So then guarantee for Firefly, it was 75 rolls for the first copy. Then I went to the Light Cone, which took 69 rolls, nice, and continued my streak of winning the raid up Light Cone. Then it took 76 rolls to win the 50-50 for E1 Firefly. Then I got really lucky. 34 rolls, I lost the 50-50 to Bailu. And then another 14 rolls in, I got the guarantee for E2 Firefly. Oh, I am fully... Oh, you just dropped money again? No, please... Okay, no, stop. Stop spending money. I need to... Whenever I talk about this stuff, I am nearly fully free to play on these games, especially Star Rail. I buy the monthly pass on Star Rail, and that's it. I used to buy it on Genshin too. I've kind of stopped for a little bit on Genshin just because of how like I'm happy with all of my units. I might start again if I see Natlan characters coming that I really want, but I don't think so. Oh, was this what was, yeah, because you said you got like $150 back from like rewards, right? I feel like I should stop buying it on Genshin for different reasons. Oh no. But yes, no, please spend responsibly on gachas. Only buy things if things are guaranteed. Like, I Granblue, as much as I play it, I only buy the anniversary ticket to guarantee stuff. I maybe would buy a Subtix if I needed it. I think the most I spend on is honestly Marvel Snap when I buy season passes, but yes, please spend responsibly. As much as I love Haru, and she has the disposable income, she's welcome to it. Don't be like Haru, who whittles constantly. I didn't move from one spot in Genshin for multiple weeks, only logging in to get the worth from my pack and no other motivation to play. Yeah, you should maybe stop buying it. Gotta make sure you have money to spend on me. Oh, thank you, Cinda. But also, don't worry about me. I am too scatterbrained to edit more of your VODs anyway, consistently. Pulled E0 S1 Firefly, E0 Rod May. Gonna be pulling E0 S1 Argenti tomorrow. So continuing my streak of pulling like 4 or 5 stars per patch. Please spend responsibly. No, I get though. Like, I know Misole and Shinsha have talked about it in Soleil's Discord. Star Rail's consistent flux of just incredible characters all around is wild. There's very few... Jade is the first character that I'm like, I can skip this character with no regrets. I was able to reasonably skip Argenti when he came out, but I I still want him. I still wanted him. I was going to skip Ron May until I did her story quest, because I think Ron May's design is okay. But the story for Ron May, I was like, fuck, now I need her. I constantly make the joke that one of my friends forced me to roll for her, but it was like the best decision I made. She's such a good support, especially with Firefly. The real joy of that night was I pulled Ron May, which I had a ton of savings up for Black Swan at that point. But I rolled Ron May. It took 81 rolls, and I did win the 50-50 on her. But then I was doing the what is it? The cat cake event that was live at the time, and Blade was the other banner on at the time, and there's a conversation with the Stellaron hunters over their cat cakes, and I was like, man, I like Blade. Blade's pretty cool. And then, like, I did that, like, joke, haha, I'm gonna go do a 10 roll. 10 roll after getting Ron May, I pulled Blade. I did it as a joke, I was like, oh, I really like Blade, I really like the Stellarons, you know what, fuck it. And then I went and did it, and then I'm share screening with my, non-streamer friends, and we see the animation, and we're all like, shut the fuck up. No, this isn't what? And there he was, and everyone started yelling at me, including me. I then also proceeded to lose the 50-50 on Black Swan's banner to Bronya in 7 pulls. Again, 10 roll. I did make the joke, I have to do a 10 roll for Jade, because I got both Topaz and Aventurine in 10 roll. My pity was at 6 for Topaz and 13 for Aventurine, which was just a holdover of the rolls I did for Acheron. So I have to do 10 roll for Jade. But no, I'm just generally not that into Jade. I think she's okay. She might endear herself more to me when like her story and stuff comes out, but I don't know, she doesn't, even though she does the steppy, she doesn't do it for me. I actually bought a little Don Hung cat cake plushie. I need to get, like, the Stellaron Hunter ones. I love them. Or, yeah, the trash cake. The Trailblazer one. I also, I want the Sparkle plushies. That you can buy from the shop in 2.3. I forget what they actually do as an item, but I really, really want one of them. They're so cute. I'm shocked that they fumbled her for me when she has so much going on for her. Snake Devil Contract Lady is a home run, but she just didn't land. I think her design is mediocre. I like the hat, I like the coloration, but I don't know, there's something about it that just doesn't hit for me. I think the whip as her weapon is actually too much. She doesn't look that good as a unit. She seems like she'll be good in PF, and that's it. She doesn't enable anything interesting. Like, at least Argenti enables really interesting, like, funnel energy to him team comps. Jade pretty much only would enable Blade to be interesting, and I already have Jingliu for that. And I don't know, it just, like, her character isn't that interesting to me. Part of it is probably that we haven't seen that much of her. And, like, similar to Ron, I did not care about Ron May until her story patch. And then I was like, oh, I need this fucking mad scientist lady. She's insane, I love it. So we'll see how I actually end up feeling about Jade, but she's an easy skip for me. I am also going to, unfortunately, have to be skipping next patch, just because I think Yunli and Fei Zhao look interesting. Zhao Shu, excuse me, look interesting. But I'm more interested in potentially Fei Zhao, Now I'm gonna fucking pull for Lingua if they are really a Fushi XP. And leaked characters for after look too good to pass up for me. Wonder if they'll bring back companion missions back, because Black Swan Sparkle and they got one in 2.0. Everyone else has mostly gotten development. That's the thing. The story has been so character heavy in Penacony. I think a lot of before I continue on this, I'm not going to spoil anything in what I'm saying, but Cinda, how far are you into Penacony? So that I don't inadvertently say things that spoil. Talked about Ron May recently with the friends doing for Jada. Collective opinion on Ron May. I love fucked up, and she's definitely fucked up, but I don't think this is my kind of fucked up. No, Cinda play is, I convinced her to start playing Star Rail a little while ago. She's in Penacony right now, so I'm being mindful of spoilers on that. Because Cinda is a good friend that, I don't want to ruin things for. Not very much. I want to date with Firefly. God, okay, so you're still in 2.0. 2.1 is basically a character story patch, and that's all I'll say about that. Like, it it basically is a character story. That character does not need one now. Honestly, kind of the same with Acheron, where I think she gets a lot from the story that I don't necessarily see a need for a character story with her. Not that I'd be against it. I just don't think she needs it. I think Boot Hill could benefit from one. I think he gets a lot from the story, but there's a lot character-wise that isn't mentioned in the story at all. Like, I didn't know for a long time he even had a daughter. That seems a very key piece of characterization and like character aspects. Firefly, I think, doesn't need one, but could benefit from one. If it's like Black Swans, where the Trailblazer is not involved in it. I think Robin doesn't necessarily need one. I think she could benefit from one, but I don't think she necessarily needs one. But yeah, I that said, there are two characters that I don't want to hang out, that I would actually be like, I don't want to hang out with them in Star Rail, and it's Bronya and Aventurine, and that one I know is really contentious. I'm like the only person I know that does not give a shit about Aventurine. Everyone I know screams at me about it. He just did nothing for me. You're wild for that. Literally everyone I know is like crazy for him. My off-stream friend Mara was in full I'm saving mode until she saw Aventurine and was like, oh fuck it, I need him. My off-stream friend Courtney was saving for him for a long time. My off-stream friend End, who we got in 2.2, is like really mad he didn't start like a week earlier to get Aventurine. Everyone in Soleil's Discord is all in on Aventurine. Like, I know I'm the only one that's like, okay, I don't really care about him. I think his story is interesting. It just didn't move the needle for me. I did get him. I did roll a little bit for him. I knew I couldn't roll much because Firefly was coming. But Aventurine is probably, I would call, the strongest unit in the game. Aventurine just does so much and makes every team he's in so safe, and you can just throw him in anything. Obviously, there's other teams that he is better in, like Rat. But, like, Aventurine's just so fucking strong. Firefly requires very specific characters that if you don't utilize, she's terrible. Acheron needs a very specific supports to be as strong as she is. Don Hung, as really good as he is, without Sparkle, is like neutered significantly. Jing Liu's fallen off a lot. Aventurine can go in any party, make them immortal, and dish out significant damage at the same time. I'm mad about it. He's totally replaced Fushuan for me. I have not used Fushuan since getting him. And I'm mad about it, because I love Fushuan. As low as I am to admit it, I think Ratio is the best male character. He's too darn fun. I fucking love Ratio so much. Them giving him to us for free is the best thing ever. Oh, fuck, I've been talking for so long, my controller turned off. Because I was going to skip him. And knowing where we're at now, I would have been so mad. One, he's an incredible unit, and two, he is the funniest character. Maybe, okay, the Trailblazer might be funnier, but he is up there as the funniest characters in the series. I was gonna skip him too, but he's kind of incredible. He is one of the strongest DPS in the game, and he's really easy to enable, because you can either use the follow-up teams, which is not his highest DPS team, but as a grouping is the highest I think he can get to, or you can play him as a hyper carry, and he's also really strong. And his hyper carry supports are really easy to get, because while you could run, Sparkle, Bronya, whatever, he's equally as, not equally, because Sparkle's ridiculous, but is incredibly strong with Palatinian. And they're 4-stars, they're easy to get. I have fucking C87 Pala. His scathing remarks are so hilarious that it makes the moment when he speaks the most profound, inspirational lines that harder than expected. I cannot talk about it because, again, Cinda's not there. I think Sparkle is my favorite part about 2.3. Ratios, you all know, the exact Ratio moment is my second favorite part of 2.3. He does not give a shit about anything, and it's so funny. The first time he shows up, he's got a fucking plaster helmet. Oh, I love him so much. I love Star Rail so much. I don't know if I want to stream the Star Rail story going forward, because I don't know that I would have the energy for it, and I want to just like binge it like I do. I spent the entire night that 2.2 came out going through the story, and 2.2 is like 10 hours long. Oh, we're not fucking finishing these chapters tonight. The thing is, he is a completely serious character. He is a straight man character. Well, no, okay, not a straight man character, because he is a joke character, but everything he says is with complete seriousness, that what he's saying becomes so much more fun. You know what I mean? And yeah, the voice cast of Star Rail is incredible, not only in their roles, but in how much they love Star Rail. The streams of VAs rolling for characters, or Boot Hill's voice actor going through the story, is so funny, so passionate. It's fantastic. I love the cast so much. Alright, I'm gonna try to get back to... I'm gonna be honest, I think we're finishing chapter 20, and then I'm going the fuck to sleep. We've had so many side tangents, and I'm sorry for that, but they've been really good conversations. Where were we? Hold on. I genuinely love Star Rail so much. Talking about Star Rail brings me utter joy always. There's so much, like, again, I'm playing this because of Star Rail, or at least I got to it. Star Rail 1 is an incredible game. It is one of the best turn-based games that I've ever played, and I've played a lot of fucking turn-based games. The way the mechanics work, the way the characters interact with each other, the various teams you can make with the characters, on top of it being an ongoing game, is so much fun, and there's always more to do. The endgame modes are great. I could play Simu all fucking day and never really get bored. The environmental design is incredible. The characters are great. The character design really, like, I think Jade is the least interested. No, Ranmei is the least interested I have been in a designed character. And she's still a, like, in my opinion, as someone who was not taken in by her design, like, at worst, an 8 out of 10 design. The way the designs apply to the characters and the characterization and they build off that is amazing. The voice work in every language is fantastic. Like, obviously, I play in English. I know that English is the best, but I've looked at the other languages. My friend Mara plays in Chinese, so I hear them a bunch. It's so well done. The story has hiccups. I don't think it's perfect, but there's a lot of really, really good in it, even with the fumbles that they have on occasion. The music is great. I think it's hard to tell because it just came out. I think I like ZZZ's music more. I think it has better music, especially for its tone, but Star Rail's music is incredible. I listen to Streets of Buzz constantly. It's so atmospheric and fits the areas that they are for and the situations they are for. I have zero complaints about it. And as a gacha Hoyo, well, I don't know about HI3, I can't say that, but Hoyo gachas in Genshin, Star Rail, and ZZZ now are the most fair gacha I have ever seen. If you want a character, you will get that character. You might have to skip a character, but there are also no wasted roles. One of the actual complaints I have about Granblue, as much as I love Granblue, is there will be a character that I'm like, I will get them in 3 months. Because, for example, Orologia just came out. Orologia was a character that I said, when they come out, I'm going to get them. But if I didn't necessarily have the roles built up, I would have gone, okay, I'll spark them on the next banner that has more things that I was in. Because, I'll be honest, I sparked Orologia. That was a terrible banner. No one should have sparked that banner. But you can't, like, if I throw in, like, 30 rolls and I don't get stuff that I want, those rolls are wasted. There is not a single roll in the Hoyo system that is wasted because it carries over to whatever the next time you roll is. What you built up. And I think that's incredible. Alchemy Stars does the same thing, but I'm the only person in the world that gives a shit about Alchemy Stars. I think every gacha game should have the Hoyo gacha system. Absolutely. No, it adds so much because it lets you have an extreme amount of control over what you are doing. And I think some companies don't want that because they're afraid that it will eat into profits if people get stuff too much for free. But I think Star Rail and Genshin are the, like, number 1 and number 2. I actually am going to look this up. I think they are right now the number 1 and number 2 gacha revenue. Granblue might be up there too, but 2024 gacha. No, actually, what am I talking about? I know for a fact. Horses are the number 1 by revenue, but still, they're up there. Mobile game revenue. I'm fucked. The fact that they're bringing Uma Musume to English, I'm fucked. Because I'm gonna have to play that. I've said for like 2-3 years, I think, at this point, that if they ever bring that to English, I'm going to have to play it. I like the character designs too much. Me and Hope, I know during Inescapable, had a whole conversation about this, because Hope really likes Uma Musume. Huh. I am seeing, in China, Genshin and Star Rail, number 1, number 2, and then global Star Rail Genshin, number 1, number 2. For April 2024. Wow, Uma Musume was down to 17th in April. I think overall it's still the highest, though. But regardless, like, yeah, no, Star Rail and Genshin, I think part of it is it's satisfying as a free-to-play person, but it is also satisfying as a whale. Like, you can be someone like me that's like, I would rather get a character than constellations. I'm getting constellations for some stuff now, in Genshin especially. But, it really respects you as a player if you don't pay for it, which makes you more likely to pay for it. Because you're like, oh, I know I spend this much and I can get thing. Sure, you're way more likely to spend it, I think. And yes, like Person Magic Cat said, Genshin and Star Rail both respect your time. If the story is long, I think, but just being able to like be like, oh, I'm gonna just do my dailies, right? I'm caught up, I'm just doing this. Genshin takes a little longer than Star Rail, but I don't think either particularly take a long time. And you, especially with Star Rail, you can spend as long or as little time in it as you want, because Simu is so repeatable and there's so many different modes for it. I have endless praise for Star Rail, especially. I fucking love Star Rail. I prefer Destiny's Child system, but I think it's a reason they stopped service and not just because they moved to Nikkei. Instead of starting with 50-50, you first get the full guarantee and only then move to 50-50, and you can literally just buy the character straight up if you spend money. That is pretty good. That is definitely probably why it stopped service. You have to acknowledge to some degree that it's like, these games have to make money. And they are free, and there is so much that you can get for free in it that, like, I really can't fault the monetization. And Genshin and Star Rail I've never felt pressure to spend money. In some other games, I definitely have. Star Rail does have unparalleled quality of life. The fact that literally everything a Genshin player has ever asked for has gotten an update in Star Rail that has been exactly what they asked for is hilarious to me for forever. And Genshin is starting to roll it in, but and I think every Hoyo game improves on themselves. Like ZZZ has the starter gacha and the 300 roll selection for the standard banner, like in Star Rail, except they're the same banner. So those 50 rolls you put in for the quote-unquote starter gacha for ZZZ is also counting towards the 300 in the starter banner, in the standard banner, and I love that. I also didn't know Uma Musume was getting English. I'm also fucked gonna be playing that with 2 accounts, and it's harsh with the gacha. But my motivation for it is rekindled recently because I love the newest character. Uma Musume character designs are fantastic. I really am interested in playing it. I've never seen any gacha even halfway to the level of generous that Destiny Child was. I'll be honest, I also have never heard of Destiny Child. I've heard of the band Destiny's Child. One thing I really want more gacha games to take from Destiny Child: all past event stories available to read no matter when you start the game. Star Rail's doing a better job of that right now than the other. Granblue is great about that. There is the way Granblue does stuff is first run, probably like a year-ish later, rerun, and then a bit after that, added to side stories. So there's a period where the event is not immediately accessible, but it will eventually come back and it will eventually be permanent. There are dozens of hours of story that you can access immediately in Grand Blue, and it's great. Some of them suck. Some of those early events are really, really bad. The Sarah event specifically is really, really bad because there's a fight every single node. But most of them are good, especially after like 2015, 2016. 1,000 years aren't long enough. My batteries will fail and memories will freeze. I'll eventually fall asleep, but I'll never leave you. I'll keep waiting until the day your saviors appear. I've never seen one as bad as the Sarah event, but some of those early ones are really annoying.
So
you're willing to die for this world. There will eventually be someone who treasures you more than this world. You won't be alone, Phoenix. Tiana and Branya left the feather. Instead, there was a feather left in its place where she said, Was she not real? Was she a memory fragment this whole time? Fight for all that is beautiful in this world. I will say, despite all of these tangents, I am really, really enjoying this chapter. This has added a lot to Fuhua. Why did it keep pushing me forward? Like, these are relevant to the scenes that they were next to. She wasn't real, she's long dead. Don't you look just fabulous in this? The lady in Sheep House smiled at her. You'll be stealing all the attention this evening ball, gorgeous. Thank you for the follow, Person Magic Cat. Welcome to the archive. I hope you enjoy your stay. Hua shook her head. Why? Are you unhappy with something? I don't understand this. We lost 3 branches to bring down the 6 Hosha just a short while ago. We've won, but how could we just forget about all the sacrifices and pain we've been through? Why are we dressing up? Music? Snacks? Just thinking about this reminds me of the friends who died. Well, I have a little reminder for you. You've heard it before, but it works. Forgetting is the best medicine. The captain that turned into a Hersher but wasn't the 11th. This is the captain that turned her. Okay. Okay. They were a little confused on that. They might have been talking about 2 different things, but she definitely described that this Himiko turned into a Hersher. Because she fits the description exactly. And I thought it might have been Himiko. You must give them a chance to forget and have a little bit of fun, especially during wars. You can't fight a war with low morale. The captain said as she arranged her hair. I really can't get used to this hair bun. My ears feel cold and my neck as well. I'm loath to say it because I don't know if they bring up which one she was, but I do know which one she was. I mean, they might tell me. I don't know how important it is. Was she not the Hersher of Flame? Probably the air conditioning in the base. Like, I already know that she was a Hersher and is dead. And that Kevin killed her. And that Fuhua wasn't able to be there to be engaged in it. I know everything around the story other than the actual specific context of it. I don't think being told what Hersher she was will change things. The captain gave a frustrated scoff, unless it, like, connects to the future, but Himiko in the future is also dead. Captain gave a frustrated scoff. Whatever. Sure, you're not attending the ball. Spent a great deal of time picking out this dress for you. I mean, she's obviously the Hersher of Fire, which is why she was really good with the Fire Hersher Stigma Battle. Yeah. This is a snack bar for non-dancers, but I'm definitely going to get you onto the dance floor.
行きます
It was literally Divine Key made from the previous incarnation of her. That's funny. Fine, I'll go.
そうこなくっちゃ
Finally, right
リラッ
choice.
クスするのよ
Learn to relax,
ふわ
Hua. She snapped out of her memories. She was in the how do you say this? Is it sheepao? And thought about the short conversation last year. She looked at her reflection. Many things happened in a year. 2 Hersher incidents in Australia laid to waste by a great fire. Cheapao, okay. The one who chose her dress was no longer around. The moth planned another evening ball, but the mood was depressing. Far cry from the joyous atmosphere in last year. The war was wearing out the moths. The Hershers kept coming. There's no end in sight. Yeah, I'm well, sometimes it's she, not chi, but yeah. I've kind of learned Chinese pronunciation through Genshin Osmosis and also The Untamed, but it's definitely a very foreign pronunciation to me. Japanese stuff I get easy because I've seen Japanese pronunciation all my life. Chinese I'm not nearly as familiar with. I try to get it right, I try to learn, I'm not always the best at it. I love learning about different cultures and languages in it, though. It's one of my favorite things. No one wanted to dance, but no one wanted to cancel this tradition either. Yeah, that actually might be worse, canceling it, because then it's literally, like, emotionally showing that you've lost. Because people need to be happy.
人々が忘れることを
You
選ん
must
で
give them
楽
a
になる
chance
の
to
を許
forget
して
and
あ
have
げ
a
なさ
little
い
bit of fun, especially during
特に
wars.
戦争中
I also
そうしなさい
just realized that Fuhua had to watch Himiko die a second time. And when she was in Kiana's mind world, watching the, like, memory remnants of Himiko and working with the memory remnants of Himiko to help Kiana, that must have destroyed her. Like, it's the same conversation that we've seen a few characters have where it's like it's not the same person, but it is, especially in the context of this. Like Welt has talked about that he doesn't have as much of that for the XPs that he's seen. Yeah, like he said, he's seen like 4 autos. And he can differentiate that, but when it is literally like an almost soul reincarnation on this level, that can't be easy to deal with. Man, Fuhua is a tragic character. This chapter is not even this saga, because I think we're only gonna get through this chapter tonight, but this chapter has done so much for Fuhua, which I've said about every character in every session that we've done. This is also even just implication that I'm talking about. Yeah, we're in the Fuhua arc. This is chapter 20. As much as I say, like, I want to get to the stuff that we saw, like, in the preview last week, this backstory has genuinely changed my thoughts on Fuhua so much. She's great. She's incredible. The amount she's gone through, and she's still pushing through it and suffering in that pushing through it, but is doing everything she can in her own way. Because she's not even bound by May's plan anymore, because she's kind of going against Kevin. Also, like, we've seen how immediately she's like, no, we have to destroy those connected to the Honkai. Meanwhile, she's helping Kiana. work through and control the Hersher power rather than just killing her outright. Obviously there's a pivot point where things changed for her. And I'm really interested to see what that's gonna be. Is it gonna be related to Colin and Yai? Or is it something that happened even later than that? Is it just her that, like, she spent time with the Saint Freya girls that did it? Because there were 2 Hershers there that she spent a lot of time with, seeing be people. And then probably 3, actually, probably, because Wendy too. She was assigned duty to kill Kiana if she posed too much of a danger. Yeah, okay. No, yeah. There's a lot to Fuhua. I'm really, really enjoying this. You must give them a chance to forget and have a little bit of fun, especially during wars. You can't fight a war with low morale. Hua thought about the captain's words. Learn to relax, Hua. Aye, Captain. Hua was no longer a rookie. She finally understood the captain. More importantly, she understood her duty. Let's hope everyone can forget about this, at least for the night. Hua murmured to herself as she headed for the lounge. I still think Edison and Tesla are probably my favorite characters, but every chapter, everyone kind of edges up further and just gets closer. Raven was incredible in the recent chapters. May added so much in the last 2 sagas. Kiana, this isn't doing as much for Kiana for me as the May saga did, but it's definitely... Honestly, seeing Kiana have these kind of bonds outside of the context of May, and even outside of the context of Branya, who she also has known for a long time, seeing this connection with Fuhua, and the lengths she's willing to go for Fuhua, and her internalizing these memories and recognizing the tragedy, but also the, like, heart that Fuhua's had, to the point that she's pushing forward and it's like, no, I don't care if we're not finding what we're looking for. I'm learning about my friend. And that's important to me. Is genuinely doing a lot for her characterization, in my opinion. She's definitely Kiana has definitely had the biggest leap of my feelings before to now. But I just, every chapter, everyone gets better and better. I'm so glad I started HI3. And yes, that's exactly part of, like, what I said. We're still only in backstory mode. There's a whole present context that's going to be kicking in soon that we haven't gotten to for Fuhua. But no, I'm so glad I started HI3. I'm so glad I pushed past the really, really bad beginning. Every chapter has been incredible. Every chapter has been consistent since chapter 9. I don't think they've reached the peaks of the Fontaine writing yet. I think Fontaine is still my favorite Hoyo story and one of my favorite stories overall. They're definitely brushing up to the quality of, like, Bellabong and Penacony, though, absolutely. And we're not even to, like, I feel like the big moments that people talk about, or not even necessarily talk about, but feel for HI3. The writing has gotten so good. I don't even think the story necessarily of HI3 is particularly good. I think Star Rail has the best story. But the way HI3 to me is a story about characters. So this is my feeling of the story so far. It is characters moving through events and how those characters interact with each other and how the events affect them and change them rather than an actual grand story. Because the actual story, when you break it down, is kind of basic. It's evil monsters attacking the world, and we have to fight them. But the way the characters deal with it, the way they write these characters being affected by everything, doing their best to protect the people that matter in very different ways. Fuhua's way of protecting people is different from Kiana's way of protecting people, is different from Mei's way of protecting people, is different from Sila's way of protecting people. But they're all doing the same thing. It's just the way they internalize it, the way they represent it is different between them. And you're seeing it through this tragedy of everyone wants to save everyone. Some of them are more beaten down than others about it, except for Otto. Otto is the exception to all of this. Otto's just kind of a dick that wants his quote-unquote girlfriend back. One, didn't like him, and two, wasn't into guys. That's the funniest part. He never had a chance. I actually kind of love Otto in that sense. But and then you go over to a wholly separate part of the anti-entropy characters. The relationship between Welt, Tesla, Einstein, and Joyce, even, who I don't know as much as I want to about, because I've only skimmed the AE visual novel. They're written so interesting, they're written so well, and you just want to see what moves them forward. This story is fantastic. I do wish it was in an easier to get into medium, but that said, once you get past chapter 9, once you get past chapter 8, I think it gets a lot easier to play and to feel and to keep going through. It's just getting to that point can be a struggle. Getting past those Himiko segments in chapter 9 fucking sucked. I must go to sleep because work in the morning, but wonderful to meet you and talk to. Thank you. Monday is HI3 day for the foreseeable future. So if you guys are just even interested in just HI3, every Monday we will be going through this. I'm going to keep going until the end of this chapter. We're not ending yet. Yeah, we're just going to keep pushing through this to the end. I'm not going to stop streaming this. I'm having too much fun with this. Well, that's also... no, I totally take into account that, like, the beginning of the game was 2013 on phones, but it's just, it's so bad. It took so long to push through that. But no, there's so much heart in this game, and it doesn't surprise me that, I don't know if the writer of this part was Xiaoji, but I can absolutely see where the writing of Penacony connects to this, because I've said it many times, the reason I'm so enamored by Penacony, even more than the actual current happenings, like the present, is its ability to make you connect to characters you've never seen and will never see, because of the way the characters you do know feel about them, the way it affects them. I absolutely love it, and this is that kind of writing. And yeah, like Shin's saying, I now flashback and see Penacony is such a Honkai story. Absolutely. Ugh. All right, let me back read chat after my my rants. Otto has actually zero interest in saving the world. Are you saying Otto isn't the most relatable and sympathetic character? Otto is whack, Otto is crazy, Otto is genuinely unhinged. I really like Otto. He's kind of a piece of shit. He's the only character that I don't really have any level of sympathy towards. Kevin is doing negative things or is doing horrible things for like what he thinks is best for the world. Even Cocolia was doing everything she was doing was in the end for her orphanage, for her kids. Otto doesn't give a shit about anyone, and I kinda love it. Every time we pivot to Otto, it's such a shift. Fuha's mind in this chapter takes one look at it and is like, fucking kill this bitch. Oh. Oh. It's no mistake that it was the chapter that Acheron showed up in the station. Absolutely. I think Acheron is written incredibly well and incredibly interestingly in Star Rail itself. I think specifically doing the 2 sagas that I did, which in my mind, I'm going to say a version of happened to Acheron, adds so much to her characterization. Because I've said before, I separate the characters as different characters, right? Like, my feelings for Bronya in this game are not necessarily affected by my feelings for Bronya in, Bronya or Silverwolf in Star Rail. I think Acheron is the exception, because I think the Mei backstory does so much to connect to Acheron that even if it's not similar to what happened to her in Star Rail, the idea that it did genuinely adds so much to the context of that character. Acheron was definitely through Penacony the biggest growth in my feelings for at the beginning of Penacony by the end of it. I love Welt's reaction just seeing the Witch's face because he flashbacks to Otto for this very reason. Otto is just something else, man. The thing I really like about that is he acknowledges in that exact moment, he's like, yeah, I've seen like 4 people with Otto's face. One of them obviously being Void Archives. Well, I guess one of them being Otto, one of them being Void Archives, but like he said he's seen multiple. And he's like, so this like, there's a good chance this is nothing, but that face just makes me really, really suspicious. Doesn't Welt also have a history with Void Archives in the post-Honkai Odyssey, pre-Star Rail, and Pano? Yes, so what I know... we have not met Void Archives yet. I'm sure I'm going to like him a bunch. But what I know about Welt in Star Rail is Void Archives goes with Welt into alien space to stop the alien ship, ends up stranded with Welt, and joins the Express for a little while with Welt. They specifically say that he betrayed them at one point, and we don't know where Void Archives is right now. Y'all love Void Archives. He's my top 5 HI3 character. He's so something. I'm very excited. I've been excited to get to him. So for those that don't know, I originally started HI3 to get context for Welt, because Welt is one of my favorite characters in Star Rail. And obviously, Welt barely shows up in this game, but I don't care. It's still context for him and the stuff he's gone through. Just knowing about Tesla and Einstein adds so much to his characterization. Especially with some Penacony stuff, which I'm not gonna go into because Cinda's not even close to there. But with some of his... Going through this contextualizes so much of Welt's dialogue, even if I'm not getting direct Welt context in... or direct Welt content in this game outside of, like, basically Second Eruption. Yeah, no, Welt's great. Everything around Welt is so funny. It's so funny. I even started HSR for Welt, and now my favorite adventure in Acheron. Acheron's great. I really like... Star Rail feels like you don't at all need to know anything about HI3. But if you do, you're gonna get more out of it. And I appreciate that. I hope that's how it stays. I hope Acheron, other than Welt, because Welt is literally just Welt, I hope Acheron is the closest we get to actually, like, nudging you towards HI3. Because I want Star Rail to stand on its own, even if it ties to stuff. It's like we said earlier, if they do explain that, like, oh, the Honkai are a Stellaron event. I hope it doesn't, I hope at no point do I have to play HI3 to understand what's going on in Star Rail. Because that's how I feel right now. You don't have to. They give you enough context. Well, kind of explains what's going on. He gives you a summary of himself. But actually seeing it adds so much. Especially knowing about Welt's relationship to Tesla and Einstein. I also don't think they'll ever do it. I think the writers are good enough to know that that's not what you should do, especially since, let's be honest, HI3 is the least popular of their game. I mean, I guess ZZZ, we can't determine that yet, but I think ZZZ is going to end up bigger than HI3. But yeah, I have total faith in the Hoyo writers. I think people give, especially Genshin's writers, way more shit than they actually deserve. I think it's just really, really popular to hate on Hoyo games. It's funny being an HI3 fan trying to expand to Hoyo games. It's so nice and great because the references drive me insane in the best way. I think Tears of Themis... Okay, that's fair. I played Tears of Themis for a little bit. If I had space on my phone, I'd probably still be playing it, but fucking Star Rail takes up my whole phone. Tears of Themis is a whole different category for me that I don't even account for it. But no, me and Shinsha have talked about it a lot. The way that these games do connect, but also don't connect, is really, really well done. There are little references, there are little things that's like, oh, is this something from here? Is this connecting to that? I don't know. I'm going to think about it. This could be something from HI3. This could be totally unique. This could be connecting to Star Rail. This could be connecting to Genshin. I don't know. I just really... I'm full-on Hoyo stan at this point. Imagine your Otome having HI third rep. I think Tears of Themis would be more popular if it were A, not a 2D Otome, and B, did not have such a shitty gacha system. I didn't play it long enough to have a determination on the gacha system. I liked it as an Otome. I think it was fun and cute. It's also like Ace Attorney, the gacha. But yeah, no, I'm just full in on Hoyo at this point. I'm gonna play anything they make. Something's wrong here. Is this from the Captain verse? I just got so flashbanged by his background. I know the backgrounds and stuff like don't actually, because they reuse them all the time, but there being, I think this is Kiana, and the HI3 logo and the fucking mascot, this just flashbanged me so hard. Wano, fun fact, Artem from Tears of Themis and Auto Show's same Chinese voice actor, that's great. It's obvious, and you can pick up on it. I remember I played 2.0, was curious if Acheron's line changed depending on if you were Stellar Chaos, and they did. That doesn't surprise me. Because, yeah, she's definitely comparing Stell to Kiana and Kaelis to Adam.
Barrel. It's
funny, because technically Hoyo is a small indie company. It's just 2 of their games blew the fuck up that they now make a shit ton of money, and I don't know if you can call it. When does that stop being true, right? Because it's true. Oh, she's comparing Chaos to Kevin. Okay, I'll have to actually look at the direct dialogues with more context now. Because, like, when does small indie company stop actually being true? Because the argument happened with Blizzard a lot, where it's like, they are or they were at least an indie company, but then they, you know, after 20 years of making the biggest MMO ever and making $1 bajillion, do they stop being an indie company? Okay. They didn't invest in a nuclear project. They invested in a company that then used that investment to make a nuclear reactor. The clickbait on that article is so funny. It's like, indie company Hoyoverse makes a nuclear reactor. Well, they are, because they are an indie company still. But actually, even though then, like, when does something stop being an indie company and just be a company? Right? Like, when did Nintendo stop being... I mean, Nintendo's a bad example because it was always the big one. I think is it just that, like, they're... No, because I guess, like, no one would call, like, Gearbox an indie company. I don't know. This is a philosophical debate for another time. We get a decade. Flee! The girl ignored the crowd as she stretched her lithe body, her neck, and her wrists. This is really your first time playing this? Yeah, my dad never allowed me to go to that arcade in our place. What a shame, because you're a gaming genius. 1,536 points, that's way ahead of the second place. Speaking of which, are there gun kata moves in your kung fu? That's impossible. They're not the same thing. I also must lurk. It was nice to meet you. Gotta catch your streams and your HI3rd streams especially. I'm considering doing Star Rail Story in the future. But right now we are, like I said, these are every Monday. Tomorrow and Friday we're going to be getting back to ZZZ. I'm definitely very Hoyo-pilled. But yeah, HI3 will definitely be consistently on the channel. So are you up for some para dance insanity? Oh my god! This is the worst. This is the worst oh my god I've ever seen spelled out. I hate it so much. At this rate you're going, the arcade should be paying you to play their games. Keep it down. Hua said in a hushed tone. A huge crowd gathered around the girls to admire the legendary gameplay. I hope when Fu Hua gets added to Star Rail, she has a story with Silverwolf. I didn't expect to attract so many people. It's terrifying. So how did you pull off those moves? By moving my arms and legs according to the instructions on the screen. Instructions? No, they're not. Forget it. The girl looked around, oblivious to the spectators around them. Want to try the racing games? It's definitely something you can't do with Kung Fu. I'm so happy. Of course, games are designed to make people happy. Hey, what you want to eat? Noodles? Pizza? It's on me. She's gonna say noodles, but I always pizza. It's okay, I got the money. I can pay for dinner, and you can pay for the bus ride back to school. How does that sound? That sounds good. So why do you live in the dorms on the weekends? I thought your home was in Sapphire. My parents aren't around most of the time. It's not home, just a place to live when you're there alone. You sound so mature. Wow, did you just call me mature? Can you please say that again when you meet my mom? But I gotta warn you, you'll be shocked when you see my mom. Oh, are you trying to say something? I never told you that I came from a military family, right? Oh no. It's my mom was in the army. Wait, you don't look surprised.
女性軍人は別に
For
変わっ
this
て
woman
ま
aren't
せん
that
よ。
rare, to be honest.
ママに会ったこ
That's
と
because
ない
you've
から
never
そう
met my
言うん
mom.
や
Don't worry, you'll meet my parents once you return to
あ
Sapphire.
んたのこと
I kept telling them that you're the one who saved their baby girl's life.
やめてください。
What?
それならい
Can
け
I
ませ
choose
ん。
not to meet them instead?
命の
Why
恩
did
人
you
と
tell
か
them
おか
that?
しく。
Quack could only imagine how awkward it would feel. I...
冗談やあんたはうちの友達
I'm scared now to learn who her mom is. I was just messing with you. I'll just say that you're my bestest friend ever.
恥ずかしがること
Come
ない
on, don't be shy. Let's go eat something. Sure. Hwa's heart was filled with a simple yet pleasant happiness. Like, obviously this character is destined for tragedy. She doesn't even have a name yet. But her parents have me frightened. I really gotta catch the next week's HI3 scheme after skipping a ton of these. It's my favorite coming up. I hope you will enjoy it. The reason why it's probably Kevin is because his JP voice actor narrates one of Acheron's character trailers. That makes a lot of sense. Imagine Celestial Imperia XP but hashtag gamer. God, I love Energetic Student. Her Energetic Student is very good. She doesn't have a name, and that's scaring me. Because that means something. She's going to be someone.
次に会うのは1万年後だ。
I had no idea Energetic Student was here, and I don't know what to think. I'm very frightened. Many years will pass before we see each other again. Wow. Oh, okay, we're gonna get... This is gonna be information about them, like, how they survived, probably. Yep, okay, they were in cryosleep. Kevin said before he headed to the cryopods, he was sullen, and he ended his greeting with these words.
人類は必ず崩壊に勝
Humanity
つ。
shall defeat the Honkai. She had many things to say. She knew she could at least repeat Kevin's words. He'd be pleased to hear them. But she only gave him a silent nod. The doors closed. Hwa went through the disinfection chambers and left her clothes in the cruel old world. Right. They're on the moon. I forgot that they were on the fucking moon. I knew this. This was information I had in my mind. I forgot, though. The long war against the Honkai has ended. Humanity suffered grievous losses, but failed to claim the final victory. The planet's surface was in ruins. The few survivors left followed Dr. May's orders and entered the cryopods. Nobody knew what their mission was, nor how long the hibernation would
あ
be.
の人らしいですね。
That's so very typical of her. No one knew Dr. May's entire plan. The AI named Prometheus conveyed her will, and no one objected. Because everyone trusted and believed in Dr. May, the person who spent her entire life fighting the
プロメテウ
Honkai.
ス、
Are you there,
聞いてますか？
Prometheus?
はい
I am. The synthetic voice sounded like a shy little
あと
girl.
どれくらい時間
How
があ
much
ります
time do I have left?
万物休眠は
The gate hibernation shall begin in 1 hour, 27 minutes. Whose voice actor is that? Is that one of the girls? I can't place it. It's not May's. That much I know. It's not Bronya's. It's easy to forget, to be fair. Is it? It comes up a fair amount. Don't you hand me. Don't you hand me. I know it's someone's, but I can't place it. I don't know the voice actors well enough. I hate all of you. 1 hour, 27 minutes. The amount of time Hwa had to reminisce about the past. But was her past really that long? After becoming a mantis, Hwa could no longer forget. Every moment since the awakening became etched in her mind. She cared little for these memories. There was nothing that she missed about them. She went to the very beginning. Her father's dojo in the slums, where youth trained in the yard.
わあ、将来こ
Your
の道
father's
場をお
dojo
前
will
に
be
やるよ。
yours, Hwa. He said those words, but he was wounded by a zombie. The dojo faltered. The Honkai came. Everything was gone. He thought about her confusing first day of school in a new city and about that classmate. She felt a trace of joy. The first classmate to befriend her. The happiest semester of her life. The Honkai came. Everything was gone. Memories of other friends were worn down over the years. Only flickering shadows remained. Man, her relationship to memory is really, really well done. Because this is even before her, like, her voice is eroding. Or her memory is eroding. The fact that this early she's like, I can't really remember just because so much has happened says a lot. And then obviously, like, that's continuing. So I was very confident in, I said it right at the beginning, that she was going to be like the Hersher of the mind. I think I've heard the term Hersher of sentience, and then they've said sentience a few times in this, so I think that is what she's going to be. But, like, they've really drilled it home and shown how much memory specifically has affected her in her lifetime. She thought about the captain who rescued her in Sapphire and gave her new purpose in life. The Honkai came, and she reached the very end of her memories.
プロメテウス、聞いてますか?
Are you there, Prometheus?
Hi.
I am. The synthetic voice sounded like a shy little
時
girl.
間はあとどれくらいです?
And the time.
万物休眠は1時間13分後に実行されます。
Wait. Actually, is that Bronya's voice actor? It's obviously a lot higher pitched than what she does for Bronya. If it is. But the inflections sound right. Great hibernation shall begin in 1 hour 30 minutes. Oh my god, that would make so much sense though if Bronya is connected to this. Why she's so robotic. I'm gonna get flashbanged at some point when I get shown it. Hi, Hua thought to herself. It took me only 14 minutes to recall the memories that I held dear. Hua entered the password on the wall panel and opened her cryopod.
まだ1時間12分の自由時間がありますが。
Reminder, you still have 1 hour and 12 minutes of free
い
time.
りません。
I don't need that. Because I also would say it's definitely not Kiana's, but I don't know enough of Kiana's voice actor to know if, like, the Genki voice is specific to Kiana or if she has others. I'm also not familiar enough with Bronya's voice actor to be like, oh, this is her from another role. At least I don't think I actually don't know who Bronya's voice actor is in Japanese. I don't need that. Yeah, it only took 14 minutes for everything that matters to her to be remembered. It's actually interesting. She didn't even mention Sakura. It should theoretically sound like Bronya's, but this is so early they hadn't established tone properly. Okay. Okay, so it is Bronya's voice actor. Okay. I'm not upset knowing that. I think that actually adds things for me. No, but them tying... I'm assuming the AI is going to be based off of a person, which is what Bronya is the imaginary tree connection to. But them tying Bronya to an AI is actually a genius move for how much she is, like, she acts robotic. Especially since, if this is, like, supposed to be the connection to Bronya, the robotic version sounds a lot more human. And that's an incredible parallel. At this point, this in release, they did show off Prometheus as a hologram in the manga. Okay. Okay, so probably when I read my manga for the week to catch up to stuff for next week, I will learn this. I would have learned that anyway. No, that's a great parallel, actually, though. The juxtaposition of the human that is robotic versus the, like, previous incarnation that is a robot that is human. Or that acts human. The ocean greeted the phoenix. Other waves lapped at her ankles and gave her a welcome sense of coolness in the heat of summer.
夢ですね。
This is a dream. The beach failed to distract her. She knew at once that it was a dream. Her physical body was at Mount Taiwan.
珍しい。
I hardly dream nowadays. As a mantis, her brain never stopped working, even if she slept. That's called ADHD, honey. She could not remember the last time she dreamed.
この夢、
Why am I
何
having
の
this
ために生
dream?
まれたのでしょうか。
Hi! An old friend appeared without warning.
皆さん、
It's you.
ご無沙汰だぞ。
It's been a while, Phoenix.
どれくらいぞよ。
How long has it been?
2600年です、ね。
2,600 years. The Phoenix murmured to herself.
長いぞよ。
That's really quite a long time.
そっちは変わって
You
おら
haven't
ぬ
changed
ぞ。
at all. The Phoenix found herself at a loss of
こ
words.
れは夢。
This is just a dream, isn't it?
知らぬぞよ。
I don't know
こう
about
して
I don't
会
know
話
about
できる
that.
というこ
Since
と
we're
は、
talking to each other,
そうだと
it's
思うぞ。
probably just a dream.
我らは死んだぞ。
We're already dead.
すまぬ。そっちを一人にしたぞよ。
We're really sorry about leaving you on your own.
いいえ、
No, don't be. The dreaming Phoenix experienced sorrow. Felt like a lead weight pressed down on her chest.
私は間に合わなかった。私の方が謝
I
るべき
didn't
で
make
した。
it on time. It was they didn't even die of age. They were killed.
もう一度会えて、本当に嬉しいです。
Seeing you two again. The very sight of you makes me really happy. Bushi and Nuwa looked at each other before smiling. Smiles that she had not seen for 2,600 years.
我らに会うのはそう難しくないぞ。
You can see us anytime you want.
我らはずっと
We're always by your
そっちの
side.
そばにいるぞよ。
Yes. Then the Phoenix, Bushi, and Nuwa spoke no more. Everyone knew this precious moment of silent calm could not be traded for any number of words. The cogs of time ticked on as spinning flywheels spun dazzling threads of entire lifetimes. Like, okay, this one is them in that this is clearly a typo. My reading of this was on me. The time had come for the dream to end.
私はずっと黙っていた
I
まま
thought
な
this
ら、
moment would keep
この
going
時
if I
間が
kept
永
my
遠に
silence.
続くと思いました。
I'm wondering if them saying you can see us whenever is her dream, like being like, oh, you know, just think about us and dream about us. Or if she actually has like fragments of them, like of their mind, maybe from Fenhuang down inside of her. Like, did she capture them in their last moments, maybe? The clogs of time, you wear them on your feet. Hey, you know what they say. Don't ever let them touch my clogs.
口を開けば、
I was
時
afraid.
間も動き出すと
So
思い
afraid
ま
the
した。
time would flow once I opened my mouth.
でもこれはただの
This is
夢
just a dream.
ですよ。
All dreams will eventually shadow.
ああ、
Indeed.
夢
All
はいつ
dreams
か
will
終わるぞ。
eventually end.
だが、
But
そっちの
time
時
will
間
not
は
end
止
for
まら
you.
ぬぞよ。
The bells chimed in the distance. The Phoenix returned to the beach. Other waves lapped at her ankles. It felt as though she traveled to the
また
past.
会おうぞよ。
You'll meet again, Phoenix. The fact that they're getting an XP in Star Rail, and we know she has an XP coming in Star Rail, is going to kill me. This chapter has fully made me be like, oh, I'm probably actually gonna roll for their XP.
ええ、
We'll meet again.
また会いましょう。
Take care, Nuwa. The dream ended. I'm interested to learn, see when we're gonna actually meet Marshal Hua. I wonder how long they're gonna wait to pull the trigger.
あのお姉さん、
Where,
どこに行ったの
where
でしょ
did
う。
わからない。
Ugh, I'm not sure. Kiana picked up the feather.
彼女がブローニャたちに残したものでしょうか。
私たちに
Maybe
知
she
ってほ
wants
し
to
い
tell
の
us
かもし
something.
れない。やってみる？
Did we try entering it?
はい。
Duh. Light faded away. The chilly wind felt like ice cold blades. I feel like it might be 4.x or later, at minimum. It's probably not gonna be in 3.0, but we know that the Cienjo are gonna be interlude patches probably for a while. So it's possible she could show up at any time. She just hasn't been leaked to appearing anytime soon. So light faded away. The chilly wind felt like ice-cold blades. Midnight. Mount Taiwan was exceedingly quiet during these hours. What if she shows up as an NPC first and then playable a year later? We would probably have her model, though. Because I fully expect her to show up as an NPC first, and then playable. Because, we know that some of the silhouettes of the upcoming character... I say no, leakers have said. That not all of the silhouettes are playable characters. So, they know their models. But I fully expect her to show up as an NPC before she actually shows up playable. The Celestial Imperia continued her slow walk.
あれ？
Hey!
ブローニャたちの
Are we
体が
in a distant memory
思い出の
now?
中に。
なんで？
Yeah,
今ま
but
では見
why?
ることしか
The
できなかったの
previous
に。
feathers only allowed us to look.
違います、キア
And
ナ。
yet, the Kiana must
忘れたんですか？
remember. It
昔、
feels similar to the
委員
feathers
長
that
が
the
羽を
class
使っ
monitor
て
used
ブ
before.
ローニャたちと会話し。
まさか
Can this be? Kiana looked around and saw Fuhua on the mountain trail. She called out to her. Fuhua seemed oblivious.
聞こえないみたい。
She
つい
can't
てい
hear
きま
me.
しょう。
We should initiate pursuit.
スイ、どうしてあなたがここに？
What are you doing? Why are you
他の
here?
みんなは？
Where are the others?
師匠。
Master! The girl's ephemeral shade flickered. Her hesitation was obvious.
師匠のことが心配だったからでしょ。
He misses you. Another person silently appeared before Fuhua and her youngest disciple Sui. He was Tsume, the second disciple of the
師
Phoenix.
匠が山を降りてから。
She has been waiting here
彼女
every
は
day
毎
ever
日
since
こ
you
こで
left the
待ってた
mountain.
わ。
Sui is such a sweet girl.
師匠、
The hour runs late,
もう遅い
Master.
し。
We should head back
ま
to
ず
the
は院
temple.
に戻りましょう。
The Phoenix followed Tsume up the mountain and left I'm assuming Chin Suyi on her own.
彼女たちの師匠
They're
を
planning to
殺
kill
そうとして
Master.
る。
Oh! Probably, I'm assuming this is gonna be in a, respectful, we want to let our master finally rest way. Oh no! Did Fuhua have to kill all of her disciples? Shinsuyi suddenly turned around and faced Kiana and
あ
Bronya.
なたたちはそれを
Are
止
you
め
here
に
to
来たの
stop
よね。
this?
何言ってるの？
What did you just say?
ブローニャたちが見
You
えて
can
るんで
see
す
us.
か？
Huh. Shinsuyi sighed. The shadowy apparition suddenly transformed into a beast that lunged at Kiana. Do you think Fuhua would stop herself from dying?
目に映るものが真実
Yeah.
でなければ
I think, especially at this point,
墨染めか。
she sees this as her duty that she has to complete. And even if she doesn't, I feel like there's going to be an aspect of her that might be the actual Hersher part that is going to take over and force her to continue her mission.
彼女、どうして急
Why
に
did she
私た
attack
ちを
us?
攻撃し
この思い出は
His memory
どこかお
sickness
か
seems
し
to
い。
be an anomaly.
弟子たちが師匠を
She just
殺
said
すっ
that
て
the
言ってた
disciples are
よ
going
ね。
to kill their master.
500年前
This must be the night 500 years ago when the Seven Swords of Typhoon murdered Fuhua. Oh, I guess Did Fuhua die?
姉はブローニャたちに歴史を
Is his
変え
father asking
委
us
員
to
長
change
を
history
助けてほしい
and
ので
rescue
し
the
ょうか
class monitor?
わからない。
I don't
と
know,
にかく
but
彼
we
女
should
たち
definitely
につい
follow
てい
them.
こう。
This also, 500 years ago also is around the time that Otto was active. This could be when Otto first met her. Because obviously she's a phoenix. Like, even if she dies, she'll be reborn. She'll revive herself.
師匠は一番大事な
Master is the most
存在
important person in my life.
他の
Nobody
命
else
と比べられ
matters as
るもの
much.
じゃない
Could also be Shixel bullshit that brings her back.
でも
But I
師
won't
匠
let
に
Master
彼
kill
女を
her.
殺させるわけ
Never.
にはいかない
Oh?
いかないせっかく手にし
There
た
won't
チ
be
ャ
another
ンス
chance like this. Is one of her disciples Honkai-ing? The fourth disciple of Taiwan looked at her twin elder sister and smiled.
もういいよ
It's alright, Munchie. Perhaps this is our, has been decreed by fate. Alright, I genuinely don't know
全て
what's
を静
happening
寂に
yet.
戻しましょう風
This is
船
the
よ
bell spike, the bringer of silence.
この落ち無弱は
My
探さない
void
わよ
arc leaves nothing behind. I do hope chapter 21 and beyond give me better characters. Like, either we see, like, versions of, more versions of Fuhua, or we get the Hersher forms of these two, or just, like, Sela comes back and we start playing as Sela.
これはただの
This is
幻
just an illusion, right?
そうで
What
す
shade of false illusion is truth?
嘘なら本物に偽装する必要
来たのね。
You're finally here.
すまない。
My apologies.
お前たちはここで泊まることになる。
Yeah? But you can go no further. Oh, and this is him. Okay. Sume, the second disciple, and Ma Yanqing, the sixth, stood guard before Fogmount Temple. This is kind of the era of the janky kind of Bronya gameplay era after this. I don't understand why. I knew he was older than this. I don't understand why they gave us like these old versions of them when better versions of these characters
あんたた
exist.
ちは運命を変えたい。
You seek to follow the machinations
私
of
たちだっ
fate.
てそうよ。
We share the same
可
goals.
能であれば、
None of us wanted this
俺
battle.
たちだって
We
戦い
had
たく
no
なかった。
choice.
始めましょう。
Draw your steel. So I assume we're not actually gonna see him.
ゲームオーバーです
よく見てなさい。
Okay, so
これが無双よ。
Yanqing in this is from the past. I see. And the way things are building up, I don't imagine things are going to go well for any of these people. Only in some untranslated visual novel do you actually see him. I see. That's kind of disappointing, but also not really. That also... I feel like that is the best kind of character to give XPs to. For sure one of them is also Sushang's mom. Oh, that would make sense. Because I looked at one of those, the names, and I almost called them... I almost read it as Sushang. But yeah, I feel like, the characters that I think deserve XPs most are characters that weren't actually explored fully. Like, the fact that Venti is a Wendy XP, I think gives, and is very different from Wendy, but, like, gives more to that character that didn't actually get time to exist. So, like, Yanqing being a character in this, but one that wasn't really greatly fleshed out, adds a lot to them being playable in the different game. Sushang's mom is Chin Suyi? Okay. The youngest disciple, yeah. The one that we met at the beginning, that the first one had turned into a monster. Yana and Bronya approached Fog Mount
委
Temple.
員長の弟子たち
Fuha's disciples, the Seven Swords of Taiwan,
500年前彼女たちが委員長を
were the
殺した
very ones who killed their master 500 years
彼
ago.
女たちから委員
The
長
one who
に対
detects
す
no
る
hatred
憎しみ
from
を
towards the
ブローニャ
class
は
monitor
感じ
from
ませ
them.
ん。
うん
No,
あるよ
I can sense some
かな
hatred.
り希薄だけ
It's
ど
weak, but I know it's
憎し
there.
みでも
Maybe I'm
私が間
mistaken.
違えてたかも
I
しれ
think
ない
that hatred isn't directed towards
あの
us
憎し
nor
みの相
Fuha.
手むしろ
I
彼女
think
た
they
ち
hate
自身を
themselves.
憎んでるように
キアナ、
Kyona,
委員
the
長の
class
弟子
monitor
は
should have
7
7
人いる
disciples,
でもさっき現
but
れ
only
たの
6 of
は
them
6
have
人。
appeared.
あと一人
Maybe the last one is in Fog Mount Temple.
心の準備
Well,
を。
we should be ready. Yeah. The two girls opened the door. Hi, Sela.
私たち
Hey,
戻った
did we just come back out again?
何があったの
What
あの
happened?
屋敷に
What exactly lies behind the temple
ブローニャの
doors?
視界は真っ暗
When
に
you
な
saw
っ
a
て
brief moment of pitch
気づいたら
darkness
ここ
before
に戻ってい
re-emerging
ま
at
し
this
た。
location.
おかしい
That's so weird.
おかしすぎるよ
What's wrong with this feather?
残した人に
We
聞く
should
し
ask
か
the
ありま
person
せ
who
んね。
left it to us. I assume the person who left it to us is the seventh disciple that is probably dead. Oh, this chapter is so good.
ファイヤー。
Every stream from now on is just gonna be, oh man, this chapter is so good. The Enjo was designed around a space version of the Mount Taiwan setting. Belbog is a take on post-Second Eruption Siberian. Penacony is a take on the final arc. So who knows what Amorphous is gonna be. I think there's definitely like inspiration from it, but I don't think it's like fully I don't think it's fully like we're making this again. But like I said, there definitely is. They're pulling both historical inspiration like from the same places, but they're made by the same company. Like there's no way that it's not gonna be connected. It's like it's similar to what I'm saying with ZZZ, where the fact that while Belobog is a existing mythological thing, there's no way the same company uses that twice and does not have an intended connection to it. But yeah, because a bunch of these characters are XPs to the Xianzhou. Even Otto being a part of it. That is interesting. That's definitely interesting to think about.
この羽。
This feather,
封印がかかって
is
る
it sealed?
はい。
Yet, but it feels different compared to the other feathers we found.
やってみますか。
Perhaps we should
それ
activate.
とも
We should activate it unless you have another idea in mind.
やってみるよ
Or we should give it a try anyway.
趙
Zhao Yu... Yes, Zhao Yu. I do think Xianzhou specifically is thematically parallel to Taiwan arc because it deals with immortality and its long-term... That's true. We had a whole thing about that earlier, too. Talking about, the Xianzhou's immortality connected to Fuhua's. That's super true. And they're all the XPs, except for, like, Luocha, are characters from this story section. Fuhua, Yanqing, Sushang being connected directly to this. Yeah. And actually all of the... I mean, not necessarily... I don't know if Raven was Russian, but the XPs from Belobog were also the Siberia group, which, you know, all the ice stuff. I don't. They're not direct comparisons. Like they're very much their own unique thing. But yeah, no, they're definitely pulling things from those arcs. They're unique. They're fully unique, right? Like they're not just copy pasting. But yeah, no, you're right. There definitely is inspiration from it. Raven was Russian. She was right. And yes, yeah. The second eruption was purely, well, the rocks that Serum was chucking hit a bunch of places. But yeah, the initial eruption was in Siberia. Yeah, okay. Yeah, then all of them are the Siberian characters affected by the second eruption. Right, because it's Raven, Sela, Bronya, Kokolia. I think that's it for the XPs of Belbog, right? Huh. I'm gonna have to be keeping a lookout on characters in the future because of that. And then yeah, another Cienjo character upcoming is the companions of Fuhua. And again, like it is its own unique story, but it is definitely pulling connections from this. Absolutely. That's really interesting to think about. I'm gonna have to keep a lookout on that going forward in Star Rail. And this again goes into what we were saying before. You don't need to know HI3 stuff to enjoy Star Rail. But if you do, the connections add a lot. They add a lot of context and just little nudge, hey, look at this. I think Star Rail wanted to take themes from HI3 and explore them further in a wider setting. Yeah, absolutely. And again, the thing about Star Rail is like, they're not copy-pasting anything from HI3. They are taking similar like attributes and story things and twisting them. And they're twisting them into something fully unique and different. Like, I can say now, having seen Kokolia's story in this, there are definitely connections to the Star Rail version of it, but they are not the same in any way, and they are very different characters between them. I was, in fact, very wrong in the first times Kokolia was showing up to compare her to Star Rail Kokolia, because they are substantially different characters. I made judgments on Kokolia. I made judgments on Kokolia based on the shit she did to Wendy, but I made judgments based on Kokolia based on her Star Rail incarnation, which are not. They are very different characters, very different motivations, with very different histories. Fuck, Kokolia doesn't even actually run the orphanage in Star Rail. But yeah, no, the seeing those connections definitely adds to it. Now I'm even more pumped to go through HI3 for HI3, but also to see these connections. Because yeah, no, you're totally right. The Cienjo is an exploration of a whole civilization of people dealing with Fuhua and the ramifications of that. That's fascinating, actually. I'm gonna have to explain all this to my off-stream friends. That's incredible. Cause yeah, and Belobog is also, so obviously it's pulling from Siberia being the ice area, but it is pulling from not just extensions of those characters and what they would go through. They're also pulling from like the extension of the last chapter with the Ice Hersher. I'm actually kind of amazed they didn't make an Owl XP. But also, you know what though? Even more than that, I'm realizing everything going on in Belobog not only is paralleling to the Ice Hersher, it's actually paralleling to the immediate aftermath of the second eruption. Where like specifically I'm thinking of the manga parts where Kokolia is like the second eruption just happens and she's escaping. And how similar like the dealing with all the snow in that is. And the almost flip on how Bronya is dealt with, where Bronya was a child soldier saved by Cocolia in HI3. Meanwhile, in Star Rail, she is almost made into a child soldier by Cocolia. I fucking love the Hoya writers. Because, yeah, no, it's not the same at all, but it definitely plays on an idea and twists them and expands on them. Because it wasn't necessarily a fit for HI3, but you can do it in the cosmology and the way you're changing things in Star Rail. And you could make it so that, like in the example with Cocolia and Bronya, that those characters, that they were, you know, Jim and Jangle. My example names are fantastic. Yeah, you know, Cocolia is now Jim, and Bronya is now Jangle. And it doesn't actually change anything, because you don't need to know the context of Cocolia and Bronya, but having that and comparing them actually adds so much to it. God, I love this fucking franchise. Zhao Yu. The Phoenix called to her disciple. I'm heading to the South Seas. You're coming along. Go pack your things. Of course, Master. Where monsters found by the South Seas. Though the Phoenix heard her words, she walked off without turning back. You don't look too well. What is it? The journey to the South Seas will take a while. I'm just worried about the little ones. Sume is around. She was admitted to the school only a little bit earlier than the others. Yanqing was just a boy. Suyi has yet to recover from her sickness, and Wanru. I don't like that the music just stopped. The Phoenix stopped and turned around. You want to stay? No, I should go. I want to see the South Seas again, and pay respects to my parents. Good. What exactly happened at the South Seas, Master? The Phoenix stopped. No, the music did. Nothing happened, just like in One Piece. The Phoenix was cold. Like you, I have a few friends to whom I want to pay respects. Lin Zhaoyu left the shop with her substantial purchases. What did you buy? Offerings for my ancestors, a wood puppet for Yanqing, books to teach Suyi how to write, robe for Wanyu. Rouge? Rouge. Right? No. I don't know. The makeup. Lin Zhaoyu counted her purchases. Local sundries for Sume, and this is for you. Lin Zhaoyu gave her a strange cloth-wrapped package. The Phoenix felt its weight and hardly gave a response. I remember this town. We lived here when you first took me to Mount Taiyun many years ago. Did I? I wonder if this is supposed to be Taishu. And I'm saying it wrong. With the connection of Sushang to this section. The Phoenix looked at the hanging lanterns. I don't remember. Apologies, Master. This is the only ship willing to make the trip. You might have to live in the cabin for a while. It doesn't matter. Thank you. It is the same as Sushang. Okay, I questioned that, I don't remember if it was last stream or the one before, but I came to the conclusion that it wasn't. But now knowing that she is connected to it, I think this is just a foible of HI3 translation. Alright, I'm gonna start saying Taishu then. Why? Because you're willing to take me back to the place where my parents now rest. It was Taishu Eminence is an ultimate attack of the Blade mantra. That was specifically, they called it the Blade of Taishu earlier in this chapter, and that was why I was like, that was when I second guessed myself again. I was like, maybe I was right the first time. Because that's definitely not how they spell it in Star Rail, but HI3 has had so many instances of just changing words that I would be more willing to believe a Star Rail pronunciation and explanation for something. For, like, a specific word or phrase, anyway. Like, concepts they can, change and play around with. I'm gonna be honest, it's fine, it's totally legible, and I understand everything, I'm not having a problem in that sense. HI3's translation is kind of terrible. There's dropped words and sentences not actually making grammatical sense all over the place, and I have seen repeatedly that like terms have been changing. Like we were saying before about how the name of the game actually should be Honkai Eruption 3, not Honkai Impact 3rd. But I don't know. It is what it is. I think a lot of it comes from it being 2013 and them not having a huge budget for it, and then them just continuing with like terms that they made back then. But it's fully readable. There's no issues in like I can't understand what's happening after chapter 9. It's definitely not the best, whereas now they have infinite budget. They have infinite budget and English voice actors, which is a big helpful part of pronunciation.
Chou,
I'm planning to go to the very same place. Lin Xiaoyu found the place where her people were buried, laid out the offerings, and paid her respects. The phoenix looked on in silence. Lin stood up, wiped away her tears, and gave an awkward smile. I'm sorry, Master. I didn't expect to hold you up for this long. It doesn't matter. Where are your friends, Master? I'll set up the offerings for them. The phoenix shook her head. She walked along the cliff's edge and gazed at the bottomless abyss. Their spirits flew to Imperium, and their souls slept in the abyss. But these legends are false. They'll never return. Are your friends the people of the Nine Realms? Are we pulling Norse folklore into this, or is this also a Chinese concept? Because Nine Realms, especially realms specifically, makes me think of Yggdrasil and the Norse, mythos. But I don't know if this is also a terminology in Chinese folklore. No. Those people wanted to resurrect Chiyu, while my friends sought to eradicate it. They could only be enemies. Hello, J10. Chiyu is the essence made flesh and laid waste to the South Seas. They faced it without me and fell in battle. Just over 2 decades ago, the people of the Nine Realms tried to resurrect Chiyu. I came here to stop them. Xiaoyu, your parents died because of me. Do you hate me? They were corrupted. Death is the best way to end this. I can think of 10 realms, which is related to Buddhism. It also could very much be a specific Honkai concept here that is explained in one of the manga. Oh, also, I remember one of the localization weirdnesses. It's not incorrect, but World Serpent very clearly being Jormungandr in the spoken word, which is definitely the term they're using in Chinese, or this is the Japanese. In the Japanese is another weirdity. because it's correct. The world, Jormungandr is the world serpent, but Jormungandr is also a proper noun. You're fucking right, Shinsha. We're Valkyries, and I'm doing a fucking explanation on Jormungandr. It totally probably is them pulling the Nordic. It's just that these are Chinese characters doing a very Chinese thing that I was confused by it. But you know, the choice to localize it as World Serpent instead of Jormungandr, despite that being a proper noun, which for an organization makes more sense, is, again, it's not wrong, but it's not correct. I found the Nine Realms stuff really strange, and I've tried to look it up. I think it's specific to HI3 and has to do with the Mount Taishu sect that Fuhua runs. Okay. It could also genuinely be both. It could be a HI3 concept pulling from the mythological concept and making it a unique thing. But, like, there's a bunch of stuff they're mentioning here that has not been mentioned before, but I'm not upset about it because we are in a flashback of established characters that are doing established things. And unless these concepts come back and are important later, I don't care if they're one-off mentions. Whereas, like, earlier, like, pre-Chapter 9, there were a bunch of stuff that I was like, I'm supposed to know what you're talking about because it's important right now. None of this I feel like it's going to actually matter. So then being like, oh yeah, I understand this thing. I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm just going to go with it until either it explains it to me or it is important. They're corrupted. Death is the best way to end this. The Nine Realms was some weird early game lore. A lot of this Fuhua stuff is bringing together a bunch of Fuhua lore that existed for a while but never was connected. That makes sense. It's all part of the school stuff that was cut out, probably, right? Or like, yeah, here was a readable about this stuff that no, you can no longer get to. Good. That makes sense, though. The Phoenix unwrapped her package and revealed a lifelike clay figurine. The Phoenix looked at the clay figurine for a while before letting it fall into the dark abyss. This is for the best. It's time to leave. Wait. This is the Book of Fushi. Was she a, like, clay doll that was animated? And, like, this is after she was gone and Fuhua held on to her for this long. Oh, man. I think they did an okay job of making it still understandable without having gone through everything before. I agree. Like I said, like, it feels like, oh, we're in a flashback of characters that this is stuff that they would know that I don't need to know. Because it doesn't actually matter for the story or my understanding of the story. It's them using jargon of their sect, of their, you know, of their culture that isn't actually important to the story. So you can throw these terms as much as you want and have the characters know what they mean and not need me to actually fully understand it. Fushi was an elf companion of Fuhua's that was her with her in the manga and Springfest. Yeah, well, I mean, I know that part, but I'm like, I actually don't really know what an elf is in the context. I have seen them. I know what they are, but I don't know how they're made. But because this feels like this could be that, and this is her, like, letting Fushi and Nua, really letting them go. The two said nothing during their return trip. I think that was a gift from the other girl? Okay. Okay. Lin Xiaoyu broke the silence after stepping off the boat. Is there no cure for the corruption? Is she afflicted with Honkai? They weren't bad people. They had no choice. Why would
自
the
分の
heavens
意
afflict
志
them
で
with such a
妖
curse?
魔になったわけでもあり
Okay,
ま
so
せん。
not right now, but obviously, like, the
どうして
disciples
こ
are
んなひどい
going
目に遭わ
to
ない
kill
といけないん
Fuhua
ですか。
to stop Fuhua from killing her. So does she get afflicted with Honkai corruption, which is why Fuhua is going to have to kill her? The clay figure was something new and made for her in one of the Chronicle missions. Got it. I knew it had to be connected to them. Because that whole thing was, it's like, I'm letting go of my friends and hoping to, like, really let them rest in my heart, if nothing more. They weren't bad people. They had no choice. Why would the heavens afflict them with such a curse? The phoenix did not reply.
4番弟子、
Wanru, she's just an innocent little girl.
悪
If
い
she
ことを
becomes
して
corrupted,
ません。
there's no way that we
ジョウ、
show you.
こ
There's
の件に
nothing
関
else
し
we
て
can
は
do
どうし
about
ようもあ
this.
りません。
Noah's like, made a picture of you with the bigger chest, LOLT. Then Zhao Yu gritted her teeth. The obedient disciple mustered all her courage to utter the blasphemous words.
師匠、
Master, will you please show mercy to Wanru?
見逃してもらえませんか。
Okay, maybe it's not her, but Wanru, that's the afflicted one.
彼女はもう手遅れ
He's
です。
corrupted Zhao Yu. The phoenix said nothing more. Zhao Yu remembered the very words she herself uttered at the South Seas. Death is the best way to end this. We're still just in the backstory. And I think this is the best chapter in the game so far.
林長彼女も
Then
林長
Zhao
の
Yu
弟子
turns
だ
out
った
to
ん
be
だね。
Fuhua's disciple. I mean, you knew that.
彼女が一番弟
She
子。
is the first and the
大
only
挙
of the
式権
seven
の中
swords who
で
didn't
唯
appear.
一現れなかった弟子。
キアナ、
That
問
isn't
題
the
はそこ
question,
じゃあり
Kiana.
ません。
Why did Zin Zhao Yu appear with Mount
彼
Taichu?
女がなぜ500年前の人
Why
間
did a
が
person from
今の
500 years
大
ago
巨山にい
appear
る
in
んで
Mount
すか。
Taishu of our time?
ここに何があったか。
I think I know what
なんと
happened
な
here.
く私たちがこの山
Nothing
に来
about
て
this
から
place feels right.
何も
The
かも
high
がおかし
ambient
かった。
Honkai energy and the strange
ここも
Fuhua
委
we
員長
saw.
が見せたあの羽たち
These
の
feathers aren't the same
委員
feathers
長
that
の
Fuhua
羽と
showed
は
us.
違う。それから
And then Zhao Yu from so many years ago appeared and led us to the
500年前の人間であ
Shinyan
る彼
minefields.
罠です。
It's a trap. Yeah,
ここは本
this
当の
definitely
大巨
isn't the
山じ
real
ゃない
Mount Taishu.
こ
So
こは
where on earth is this
どこなの
place?
それに
And who would
一体
do
誰
that
が
to us? We're already in a Hersherd sentience prison. This arc is like a chapter of backstory, a chapter of introspection, then action. That sounds great. At that very moment, something emitted a bright glow.
林長が
The
残し
feathers
た
that
羽です。
Ninja Yu gave us.
もう一度行ってみよう
We should enter it again.
真相はきっと
We should be able to find the truth within it. We're gonna not directly continue. I'm gonna check if we have any of the interlude things to do. We do! And then one after that, okay. The immortal phoenix came back with a young girl. Lin Zhao Yu was
彼
surprised.
女は特別です。
She's special. The phoenix responded to her astonishment.
寝床を整えて
Unpack
あ
her
げてくだ
things,
さい。
find a place for her, and teach her
彼
the
女に
blade
変
swarm.
身
この子は
But she's
ま
so
だ
young.
幼いです。
話すことがで
She
き
can
ます
talk and
し、
she knows how to
字
read.
の読み
The phoenix pointed at the child. The girl, however, looked towards the sky and was enthralled by something
彼
else.
女は特別。
He's special. The phoenix repeated those words again.
あの子は先ほど寝ました。
I've prepared a place
気
for the
が
little
強
one.
い子で、
She's a stubborn girl.
飴をあげて
I
や
only
っ
got
と
her to
言う
sleep
こ
with
とを
some
聞い
candy.
てくれ。
ええ、
Good.
仙人は
Are you going to
彼女を
adapt
引
her?
き取るお
Adapt
つ
her,
もりで
Imperia.
しょうか。
I'm also just realizing the banner. Are you going to adopt her, Imperia?
そうかもしれません
Perhaps.。Then Zhao Yu glanced outside the door and asked softly,
彼女の家族
Her
は
parents
死にました。
dead. Lin Zhao Yu knew what the word meant. Well, yeah, dead's a pretty common word. 3 months
あの
passed.
子、
Oh,
覚えるのが
no.
早いですね。
Okay, it means that she killed
決
them.
心は止水まで来てます。
The child is a fast learner. She made astounding progress in Blade Mantra in these last 3 months.
だから彼女は特別だと言いました。
I've said it before. She's special.
2
And
年
it
近
took
く
me
か
almost
か
2 years.
った私は
I guess I'm not
か
smart
なり
enough.
始めたのが遅すぎ
You
ました。
started late, and I wasn't teaching you
私もきち
properly.
んと教えてませんでしたし。
仙人
We should give her a name,
ずっ
Imperia.
と
あなたの名前
How
は
did
ど
you
う
get
付け
your
られ
name?
たんです？
Lin Xiaoyu did not expect this question. She lowered her head after a brief silence.
父が
My father paid a scholar for words from the Book of Odes. Xiaoyu, the morning rain, the bringer of rainbows.
朝に制すれば
Maybe taking in a bunch of orphans that you orphaned was not the smartest choice. I disagree. The Yakuza franchise has proved that it is the smartest decision.
こうしましょう。
Then it's decided.
司教を買ってきてください。
Go and buy the Book of Odes. The immortal phoenix ordered Lin Xiaoyu to bring the girl to Taishu Temple.
彼女の名字はあなたと同じ
To take your
リンにし
surname,
ましょう
Lin.
か。
What do you think?
それは
Yeah, yes, the people of the Yakuza series were Honkai corrupted. No, yeah, the obvious implication is that their parents were afflicted with the Honkai corruption, and she had to kill them, leading to her taking them in. Which I also need to point out is a direct parallel to the auto in the Bubble universe that we saw with as Branya in the Sea of Quanta, where he had to kill people afflicted with the Honkai corruption and then took them in as into his orphanage. And I wonder if that's intentional, or if it's just like, oh, this is a popular story thing, and if they are directly connecting it, or if they will directly connect it. Now that I think about it, it might actually be a case of the disciples having stigmata and the residual effects of that could have corrupted their parents. That's speculation. That could make sense. But I don't know if they're... Yeah, I mean, if you're saying it's speculation, there's no direct evidence of that, but that could make sense. But even without that, I think just she had to kill the Honkai-afflicted parents and then took in their kids, like... You know, that's a pretty popular / common story beat, which I am a sucker for every time.
名字ならある
Hey man, surname. The girl suddenly spoke.
スー
It's Sue.
母さんの名
That's
字
my
は
mother's
スー
surname.
だから
No, yeah, no, right. This was yeah. Yeah. I shall take her name for myself.
名前は
What is your name?
名前は父さん
My
がつ
dad
けたけ
named
ど
me, but I'll not call
もう
myself
捨て
that.
たの
The phoenix flipped open the Book of Odes and came to the heir of Chin. Shin reads by the
い
river.
わゆるかの人
The one you
水
see
のほ
waits
と
for
り
the
に
May of the river. May.
ほ
Do
と
you
り
like
と
this
いう字
word?
はどうでしょう。
どういう意味
May of the river. What does that mean?
ほとりは
The May of the river is the old word for the
Mizuhiwa to
riverbanks, the place where water and land meets. The place where water and
Mizuhiwa.
land meets. The girl thought about the word for a while.
つまり
I'm neither land
騎士
nor
でも
water,
水でもない
not a farmer nor a fisher,
どちらにもなれ
someone
な
who
いって
can't
ことだ
rely
よ
on
ね
anyone.
気に入らないで
You
す
don't
か。
like it. I'll find another word
It's not-
then.
いい
It's alright.
それで
I'll take it. The girl glanced at the phoenix. She then walked towards Lin Xiaoyu and bowed
女
deeply.
王姉様
Greetings, Xiaoyu.
スーメイ
I
で
am
す
Sume. Lin Xiaoyu did not know how to respond, but the Imperia closed the Book of Odes and looked as cold as ever.
その
Sume,
スーメイ
you should only pay your respects to the
まず
Imperia.
は
She'll be your
仙
parent
人
from
に
now
礼を
on.
するべきです
The girl stood up and exclaimed, I won't forgive my mother's murder. The Imperia is no parent of mine. Chase me away and save me. It matters not.
親だと認めるわけにはいかない
The young girl's words rang as loud as steel. Lin Xiaoyu did not expect her to act this way.
追い払うつもり
I'll
も
neither chase
奴
you
隷
away
に
nor
するつ
save
もり
you.
もありま
I
せん
only want you to master the blade of
あ
Taishu
な
and
たに
fight
は武術
monsters.
を私を親
Your
だと思う
decision to
かどう
respect
か
me or
は
not matters little. The phoenix closed her eyes and said nothing more. The girl stood there frowning while Lin remained
千
silent.
人は母の敵
My mother's murder is no
親
parent of
として
mine,
認められ
but
な
I
い
must repay you for your kindness,
しかし千人に
Imperial.
は命を助けられ千人との
A
関係は
teacher must be given
ちゃ
proper
んとした
title.
名前があ
I,
った方がいいでし
Sumei,
ょ
hereby acknowledge you as my
数
master.
名は千人を師とし
Master, but not mother. Sumei then knelt and prostrated herself before the phoenix. I feel like this is such a very, like, Chinese ideology, which obviously they're Chinese, that's why. Of, like, I acknowledge you as my master, I acknowledge your skill, and I will respect you for that, but also, like, fuck you killed my mom. Whereas, like, if it was just a Western thing, it would just be, fuck you killed my mom. Lin Xiaoyu looked displeased, as though something bothered her deeply. The phoenix knew the reason and called her name.
趙雨
Xiaoyu.
はい
Yes,
師匠
master.
あなたも来なさ
Come
い
here. I hope she gave her a head pat. Hello, Feather.
こんにちは
Greetings. The girl's ephemeral shade flickered. She was obviously waiting for
これ
someone.
はただの
Is
記
this
憶
just a segment of someone's
そう
memories?
よね
I'm dead already.
私は死
I
ん
have
だ
died.
ね
Excuse me,
どういう
ma'am.
ことか教
Can you
えてく
tell
れ
us
る
what's going on here?
私は
I
死
have
んだ
died. Jin Sui continued to mumble to herself as her shadow faded.
私
I died.
攻撃してこ
She
な
didn't
かった
attack us. Oh.
この羽に
The
変
feather's
化
still
があった
here,
み
but
た
it's
いで
burned
す
out.
暖かくな
The
りま
feathers
した
changed. It became softer.
死ぬべき者は
Those who are
最
fated
後
to die
や
have
っぱり
died.
死んだ
Jiang Wangxi sighed at her as her twin held onto her
生
arm.
きるべき者
And
は
those who must live have
生きてい
survived.
る
It is for the best, isn't it?
ありがとう
Thank you. Her words were meant for Kiana. Huh? Were you talking to me?
死を止めるのは
It is
大
easy to
変
prevent a death,
しかし
but convincing someone to keep on living is so much more difficult.
だから
You are a kind person.
とあな
Though half her face was corrupted by the Honkai, she gave a beautiful smile before disappearing with her twin. Huh. So they all ended up afflicted by the Honkai. The fifth sword of Taishu shook her head and faded away. I'm not gonna speculate, I'm just gonna keep going.
来たのね
You're finally here? Sumei gazed upon the far
こ
distance.
の山を登った先
Scale the mountain to reach the end of the
物語
tale.
の終点
You'll
で
find what you want.
あん
She's
たは
waiting
あん
for
たの
you.
欲しいもの
林長のこと
Who? Lin Xiaoyu. The sixth disciple looked at Kiana.
いや
No,
聖英のこ
it's
と
the
だ
Phoenix.
今
Master finally
師匠に
found
も
someone
大
who
事な
she
人が
actually
できたの
cares
ね
for.
随分と遠回り
It
した
was
け
a
ど
long trip, but it was worth
無
its
駄じゃ
time.
なかった
She faded into the air as she finished her words. Ma Yanqing gave a slight bow.
これでいいんだ
This is for the best.
委員長が
He said the
山の上で
Fupa is
待ってる
waiting for me
っ
at
て
the mountaintop. So, because, like, obviously all of the students, regardless of what Fu Hua did to their parents, respect her and care deeply for her. What is it that had them try to kill her? Was it to protect the one of the younger ones that was afflicted by Honkai, or were they all afflicted by Honkai and were doing this in a way to maybe give Fu Hua relief and not feel bad for it? I don't know. Well, took you long enough. Why isn't this voiced? Oh, hello. I don't have all day. She really looks like Arlecchino in this, especially with the coloring. I think number 5 is Chen Ling Shuang, Su Shang's master. I see. Man, this game is not built for controller. Oh, alright. Back to energetic student. Just one of them was corrupted, but they all killed her to protect them. Yeah, okay. What are you singing? Ah? No idea. Just some random tune I made up. The girl pulled a face. School's gonna end soon. Yeah. Are you going home? Of course. My dad isn't feeling too well. I have to get back and help him out. Hey, if my dad and mom let me, can I hang out at your place? You sure? Of course I'm sure. I've never been there before. Is your family dojo still open? Can you teach me the kung fu thing? I'm afraid you're a little late. My dad sold the dojo last month. Oh. He laid on the grass with great disappointment. I thought you didn't inherit that dojo. Why? Because of the feelings. I thought you'd be a dojo master. It's weird, isn't it? Do you have any dreams, Hua? Because I feel that you don't. Dreams. Please be a real person and not like a fragment of Fu Hua's personality. Dreams. Hua was at a loss of words.
Barrel.
I knew it. That's why I felt you'd take up the family dojo, because someone told you to do so. Hey Hua, do this, and you'll do everything they say. But it's your life we're talking about. As for me, I'm definitely not going to stay in Sapphire. The girl sighed and started talking to herself. I'm numb to this place. You know how that feels, right? Old memories everywhere. I see a bridge and think about the people I crossed it with. I see a store and think about what I bought there. Sapphire is a fish tank filled to the brim with my memories. In fact, so full it's overflowing. Her going on about how many memories she has in contrast to Fu Hua, who in a few years will spend 14 minutes remembering every memory worth remembering. That's what some people say, but I don't like it. Anyway, I'm leaving Sapphire for sure. I have no idea what I'll do, but I want to explore the world like Mom and Dad. Perhaps I'll learn how to play the sax, or maybe the piano. Maybe I can be a ballerina. It's a shame they don't mention Shang Li Shu from the second eruption in this arc. I actually don't remember who that is. Hold on, I need to see a picture of them, and I probably will. And okay. Ah, yes, okay. There's a bunch of the characters from that one that I know, that I recognize as a like image, but not by name. Yeah, well, I guess I can see why they don't, but it is interesting that they don't. You, a ballerina. You have a point. A ballerina for me, then. They honestly barely actually mention the events and the characters of Second Eruption. Like, I think Siegfried was name dropped once in the game so far. Kiana, obviously sometimes like, oh yeah, my old man. But like, they don't talk about him. And he's kind of an important character. The two girls laughed at each other. I don't feel like staying at my hometown either. I don't think I can stay in Sapphire either.
将来何をす
I've
るか
planned
は
nothing for my own future.
まだ考
In
えて
fact,
い
I
ま
never
せん。
thought about it until you brought
正
it
直
up.
に言う私は本当
I
に
don't
夢
think I
がな
have
い
any
のかもしれま
dreams.
せん。
The girl noticed the disappointment in Hua's voice.
まあまあ
Hey, you
気に
shouldn't
す
be
ること
affected
は
by
な
me,
いで
girl. Dreams
それ
aren't that
は必需
important.
品
They're
や
worth
ないし
nothing.
金にもならん
I don't know if they're worth nothing.
あったらちゃんと叶え
It's
る
something you might be able to use.
なかったら
If you don't have a dream, you'll
い
get
つ
one
か
soon.
思いつく
We're
ね
still young, right?
はい。
Yeah, you're right.
でも
There's something
私
else.
にとって
No matter where I go,
どこ思い出は大
I
事
treat
な
my
大
memories
事
as
な
my most
宝物で
important
す。
things.
ずっと覚えてい
Things that
た
I
い
want to
と
hold
思い
on
ま
to
す。
for the rest of my life. Oh. Okay, she's in a picture. She's in a picture. Maybe she is real. Oh no, why are we setting them on fire? Ah! Yeah, this is the best chapter so far. And we are not even this saga is gonna be incredible by the end. I'm actually like the tangents we had I really liked. I think we had really, really nice conversations about a lot of stuff in this stream. I'm sad I didn't get further. But I'm tired. we will be continuing this next week. I'll probably make sure to do the rest of this saga. God, this game's fucking great. But yes, that will be it for today. Be excited for next week. Tomorrow we'll be playing ZZZ, probably finishing Soldier's story quest, and then I'm not sure what we will do beyond. It'll depend on how long that takes. Wednesday we'll be continuing Signalis. I'm very much looking forward to playing more of that. We only got to play a little bit because of ZZZ coming out. And then Friday we'll be playing more ZZZ, hopefully finishing through chapter 2 in that stream. But yeah, thank you all for coming, and I hope to see you all in the future. For now, have a good night. Bye-bye.